Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So this is a special edition of the Trump FAFO videos that I do. This is a Venezuela invasion edition, an episode, because the America First Trump voters are pissed off. And I want to say up front, I checked the tweet history of all of these people, and they are absolutely Trump supporters, or they were Trump supporters prior to this. So these are not Democrats pretending to be MAGA so that they can make Trump look bad. So first up, I have a video to share with you. This is a right-wing influencer. He is a former police officer. Check out his take on Donald Trump's illegal invasion in Venezuela. And then I'm going to share with you, why this guy isn't like the best barometer, but, he definitely has an issue with this. Take a look.
Some of these topics getting a little uncomfortable, America, like Venezuela. He had to do it. They had to do it. There was so much drugs and they were getting so powerful. They were oppressing their people so hard. I guess it's very hard for Trump to do this here in America, like very difficult to arrest people that need arrested here in America. But I guess it's super easy to go do a regime change in a foreign country with resources and money, or 40 trillion in debt, and time and bodies that we don't have. But it's not war. I guess dropping bombs on other countries is not considered war anymore. All to install potentially this person who is a Zio plant for Bibi Netanyahu.
I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
I promise we one day will have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel.
I myself look forward to visit the State of Israel as soon as we conquer freedom. We will prevail.
And I can announce this, that our government will move our Israeli embassy.
Now does it make sense why this visit happened? For some strategic planning. Happy New Year, everybody. 2026 is gonna be fun, huh? Yes, it's gonna be fun.
So, I mean, he's not wrong, right? He's not wrong about Netanyahu and the timing. He's not wrong about Machado. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous how tied we are to Israel and how we are doing their bidding constantly. And Donald Trump has his own reasons for doing this, which I'm going to get into. But this guy still doesn't seem to realize, even with all of this and how Donald Trump is just, lying to them about America first and no more foreign intervention, blah, blah. He still doesn't realize that Trump is using this to distract from his guilt in the Epstein crimes, right? Because you saw that list that he put up there. I mean, he's still delusionally believing that everything on that list is real. I mean, other than Epstein co-conspirators being real, and they needing arrest, one of whom appears to be Donald Trump, who has been accused by an Epstein victim. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take to get through to these people. And the fact that he believes that anyone should be arrested for the inside scoop on January 6th for what really went down, or, the January 6th Select Committee or the Mar-a-Lago raid. I mean, these people still can't get it through their heads that Trump is guilty as sin. They didn't go after him. They didn't raid Mar-a-Lago just to go after the guy for political reasons. It's because he stole and then made a concerted effort to hide a ton of classified information. So I seriously, I don't know what it's going to take. You know, they were lied to about all of those issues and they still buy it. In any case, this Venezuela invasion is just one more wedge in Trump's 2024 coalition, and I'm here for it. I'm totally here for it. So here's some of what Trump voters posted on Twitter. So these were on Saturday. I found all of these as this news was breaking. So one person wrote, quote, "These wars are distractions. It's so obvious. Maduro captured in a few hours, but they're incapable of releasing unredacted Epstein files in its entirety. It's not what any of us voted for, and I'm ignoring the celebrating influencers who are paid to tell us otherwise." So this woman gets it. She gets it. She understands that this is absolutely a distraction from the Epstein files and the Epstein cover-up, and that MAGA influencers are being disingenuous. And, you know, and some of them actually understand that Donald Trump is violating the Constitution. Not all of them. There's a ton of them who are like, oh, this is totally within his rights. You know, Obama went and killed bin Laden without congressional approval. What? Like, the guy set up the whole 9/11 attack. He was on our most wanted list. Our country was after him forever, forever and ever, after he you know, completely destroyed our New York, right? And blew up the Twin Towers. I mean, it was not like out of the blue that you would kill bin Laden. Everyone knew we were looking for him and what we were going to do when we found him. Anyway, they'll just use any justification. But another woman also posted, and she said, quote, "This is not what I voted for. Bombing Caracas without a declaration of war is unconstitutional, reckless, and immoral. Congress was bypassed. The people were ignored, and another foreign entanglement was chosen over liberty at home. Enough." So she gets it. And then there are a bunch of Trump voters who are calling for his impeachment over this whole thing. Or I shouldn't oversell it. It's not a bunch, but there are some. So one Trump voter wrote, quote, "Not our business, not what we voted for. Trump must be impeached. He is the worst president I've seen. We Americans literally have no representation." So not good for him. And then another Twitter user wrote, quote, "I think this president needs to be impeached. I thought things would be different this time, but Trump 2.0 is horrible. Not what I voted for at all." Again, I looked at their history. That is a Trump voter. There were also a bunch of Twitter users who were saying that they regret their vote, or they were expressing like complete disgust with what he's doing. A Twitter user who appears to be a Nick Fuentes follower based on their profile image, they wrote this, quote, "Understand that most Americans under 40 genuinely hate what happened in Venezuela yesterday. We see it for what it is, an unprovoked act of aggression. I voted for Trump in the last 3 elections as a protest to this, not an endorsement. This feels like betrayal." Yeah, it feels like betrayal because it is. And then check this out. So, I don't know if you guys remember this person that I'm going to show you. Sorry, guys, I have like a hair on my face or something. It's making me itch. Anyway, this person I'm going to show you, this is former InfoWars host Owen Schroyer. He shared a video in his take, and he is pissed because there are so many MAGA sheep who are trying to justify this regime change war. So check out what he had to say.
All for people having different political opinions. I don't want to exist in a cult. You know, people are going to have different opinions than I have, and they're going to have different policies that they support, and they're going to have different things that they want to see done and different ways of getting them done. This is normal. We should all have different ideas, and we should be hearing different ideas. But to watch whatever it is now formerly known as MAGA, the Trump base, turn into just slop-eating sheeple is really incredible. And if you're evaluating this from a psychological perspective, there is probably no greater testament to this being the case than what we're seeing today. This is a regime change war. This is a special interest regime change war for the oil companies. This is a foreign interest regime change war for Israel. That's what this is. And so if you support that, then that's fine. You have every right as an American to express that opinion and to support that policy from Donald Trump. But don't kid yourselves. Don't become dishonest and people that are lost in a world that doesn't exist. Oh, Trump defeated communism. No, he didn't. Did we end the welfare state? Did we stop all the foreign aid? Are we going to invade China next? This was not about communism. Stop it. Oh, he's stopping the drugs. He's stopping the killer drugs. The CIA runs the narco game. Big Pharma, the COVID-19 vaccines, where are the drugs coming from? They're coming from Mexico. Oh, it's about ending the drugs. Stop it. Just admit what it is. And if you support it, then that's fine. But see, the fact that they can't be honest about what it is, that's the psychological tell. They are in denial. They know they've been deceived. They know this is not what they voted for. They know this is everything that Trump stood against. And here we are again today. And you know what you have in the streets? Foreign flags. Foreign flags in the streets. When do Americans get their day to celebrate? When do we arrest the deep state? When do we arrest all of the Epstein clients? When do we arrest all the billionaire elite pedophiles? When do we drain the swamp? When do we arrest the people that facilitated the border invasion? When do we arrest the people that put innocent Americans in prison for speech? When do we arrest the American criminals? Or does MAGA not stand for that anymore?
So, I mean, as you guys heard, he's still all in on some of the right-wing conspiracy theories, but I will give him credit. He has taken a principled stance on things like this Venezuela invasion, on the Epstein files. So, got to give credit where credit is due. This next person is so close to getting it. They are so close. So, a guy named Sean replied to an Elon Musk tweet. And Musk was congratulating Trump on these illegal actions. And Sean told him, quote, "Bad idea. We look like fascist dictatorships, not what I voted for." I mean, we look like it because we are. We are a fascist dictatorship now, Sean. And this is what you voted for. This is what we've been trying to warn you about. This is what we warned about before he took office. This is what we warned about after he took office and what we've been telling you all year. And these next Trump voters are some of the few who actually appear to understand the Constitution and the illegality of what Trump just did. So one guy wrote, quote, "So now every president who wants to start a new war can simply have his DOJ have their leader indicted in absentia? I guess we no longer need the constitutionally mandated requirement for congressional approval for new wars. This is not what I voted for." And then another person posted, quote, "This is illegal. This is a waste of borrowed money on another forever war. This is another broken promise. This is not what I voted for." And then angry emoji. And I don't know if you guys can make out the image there, but along with the post, they showed or shared a photo. It's like a cartoon drawing of a man throwing his MAGA hat in the trash, and he's putting on an America First hat. And then this other person replied to a tweet that was written by MAGA influencer Gunther Eagleman. And they told Eagleman, quote, "Quit with the propaganda. Trump is the worst president ever. Not what I thought I was voting for. The U.S. will pay for this illegal move." So some of them are finally getting it. Some of them are finally seeing Trump for who and what he really is. I also found a bunch of posts from people who said that they're done with Trump. So one woman responded to that Owen Schroyer video that I showed you, and she said this, quote, "I voted for Trump and I agree with the dude," meaning Schroyer. "This is bullshit. This isn't what I voted for after Trump promised no new wars or taxpayer funds to wars or foreign countries. He's everywhere except America. He's not America first anymore. I'm done." And then another Twitter user posted multiple times, and they got into a back and forth with another Trump voter who was trying to plead Trump's case. In the end, this person conceded, quote, "Okay, I will try to keep my calm, but this is not what I voted for when I voted for Trump, and if I could take my vote back, I would." And then I even found a Trump voter who vowed to, it sounds like they're vowing to end this nightmare during the midterms. So this person wrote, quote, "I will do my part on midterms. This is not what I voted for." Sure sounds like they plan to vote for a Democrat. And then this last one that I have for you today, this person really understands what's going on. This next guy wrote, "I still fail to see how this is America first. I think this is just another distraction from the Epstein files. This is not what I voted for. The GOP is done." So, of course, they're right. This is exactly why this is happening, right? This is what I think. We've all known Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he has always had a hard-on for Venezuela and for Cuba. He is a dyed-in-the-wool neocon. He loves the idea of invading other countries, starting wars. You know, his father, and this is not me making this up. He wrote in a book that his father made him promise that he would somehow take down the Cuban regime. And you know, there's all kinds of shady stuff, apparently, allegedly, that went on with Rubio's family and drugs and stuff. So I, don't know for certain, but that's the talk out there. Now, he has always had it in for these countries and their leaders. So I think my best guess is that he saw this as a prime opportunity. I think he saw all the flack, all the heat that Trump was getting over Epstein and the Epstein cover-up and the files, and he went to him and he probably said, look, invade Venezuela, kidnap Maduro. This is going to be the perfect deflection, the perfect distraction from Epstein. So this is the perfect time for you to do it. That's my guess, right? And we're hearing they keep saying, oh, well, we didn't tell Congress because we couldn't take a chance of it leaking out. And, this wasn't a for sure thing. And that's why we didn't go to them. That's why we didn't follow the Constitution on this and do what was mandated of us. But yet they went and told the oil companies, because I don't know if you guys caught it in that other video that I shared and in Trump's press conference, but he said, oh, yeah, we're going to redo the oil infrastructure in Venezuela, and it's going to cost billions of dollars, and, the oil companies are going to cover it. So you already went and spoke with the oil companies, but yet you couldn't find the time. You didn't worry about them leaking, but yet you were worried about going to members of Congress, which you are constitutionally mandated to do. So you weren't worried about leaks. You weren't worried about, someone giving Venezuela a heads up from oil companies. But our own people, our own Congress, that's who you're worried about. That's who you refuse to go talk to. That's bullshit. They didn't go talk to Congress because they know Congress would have stopped it. So this is what it's about. It's about the oil. It's about the natural resources in this country that we want to just take because apparently might makes right again. And it is about an Epstein cover-up. So I think Marjorie Taylor Greene was right. She called it. She said, we're going to see more wars. We're going to see more wars and bombings and stuff like that because of the Epstein stuff going on. She said this like a week or two ago. So yeah, I mean, it was to be expected. Anyway, the reason I'm not that upset about it, I mean, it is insane. It is, a violation of our laws, our Constitution. The reason I'm not upset about it is because of this, because we see this is the perfect split in the MAGA base, and he is destroying his coalition. So yay, go invade another country, Trump. Keep doing it. I hope he keeps this up, because this will be the final nail in the MAGA and Trumpified, America, the, Trumpification of American politics. This will be it. This is going to absolutely obliterate his 2024 coalition, and it is the perfect opportunity for Democrats. So good job. Keep going. Keep doing it. Love it. I love it. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have new Donald Trump regrets to share with you guys. New Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So first up is a story of a Trump voter whose business is being affected by his vote. So take a look at what he had to say in this news story.
Business owners across our city are reporting major staffing concerns at their companies ahead of the holidays.
They're doing the hardest jobs out there that we simply don't want to do, right? Me included.
Shane runs a local roofing, siding, and gutter company. He did not want to give the name of the company to protect his workers. He says just days ago, 4 of his Hispanic roofers were arrested by Border Patrol.
We're talking about guys who had been with us for years, that were here working legally, that got stopped.
Shane says in the meantime, he's been having to pick up more jobs, but it's an impact with a trickle-down effect that could potentially lead to a citywide financial crisis.
Now we're starting to have a labor shortage that is going to increase the price of homes, that is going to dramatically reduce the customers coming through the door. If you do have a work permit and you get detained, if you do get released, God only knows how long that'll be, Is it days? Is it months? Could you go who could go 3 months without a paycheck right now?
So as you heard, that man was Shane. He's the owner of a roofing company, and he kind of became famous online a little bit because he posted a job listing looking for new workers to replace the 4 workers he lost when they took his employees into ICE custody. So he wrote this. I'll show you the listing and read part of it. He said, "Our loss is your gain. We lost 4 people who have work permits. I see all the posts about Hispanics taking American jobs. Here is your chance, the moment you have been waiting for." And then he gave the job description. He talked about, carrying like 80-pound bundles of roofing materials up a ladder multiple times a day. I mean, grueling, back-breaking work. And Shane said he expected to have a line of people out the door. He expected to have applicants just out the door and around the corner. Well, no one showed up. And Shane agreed that, like, a lot of people were posting below this, and people were saying things like, oh, this is about racism and blah, blah, blah. And so Shane agreed with a lot of the comments that he received, slamming the Trump administration for their cruelty. And then he also replied to someone, admitted that he voted for Trump. So let me bring that up for you. So this guy asked, how many people here voted for Trump? And Shane said, shit, a lot of us. And then he went on to say, just because you voted for someone doesn't mean you have to ride with them and agree with them on hateful ideologies and division. I believe there is a lot of voter remorse on what is occurring right now. I'd like to believe people didn't vote for us to stake out school buses and bum rush them when parents go to get their kids. So he's starting to get it. Like, again, he should have known, right? He should have known from Trump's first administration what this was going to be like. And it's so sad that he didn't care to speak out until it affected him and his business, right? I mean, this has been going on all year. This has been happening to people all year long in state after state. And this guy either didn't care to say anything or didn't even know about it until it started personally affecting him. Another person who's starting to get it is a Truth Social user. This person replied to Trump and another person, and this was in regard to Donald Trump's betrayal of Marjorie Taylor Greene. So this person wrote, quote, "Those of us getting to the point of staying home for midterms is growing. It's not just about MTG. The joy of life is getting sucked away from everyone except the elites. I didn't think we'd be at the back of the line, but it's pretty evident." So again, this is on Kool-Aid Central, you guys. This is on Donald Trump's failing social media site. And then another person, a Twitter user, they're also starting to realize that the cult is actually pretty real. So this person posted, quote, "The forever Trump boomers are just as bad as the hysterical crying social justice left. As a 3-time voter of Trump, I can honestly say he's done a horrible job. Aside from the border, he's failed to follow through with most of his promises. Why is it so hard for people to admit?" I would like to know that too. I mean, I do know it's about ego, right? People have a very hard time admitting that they're wrong, that they made a mistake, and they don't want to be held accountable. They don't want to have to say, yeah, liberals were right. Next up, I have a video to share from a recent focus group. This was one conducted by Engages. So check this out.
A lot of friends that are, some of them aren't even Latino, they just look it. And I don't know how it's legal for you just to arrest people just based off how they look. I don't know. I think they said they arrested over like 500 or 600 people in the weekend, and they were bragging about 2 of them being gang members. And I'm just like, as a person of color, I don't know how anybody could agree with that being okay, because, I mean, it's blatant discrimination. And they found 2 people that were in gangs, but they just literally were pulling people over based off how they look. And that's what we've been fighting against since we've been here. Equality, and I just think it's disgusting. And the economy is a mess, I feel. Housing is a mess here.
So as you may have seen on the screen, that was a North Carolina swing voter who went for Biden in 2020 and then flipped to Trump last year. I mean, again, who could have known, right? Who could have known that the guy who used family separation in his first term specifically to torment immigrants and literally lost thousands of children and babies would be so racist and cruel? Who could have imagined? And next up, I have a Trump voter who's happy about the racism, but now Trump's policies are affecting them directly. So this person posted in a Facebook community forum, and they wrote this: "I voted for Trump hoping that by getting rid of all the illegals, it would finally make our healthcare system better now that they are not leeching off the system. Now that 2.5 million illegal aliens have been deported, why is our insurance higher than ever? The cost of my prescription drugs have skyrocketed, and the quality of care seems worse than ever. When will things start turning around? I might not be able to afford health insurance this year," might spelled M-I-T-E, "with how bad it's gotten. I'm losing faith, Mr. Trump," crying emoji. Oh boy. So, first of all, racism is pretty expensive, huh? Yeah, yeah. Um, I just don't even know what to say. Like, these people, they're so uninformed, and they're so willing to accept the narrative that everything in their life is bad because of brown and black people. That's all they care about. As long as they have someone else to step on and shove down and point at and mock and say, I'm better than you, they're happy. So this person is getting a really good lesson in, no, actually, your life sucks and you don't have the things that you want and your insurance is unaffordable because of rich people, because of the freaking billionaires who refuse to pay their fair share, and a government who's bought off by all of them, that refuses to put anything in place to help all of us. That is why. It had nothing to do with all of the undocumented immigrants. And no, jackass, they haven't deported 2.5 million people. That's just another lie they're telling you. Oh, and by the way, like, how can this person's prescription drugs be skyrocketing when Donald Trump said he's lowered them by up to 600%? I'm so confused. Anyway, this next story comes from a publication called Enlace Latino, North Carolina, I believe. So they reported that construction workers in North Carolina were too terrified to go to work. So this is when all the news started to break that Trump had sent his Gestapo to the state and they were going to be conducting raids. And so even American citizens, American-born legal residents, are very concerned, afraid to leave their homes. Some of these people have no family or no food for their families because they're too afraid. They're too afraid to go to work, so they have nothing. So one construction worker named Alman Cantarero, I believe is how you pronounce it, Cantarero, he now regrets his vote. He voted for Trump. He is a U.S. citizen, and he told this news outlet, quote, "This chaos, this disgrace, it even makes me regret voting for him. It's very stressful. Even if you're good, you feel like you have to carry your passport because sometimes just looking Latino is enough." Yeah, yeah. This is the problem. These people assumed that when Trump and his cult members talked about deporting quote unquote criminals, they just meant dangerous people. But if they had actually paid attention, they would know MAGA considers every immigrant to be a criminal. They believe that simply crossing the border without proper documentation automatically makes you a dangerous criminal. You know, and then many believe that anyone with black or brown skin is dangerous, must be a criminal. You know, and they don't have a clue about what it takes to become a U.S. citizen nowadays. Used to be a lot cheaper. It used to be a lot faster. It is now very costly. It is prohibitively costly. It takes many, 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 many years. So these people just are so uninformed. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have some pretty good news on a very horrendous day. And you'll understand why when I get to other stories. But anyway, the Republicans' majority in the House is continually shrinking. It's shrinking as we speak in advance of the midterms. And we just found out today, or there was an article that was posted today, saying that the Republicans might actually lose their majority before the midterms. So I'm going to explain that in a minute. I'm also going to explain to you about how Trump and why Trump is freaking out about all of this. So much so that he actually floated the idea of canceling the elections. So if you guys haven't heard, Republican Congressman Doug LaMaffa passed away yesterday. He was a California representative. He was 65 years old. He represented a portion of Northern California. He was likely to lose his seat in the midterms anyway because of the redistricting. So you guys might recall at the end of last year, we in California had a redistricting measure that passed overwhelmingly. It was like 66% approval or something like that. So it redrew all the maps, it redrew all the districts. So his was one of the districts that was likely to then go to a Democrat. So a special election is going to be held, but this, as I said, the seat was likely to end up with a Democrat. It's not a sure thing, but it now leans Democrat. So that would be a lost seat. And of course, until he's replaced, it's a lost seat. There's nobody voting for that district. And then to make matters worse for the Republicans, there was a rep from Indiana that just got in this horrible car accident. His name is Jim Baird. So he's going to be okay. He's going to survive. But he and his wife apparently were very injured in this accident. And so he's not going to be in DC. He's not going to be able to vote for quite a while. So that reduces their majority even further, or at least, voting majority. Also, there's going to be a special election in Texas later this month because there was a seat that was held by a Democrat named Sylvester Turner. He apparently passed away, so that seat needs to be filled. Right now it's just vacant, and so we don't have representation in that district. It is a very blue district, so it's likely to go to another Democrat. So that's going to further erode the Republican majority. So, when all of these new people are elected, I'm fully expecting Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, to again delay swearing these people in, right? If Democrats are elected, he's going to play the games again because their majority, the Republican majority right now, is razor thin. And there's all this talk, too, as I mentioned last year, of other Republicans who are planning to leave. So now there's chatter that like Elise Stefanik, she had announced that she's leaving Congress. It was originally thought she was going to leave at the end of her term, which would have been the midterms. Now there's talk like she may dip out early. There's talk that other people might check out, that they might decide that, this is just BS. I don't want to be involved in this. I'm taking off. So if anybody else leaves early, they're screwed. So Trump and his minions are really spooked, and not by just this, which I'll explain, but they have good reason to be spooked. So I don't know if you guys all heard this, but the Democrats scored 2 more wins in special elections. So this all went down last year, which is just last month. So this all went down in December. So there was a Democratic candidate named Gary Clemens. He just ran the table against his Republican challenger. This was in the state of Kentucky. So here's an article about that. This was a state election, so this doesn't affect the U.S. House of Representatives or the U.S. Senate. This was a Kentucky state Senate seat. But here's why this is important, though. This is why I wanted to bring this up. Clemens, like I said, just wiped the floor with his opponent. He got 72% of the votes. Now, this is a little bit more of a blue district in this very red state, but Kamala Harris won it by only 5% last year, or 2024. So he way outperformed. It just shows that Democrats are highly motivated to vote right now. And they proved again that they are just on a mission. Even, all these Republicans, and I see MAGA all the time. Oh, Democrats are going to get reamed in the midterms. They suck. Their approval rating is so low. Yeah, their approval rating is so low because we want new people. We want new Democrats. We don't want Republicans. We're not going to sit out the election, but we want fighters. We don't want these mamby-pamby, mush mouth, middle of the road, Republican light candidates anymore. We want actual fighting Democrats. So anyway, this other one that just took place was in an also very red state. It was in Iowa. So this is the candidate who won. This was in late December that she won. She was a city council member before this. Her name is Renee Hardman. So she won a special election for a seat also in the state Senate. So not the U.S. Senate, but the state Senate. She also, like the other guy, won by a huge margin. She got 71.4% of the vote. And this was even sweeter because Republicans were salivating over this seat. If they could have secured this seat, they would have had a supermajority. So they would have had free reign. They could have done whatever the hell they want in the state. Anybody the governor wanted to appoint didn't even need Democratic approval. Just roll right over them. And again, this was a slightly blue area in Iowa, but Kamala Harris won it by 17 points. This candidate won it by like 45, 46%. So again, the Democratic candidates are just wildly outperforming the 2024 election. And so this reality is now sinking in. I think Trump knew, but he's been pretending that they were doing great. Now he's actually saying it out loud. So I don't know if you guys heard about this, but there was a GOP event. This was held at the Kennedy Center, not the Trump Center, the Kennedy Center. This was on Tuesday as well. This happened yesterday. So Trump got up there and he literally is begging them to save his ass. So here's an article about this. Trump had warned the lawmakers at this event, quote, "You got to win the midterms, because if we don't win the midterms, they'll find a reason to impeach me. I'll get impeached." Yeah, we need to find a reason, guys. Yeah, really? The problem is narrowing it down. We have plenty of reasons to impeach your ass. The problem is going to be narrowing it down so that the impeachment proceedings can be done within a reasonable amount of time and there's not so many violations to vote on. So anyway, Trump then posited that, maybe they should be canceled. Maybe the election should be canceled. So I'll bring up this article for you. This is so telling, right? If he was a popular president, like he claims he is, if he truly had the will of the people on his side, if he was truly a president who won by this massive margin, he wouldn't have to cheat. He wouldn't have to cancel elections. He wouldn't be worried about impeachment and removal. Like I said, he claims to be doing this tremendous job. He's making America the greatest nation on earth. So why is he so afraid that his party's going to lose? So anyway, he's so terrified. He whines for like an hour at this event about how he's not getting enough credit, not getting the credit he deserves. He's doing like the, what was it? Oh my God, his name just like ran out of my consciousness. But I don't get any respect. Rodney Dangerfield. So he's doing Rodney Dangerfield. Anyway, so Trump tells Republicans in a not so direct way to cancel the election. So check this out. And while you're watching this, look at his hair. Okay, I want you to check out his hair.
Once they cancel the election, they should cancel the election because the fake news will say, he wants the elections canceled. He's a dictator. They always call me a dictator.
Gee, I wonder why, right? So first of all, this is his way of, as we all know, he's throwing out the idea while still maintaining plausible deniability. He's done this forever. So if Republicans actually did cancel their midterm elections, or if they tried and someone tries to blame Trump rightfully for it, he can just say, oh, I didn't say that. No, that's not what I said. I specifically said I'm not going to say cancel the elections. That's what he always does. And did you see his freaking hair? He has pink hair. He looks like those poodles that they dye, right? Or actually, you know what it looks like? It looks like cotton candy. It looks like bubble gum flavored cotton candy on top of his head. It's like, it's so laughable. He's like those little old ladies who try to dye their hair themselves, or like they go to somebody really cheap because they can't afford like a good hairdresser. And then they don't know how to tone it properly. So they end up with like a pink or a purple hue to their hair. Anyway, we got to come up with a name for cotton candy head now. Anyway, I don't know. Or maybe he's gone punk. Maybe Trump decided, you know what, I'm going to go punk. Maybe he, can start wearing a leather jacket, wear a dog collar, go with that pink hair. He'll shave it into a mohawk. His cotton candy mohawk. Anyway, Putin should like that. And then, think of it, guys. He'll totally fit in with the village people now, right? He has his pink punk hair and his leather jacket and a dog collar when he does his little hand job dance, right? YMCA. I'm totally not doing hand job USA. Anyway, enough of that. So Trump goes on in this event to tell them, I've given you guys a roadmap to win. And he said he gave them, quote, so many good nuggets. And then he said, well, you just have to be able to sell these, or sell them, like sell these nuggets that he's given them. Because, yeah, that's what you have to do. When you have great policies, you have to sell the American people on it. Anyway, and then in typical Trump fashion, he said something to the effect of, well, you guys can win on healthcare, but you need to go figure it out. You're the leader of the party. Like, figure it out. What do you want us to do, dear leader? You've been pulling the strings. You've been telling them what to do all year, or for 10 years. And what happened to his concepts of a plan? So this all proves a couple of things. Number one, it proves he's completely clueless about health insurance, because he brought up that whole thing again about, we just want to give the money to the people. We don't want to give it to the insurance companies. Is he seriously mentally deranged? That's a dumb question. Of course he is. But how stupid is he that he doesn't know that if you give us, the people, the money, we still have to pay the insurance companies? And then number two, I think this proves he is petrified that he might actually get removed from office this time. Because think about it, impeachment is kind of toothless, right? Without removal, so what? Who cares, right? Why does it matter if he gets impeached in the House? If he thought that he was in a strong position with the American people, with his 2024 coalition, more importantly, he wouldn't care, because he would know there's no way the Senate is going to vote to remove me. So I think deep down on some level, he knows he's in deep shit. He knows there is a possibility that his numbers are going to get so bad and it's going to drag down the Republican Party so much and they're going to lose in the midterms so badly. I think that is terrifying him. And he is realizing they might actually remove me. And if they do, I can face charges. I can then be hit with charges again. So anyway, guys, good news. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like this video, share it with others so they understand that there is hope. Please subscribe if you have not, and check to make sure that you are still subscribed, because I hear from people all the time saying, I thought I was subscribed, and then I looked and I think YouTube unsubscribed me somehow, and so I'm resubscribed. So please make sure it's totally free to subscribe here on YouTube. And then if you can donate, truly appreciate it. Or if you can become a monthly donor, link is below for Patreon. It really, really helps to keep the show going. I greatly appreciate it. And we hang out once a month for everybody who is a $4.99 or more a month donor. We hang out on Zoom once a month. So I don't know if you guys all know that, but it's the first Saturday of every month. We get together on Zoom in the morning, or the morning for me in California, 9 o'clock, noon Eastern time. And we just hang out and talk for a couple hours. So it's fun. Hope you guys will join me. Thank you all so much again for watching and listening. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Everyone, welcome to the show. So I am going to try to get through this with as little cursing as possible, but I'm warning you right now, it's probably not going to go very well, because something happened today that seriously has me considering running for president. And I'm not joking. I am fucking furious. And these criminals who are currently running our government, these criminals who are running around, the cowards with their masks, their face diapers on, pulling people out of cars and snatching people away from their families and targeting people just for the color of their skin. They need to have a stiletto shoved so far up their ass that they're choking on vegan leather. That's where I'm at today. So if you have not heard, tragically, a woman, a U.S. citizen, died today in Minnesota. Her name was Renee Nicole Good. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem's ICE Gestapo murdered her in cold blood, shot her in the face. I have a video to share with you of the shooting if you haven't seen it, and I have a longer version that they're not showing on the news. And you can clearly see in this video what happened and that they're lying. Before I play it for you, though, I want to share a video of how DHS lies all the time about these events and just flat out makes shit up. So here is puppy killer Kristi Noem, DHS secretary, who has no business in this role, who has no experience whatsoever. Here is what she had to say at a press event when she was asked about this. Take a look, and I'm going to point some things out to you.
It's about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well.
So did you hear that? She's saying they were stuck in the snow ICE agents were stuck in the snow attempting to dig themselves out, and this woman attacked them in an act of domestic terrorism. Okay? Keep that all in mind. Keep that in mind, that she attacked them, tried to run them over when they were so helpless, stuck in the snow. Okay? Take a look at the video. I'm going to warn you, this is tough to watch. There is no blood and gore, but it is still tough to watch, especially knowing that this woman is now deceased. Check this out.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do? You all are fucking criminals! You're fucking criminals! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? You are fucking insane! What did you do? You! Shame! 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 Dude, what's happening to her? What happened? Dude. Okay. Dude, you shot her! I'm trying to help! No! No! You fucking shot someone in the fucking face! You shot someone in the fucking face! Do you have a conscience? Do you have a conscience?
No, they don't.
Don't let the murderer leave! Don't let the murderer leave! You guys are the fucking criminals! You don't get to tell us what to do! Fucking criminals! Don't let him leave! Don't let him leave!
Pussy motherfuckers, man!
No! Get the fuck out of our neighborhood!
Okay, so first of all, did you notice what snow are they trying to dig out of? Christy Nome said, oh, they're stuck in the snow. They're trying to dig themselves out. Really? Because that roadway was fucking empty. I will show you again. Look at car driving. No snow being dug out, right? They're walking through it. Roads are clear. Where the fuck is this snow that they're trying to dig themselves out of? And then they approach her and try to open her door for no fucking reason. They have no, other than something that we don't know that may have happened before this, there doesn't appear to be any reason why they should be approaching this woman's car and trying to pull her out of it. Okay? Apparently, according to witnesses, she is someone who was just there following them around. She was video recording and she was warning people, hey, ICE are in the neighborhood. She is just someone who does this and goes around and warns people that, you know, she's like a legal observer saying, hey, beware, ICE is in our area. That apparently pissed them off. And that is why they did this. Now, as you can see, there's another vehicle in the road in front of her. So she's trying to go around that car. She's trying to go around the SUV in front of her, which is, I believe, the vehicle of this asshole, this masked coward who shot her and killed her. who you also saw in this video, which I will, show you again. Here he is. So this is him. Take a good look at him. And he is the one who shot her. Now, Donald Trump put out a post on his failing social media site saying that the officer is lucky to be alive. He's in the hospital recuperating, but I think he'll be okay. Does this guy look like he's injured to you? Look at him. Look at him. Casually, he just murdered a woman.
What did you do?
And he's just walking away. Does he look injured?
Shame! Shame!
Yeah, telling people to get away, get away.
Shame!
Has no problem with the fact that he just took a life. Is he even limping? No.
Shame!
And you know what? Stop with this shame shit. I see this all the time with people following around ICE and they scream shame at them. They don't have any shame. You know what you need to tell them? You're going to burn in hell. You people are going to go to prison, and then when you meet your maker, it's not going to be in the good place. It's going to be down in the fiery place. It's going to be down with the guy who created you, the guy with the fucking horns. That's where you're going to go for all eternity for what you're doing, right? So this guy, totally fine, walks away, gets in his SUV and drives off. And Donald Trump is out there lying to his sheep who buy it, hook, line, and sinker, saying, oh, he's lucky to be alive. Oh, she hurt him. Really? Really? That guy, there's nothing fucking wrong with him. She didn't do a goddamn, she didn't touch him. There is not a scratch on that motherfucker. But she is dead. She is dead because he's insecure. Because he can't get another job where he gets to torture people. So here's what the mayor had to say.
There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done.
So, I mean, as we've seen all of last year and now starting into this year, they just lie. They just make shit up. Multiple judges have called them out, as I've shared with you guys, for just making up facts or making up fairy tales, I should say, lying about these incidents. And then when they review the videos, just as we did here, nothing matches up. Nothing that they say makes sense. This is the problem when you have an insecure president who tries to pretend like he's a tough guy, yet he ran away from being drafted. How many times? He's a freaking coward too. And then he's in charge of a drunk in, our Department of Defense. He's in charge of a puppy killer and obviously insecure woman who nothing about her is real. I mean, let's just keep it real here, as she isn't. So why would we expect her to tell the truth about anything? She's supposedly cheating on her husband with Corey Lewandowski. Right? That's the word on the street, that it's like the worst kept secret. So someone of low moral integrity who easily takes the life of a puppy and a goat just because she doesn't like them, and we expect her to be honest and do a good job? Like, no, this is who these people are. And then they're hiring the scum of the earth. They're hiring people who, as I said, either can't get another job or don't want another job because they enjoy it. They enjoy the sadistic nature of what they're doing. So this is inevitable. They're on a power kick. These are men, quote unquote, men, because they're not really men, but I guess, you know, the way the right considers you to be a man is all you have to do is have a penis. So they're men in that sense, but not really. And they know that. And so they've lived their whole lives feeling like less than men, you know, being betas. And now they've been given these badges and their little, you know, outfits that they wear. And they've been given carte blanche to do whatever the hell they want and no consequences. And so they feel like real big men and they're going to go out and beat up on women. I'm going to go shoot a woman in the face. I'm going to go beat up on minorities who are just trying to work hard and provide for their families. They're fucking idiots. They're fucking pathetic, moronic, lazy, cowardly idiots. So yes, they should all go to prison. And I'm hoping and praying that they can file state charges against them. Now, I did hear from Lisa Rubin over on MS Now that it's going to be tricky because, you know, there's always the issue of law enforcement being covered and being protected under the laws that protect law enforcement, kind of like what we saw in the George Floyd issue. You know, there was some question like, okay, this was in the line of duty. Are they actually going to be able to charge them? So if it's very clear murder, which again, I don't know how you look at that video and don't think that it is, because they had absolutely no reason to try to open her door. But for that action, I don't think that she would have tried to go around that other vehicle and get away from them. She clearly was trying to get away because they were trying to open her door and take her into custody. And she knows now, after a whole year of this, what happens when ICE takes someone into custody. You get thrown into a black box where your family can't find you, and you spend tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees, and you have no rights whatsoever. And it doesn't matter whether you've done anything wrong or not. And to our knowledge, she did not have a weapon. They're, of course, going to say, oh, well, her vehicle is a weapon. Well, you weren't standing in front of the vehicle. He was kind of off to the side, you know, near the front bumper. But she was clearly turning right. She was clearly trying to go around his vehicle. She wasn't aiming for him. You can see the direction of her vehicle. Okay, and I'll play it for you guys again so you guys can see it from the beginning. You can see how she's maneuvering and how she's turning her tires and trying to move away from them. So he had no reason to shoot her. Okay, so she stops for the car. I think she stopped to let the truck go. And then they try to open her door.
No!
They reach into her car, but see, she's turning.
Oh my fucking God!
She's turning. She clearly wasn't accelerating towards the officer. And how fast was she going there? How fast could she have been going? 5 miles an hour? At the most? There was absolutely no justification for this. So anyway, guys, I will keep you posted on all of this, but like I said, they need to pay. They need to pay dearly. And I just, looking at the field that we have right now, looking at Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg, I don't have any faith that any of them are going to step up and do what's necessary, or that they are going to put an attorney general in place to step up and do what's necessary. I am afraid we are going to end up with another Biden and Merrick Garland situation where, or even an Obama situation with the, oh, well, let's not look back. Let's not look at the past. Let's look forward. We just have to move forward as a country. We have to come together now and embrace each other. Blah. Bullshit. Fuck that. No, never fucking again. I will not vote for any candidate who says we need to put the past in the past and come together as Americans, and we need to just move forward and forget about what happened and forgive and forget. No, fuck you. We're not doing it again. We're not. So that is what I'm afraid of. That's why I'm saying someone else needs to run. Someone who actually will take these people down. Someone who will actually fight them and hold them accountable. So we'll see. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. So sorry for her family. Just, I'm fucking livid. As you can tell. I'm sure you can tell. All right. Thank you all again. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have some new polling to share with you guys related to Donald Trump's war crimes in Venezuela. I'm also going to show you a video of some polling that CNN's Harry Enton went over, and it's very misleading. It's definitely going to be used by MAGA to try to convince everybody that Trump's actions are the more popular than they are, or that he's more popular than he is. So I'm going to go into all of that. Before I dive in, though, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free for you. Really, really helps the show. So I greatly appreciate it. So first, we have the new polling. So the Washington Post conducted a poll. This was of 1,000 people. They did this by text. And here's what they found. So they found that 40% approve of Trump's kidnapping of Maduro, and then 42% disapprove, 18% are still unsure. Of course, the responses broke down mostly along party lines. So as you can see here, 74% of Republicans are in favor. They approve of this. Only 10% disapprove. Democrats are almost completely flipped from that. The most important thing here, though, the most important barometer, as always, is how independents are feeling about the issue. So as you can see, only 34% approve and 42% disapprove. So, they're definitely more on the side of Democrats. And since independents really handed Donald Trump his second term win, this is bad news for his party, especially when you consider the amount of, or the approval of these foreign entanglements typically declines over time. So this is where we're starting out. It's likely to decrease as new details come out, as things drone on, as things devolve, as they typically do in these scenarios. Especially if we do end up with boots on the ground in the country. And then check this out. So they were asked, is it appropriate for Trump to order the operation on his own, or should they have gone to Congress? So a majority, as you may be able to see here, 63% said Trump should have gone to Congress. He should have asked for their approval first. And that includes, I don't know if you guys can make it out down at the bottom, but that includes 24% of registered Republicans. And then also, again, most importantly, 70% of independents. So this is really key, because even though Republicans by and large are saying, yeah, I'm okay with what he did taking Maduro to face charges, they still do want him to follow the process. They still do want him to abide by what is in the Constitution. And the answers to these next two questions tell us that in the long run, the American people are going to be pissed off about this. So this goes back to what I was just saying a little while ago. So check this out. So a plurality, 45% oppose the U.S. taking control of Venezuela and choosing their new government. And again, that includes 21% of Republicans and 45% of independents. So not as much as the last question, but by and large, people are like, no, this does not concern us. Why are we in control? They should be able to determine who controls their country. And then check this next one out. So, this is even more stark. 94% say that the Venezuelan people should choose, they should decide who their leader is. It's just a no-brainer, right? Only 6% say that the U.S. should do this. This is unbelievable. Here's the bottom line. If we don't see unemployment and prices decrease in our country, and then Trump and his regime are preoccupied with this, with Venezuela, Americans are going to lose their shit. And these numbers will get drastically worse for Trump and the Republicans. So this will be a part, or play a part in the midterm elections later this year. And it is going to be a problem for the Republican Party. Now, let me give you a heads up on something and provide you with the facts that you can share with MAGA if you see this, because what you guys are bound to hear and bound to see is a lot of Trump cult members saying, no, we love Trump. We totally support what they're doing, right? They're likely to cite this video too that I'm going to play for you. So take a look.
Is no rift in the Republican Party. Yes, there are some folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie who are quite skeptical of this. They are very much in the minority. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just talk the GOP on the U.S. military ousting Maduro? Ipsos, 65% support, 6% opposed. How about the Washington Post poll? 74% support, just 10% opposed. If you look among 2024 Trump supporters, we're talking about 80% support. The vast, vast majority of Republicans are with Donald Trump on this issue.
Okay, here's the thing. I love Harry Enten. I really do. I wish he would have put this into perspective, because this makes people think there is nothing that Trump can do to lose his voters, and that everybody from last year who voted for him are still with him. And that is just simply false. I have said this so many times before, and I'm going to keep repeating it until people get it. Trump did not and could not win with just Republican votes. There are not enough Republicans, registered Republicans in this country, to give him a win in the not even in the Electoral College. Okay? Every candidate has to win a majority of independent and non-affiliated voters in order to secure the presidency. In every single focus group I watch and listen to, especially when it's comprised of swing voters, the vast majority of the participants are independents, or they're just not affiliated with any party. Out of, typically it's 14 people, like two different groups. There's like maybe 2 to 4 that say, yeah, I'm a registered Republican, or yeah, I'm a registered Democrat. That's it. The majority are independents. So he did not win with the people that Harry Enten just showed you. They were a part of it. They helped to pull him over the edge, and they helped to put him back in the White House. But you have to have the swing voters. You have to have the independents. You have to have the young people who aren't registered as any party, or they're very often independents and they don't like either party. So that polling that Harry Enten shared, it is very misleading. Yes, by and large, Republicans will go along with whatever their dear cult leader does and says. That's because most intelligent, free-thinking conservatives left the party already. They are independents now. They're no longer Republicans, so they are not reflected in those numbers that Harry Enton just showed you. The only ones who are left, pretty much, are the hardcore Kool-Aid addicts. So, again, totally just very, very, I don't know. I don't want to say I'm disillusioned, but with Harry Enton, but I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that he did not give you the full context and explain that, yes, while this is Trump's base and while this is, the majority of them are sticking with him and there is no break, his 2024 coalition is coming apart at the seams because of all of the other groups that flipped and went for him in 2024. Those are the people who are most disgusted by what's going on, most angry at his foreign intervention and adventurism. So those are the people who are not going to come out to vote in the midterms, or if they do, they're coming out to vote for a Democrat, or they might vote for a third party, but they're not going to throw their hat in the ring for a Republican again. So very misleading, like I said. All right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like this video, share it with everyone you know, become a subscriber if you have not. Check to make sure that you are still subscribed, because I hear from people who say that somehow they were unsubscribed and they didn't do it, so they don't know how it happened. Also, if you can donate, really, truly appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So the latest jobs report is out. Just came out this morning. It is just more concrete evidence, more proof that Donald Trump is a moron and his economic policies are failing. Even Fear News Network had to admit that the figures are bad, but then, of course, as typical, they tried to spin it as a win. So take a look. This was the Maria Bartiromo show, and it's just embarrassing.
Lighter than expected, Maria, on non-farm. We came in at 50,000. The street was looking for 60,000. Private sector payrolls coming in much weaker than expected, 37,000. The estimate there was for 64,000. Food services and drinking places, they actually saw an uptick there. That trend continued. They mentioned health care. They mentioned social assistance. What's interesting is they say that retail trade lost jobs.
All right, look, the jobs numbers are weaker than expected, Steve Moore, but the market is focused on what it will mean for the Federal Reserve and whether or not the Fed is going to actually cut interest rates further. If we had a report that was much better than expected, even though that would be good news, the market may have traded down because of what it means for the Fed.
Seriously. So, in other words, because Donald Trump's economy is so shitty, the Federal Reserve now has a reason to drop interest rates even further. So, yay! I guess this is his Pee Wee Herman moment, right? I meant to do that. He's like, no, that was my goal all along. I wanted to tank the economy. I wanted to destroy the job market so that I could get interest rates down. Seriously. Did you hear what that economic reporter didn't say? She didn't say we're adding manufacturing jobs. She didn't say that. I mean, Trump claims that, oh, my tariff policies, they're bringing manufacturing back. You know, we're going to be manufacturing everything again. We're going to be making everything here, made in America, blah, blah, blah. I'm getting all of these commitments from all these companies. No, we're actually losing manufacturing jobs. And consider this too. This makes what they reported for December even worse, because December it's the holidays. It's a time when employees are typically adding, or employers are typically adding retail positions. It's the Christmas buying season. They usually ask for people, hey, we need more seasonal workers. The fact that we didn't see a spike in retail hiring in December is possibly one of the biggest red flags. And then check out how the head of Trump's National Economic Council tried to spin this report. So this is Kevin Hassett that you're going to see.
Look at the numbers and see that they're below 100, then the below 100 thing isn't as disturbing as it might be in the past, because a lot of it is like we've reduced federal government employment by 250,000 this year, and of course we're deporting illegals. And so if you account for those things, then the expected jobs number for a strong month is a lot closer to what we're seeing.
I just think we're missing something here.
Did you see Hassett's face? He looked like he was about to start laughing at his own BS, didn't he? Anyway, this is why Fear News Network viewers don't understand reality. If you're deporting quote unquote illegals, that just means that those jobs are now open for American workers, right? How does that have anything to do with businesses creating new jobs? That's what the jobs report is. It tells us about all the new jobs that we're adding to the economy. And then to say, oh, well, you know, we fired a bunch of government employees, so that's why businesses aren't creating new jobs. What? That is absurd. That is the most nonsensical thing. That's like saying, like, I cut my hair, so it's snowing outside. Those two things have nothing to do with each other. Then the asinine MAGA comments are making so much more sense to me now. You know, when I see this, I realize this is where they're getting this bullshit. They just eat it up and they regurgitate it without any logical thinking, without any critical thinking skills used whatsoever. And they're like, yep, I'm just going to tell people that. I'm just going to repeat that on Twitter. And they do. They just repeat it verbatim, even though it makes no sense. It's illogical. So anyway, economists are saying that 2025 was the worst year for the job market since 2003. So 23 years, or I guess, you know, we're just coming out of 2025. So 22 years. So Heather Long is the chief economist for the Navy Federal Credit Union, and she posted a chart on Twitter, and it shows the year-over-year growth since 2000. And I'm going to show it to you guys. And along with this, she wrote, quote, just in, the U.S. economy added only 50,000 jobs in December and a meager 584,000 jobs in all of 2025. That's the worst year for job gains outside of a recession since 2003. And nearly 85% of the job gains happened by April. There was little hiring the rest of the year. Unemployment rate 4.4 in December, up from 4% in January. Wages 3.8% wage growth in 2025, which is above 3% inflation. So much for the golden era. I mean, it doesn't get more clear than that. You can chart it and see that this was the worst year for jobs, and that most of that drop off happened after Donald Trump announced and put in place his tariffs, which then were on, off, on, off. And it's no big mystery why companies aren't creating new jobs. Number one, a ton of them have gone out of business. So those jobs are just gone permanently. And then you also have a huge segment that are terrified. They're like, I don't know if I should bring on new people. I mean, I've been reporting that. I reported it all through last year of how business owners are just, they don't know what to do. Remember, the word of the year was uncertainty, because so many businesses were uncertain and they had no idea. Are the tariffs on? Are they off? What are they going to be? Can I actually afford to hire people? Can I afford to give people raises or bonuses? I mean, there's so many people lost their jobs because of that, because the overhead with the Trump tariffs was just way too high. And so people were waiting to see, like, I'm not going to make a move until I know exactly how much my costs are going to be. So this is a disaster. They can keep trying to spin it all they want, and they did. That guy on Fox News that Maria Bartiromo threw it to, he did a full tap dance and tried to spin it as, oh, the economy is so great, strongest economy ever. It's like, really? Okay. Then why also, which I didn't pull up, but I heard this on another show, we now have more people working 2 jobs. This is a 25-year high for people working more than 1 job. That is a failing economy. That is a failing job market. So anyway, guys, are we winning yet? Yeah, so great. America is so great right now, isn't it? Americans being shot in the streets by Trump's Gestapo, people losing their jobs, no jobs to be had, can't afford groceries, can't afford health care. Just great. I don't know how it could get any better. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
So how have Canadian political leaders reacted to Donald Trump's illegal strikes on Venezuela and the kidnapping of their leader, Nicolas Maduro? Well, in this video, I will break that down and discuss, as well as showing you some historical context of another former party leader and former prime minister, and what he said at the time during a different regime change that the U.S. was involved in, and then what happened. But before we get there, let me start with the reality that a lot of world leaders are shocked at what Donald Trump did for obvious reasons, with Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Uruguay, Spain having releasing a joint statement rejecting outside control of Venezuela, saying in their statement they expressed their rejection of U.S. forces ousting of Nicolas Maduro as Venezuela's president and, quote, concern about any attempt at governmental control or administration or outside appropriation of natural or strategic resources, which is obviously the goal here from the Trump administration. Now, it's also worth mentioning that the death toll currently sits at 80 in Venezuela. That is, of course, from the U.S. strikes on the country, and that's according to the New York Times. Now, let me get to the good response. So, as I said, there's a good, bad, and ugly response. Don Davies, the interim leader of the NDP, released this, saying UN Charter Article 2, Section 4 is a core principle of international law. It prohibits all states from the threat/use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any other state, banning war and coercion except self-defense or UN Security Council authorization. The U.S. attack on Venezuela is neither an act of self-defense, nor does it have UN Security Council authorization. It is therefore totally illegal and a breach of the UN covenants the U.S. has agreed to uphold as a member state. Trump's declaration of that U.S. oil companies are going to take over Venezuelan oil production reveals the true motive of this attack, seizure of the largest oil reserves in the world. Trump apologists can spin all they want, but this is clearly illegal, hypocritical, and dangerous. And then he ends by saying, Maybe this reveals why Trump has been so hesitant to hold Putin to account for his invasion of Ukraine. The U.S. can have no credibility upholding international law and the rights of nations when it blatantly violates those principles itself. And the same can apply to Israel's actions in Gaza as well. But this gets to Mark Carney, Prime Minister Mark Carney, his response, unequivocally condemning his grave breaches of international peace and security, going right at Donald Trump. Oh, wait, no, sorry, this is about Nicolas Maduro. Going on to say the Canadian government therefore welcomes the opportunity for freedom, democracy, peace, and prosperity for the Venezuelan people. And then goes on to write, Canada calls on all parties to respect international law, despite the fact that the U.S. already clearly violated it. Canada attaches great importance to resolution of crises through multilateral engagement, which, of course, the U.S. is not engaged in. Just, look, I get the gears at play here, right? This is the Prime Minister. He is, you could argue, I'm not making this argument, but you could argue, people are arguing, that he is less free to say what the reality is because he is the one in power. So Don Davies being the NDP leader, he's not in power, not close to power. He's free to say what the reality is, free to say whatever he wants because there's no repercussions there from, the U.S. government. Mark Carney is under different constraints. That said, I don't know how this leads to a better outcome. So the one positive thing here you could say is that he doesn't praise Trump, because we will get to the praising of Trump. But first, I want to remind you of this article back in 2003. This is in the Wall Street Journal. Stephen Harper, now former Canadian Prime Minister. At the time, he was not Prime Minister, but he wrote this along with Stockwell Day. Canadians stand with you. Today, the world is at war. A coalition of countries under the leadership of the UK and the US is leading a military intervention to disarm Saddam Hussein. Yet Prime Minister Jean Chrétien has left Canada outside this multilateral coalition of nations. This is a serious mistake. Stephen Harper, at the time, supporting the Iraq War. If he were leader at that time, Canada would have been in the Iraq War. What did he have to do years later? This is during a debate.
Do you realize today that you were making a huge error by supporting Bush in Australia in a given speech that was deeply inspired? And that was a huge error you made at that time. Would you make the same decision today than you were proposing Canada to do in 2003?
Okay, well, Mr. Harper, then I made it very clear Canada is not going to Iraq. So obviously,
so it's not a question I asked.
Obviously, you know the answer to that question. But let's be clear
about. No, I want to hear it.
Let's be clear about Afghanistan.
Do you admit it was an error of George Bush, and you made the same error?
It was absolutely an error.
So you made an error at that time?
It's obviously clear. The evaluation of weapons of mass destruction proved
Are you
not
telling
to be
me you made an error?
Let's let him answer. Not to be correct. That's absolutely true.
So you made an error.
That's why we're not sending anybody to Iraq.
No, we're only not sending anyone to Iraq because you weren't Prime Minister.
Conservative leader Stephen Harper was so wrong about the U.S.-led war in Iraq that he actually had to admit on television during a debate that he was wrong. Something you will not see Harper do very often on anything else. But it was clear. And by the way, it was clear then. It's not as if the entire world was like, yeah, go U.S. in Iraq. No, there were other countries, many other countries, that were opposed to the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq. They knew at the time it was wrong. Not to mention, of course, the journalists who also called it out. But today we have Pierre Poilievre, the current leader of the Conservative Party, who has been shredding members to the Liberals, as Mark Carney has been governing largely as a right-wing, or at least conservative politician. So he's been able to attract some conservative MPs who are tired of Pierre Poilievre's bullshit. Like this right here. This is, it doesn't help my criticisms of Carney when Pierre Poilievre is clearly so much worse, and we're at least better off not have this lunatic in power. But here he is. Congratulations to President Trump on successfully arresting narco-terrorist. Let me just stop right there. Yes, President Trump, so concerned about narco-terrorism, can't stand leaders of countries who are engaged in apparent narco-terrorism, that literally 4 weeks ago he pardoned the ex-Honduran president who was convicted of trafficking 360 tons of cocaine. But no, Donald Trump upholds order, cares so much about the narco-terrorism that he pardoned a guy who supports him. All right, going on to say, and socialist dictator Nicolas Maduro, who should live out his days in prison. The legitimate winner of the most recent Venezuelan elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, should take office along with the courageous hero and voice of the Venezuelan people, Maria Corina Machado. Let me stop there. Because some things have come out since the strikes and illegal kidnapping that Trump engaged in about this Maria Corina Machado and Trump's feelings about her. So this gets to this clip on his thoughts about the idea that she should take over.
Aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
So she apparently doesn't have the respect of the Venezuelan people, not like Trump. And this came like an hour after Pierre Poilievre put out a statement about how it should be her, and just completely Pierre's like a little mosquito on his back. He doesn't fucking care. But this is hilarious because if you have not seen this reporting, you are going to I don't know, laugh, cry, but just understand that this is who Donald Trump is. Two people close to the White House said the president's lack of interest in boosting Machado, despite her recent efforts to flatter Trump, stemmed from her decision to accept the Nobel Peace Prize, an award the president has openly coveted. Donald Trump doesn't like Machado, not because she's not respected by the Venezuelan people like he gives a shit. It's because she accepted the Nobel Peace Prize when he feels like he should have got it. So although Machado ultimately said she was dedicating the award to Trump, I didn't even know she said that. What a clown. Her acceptance of the prize was an ultimate sin, said one of the people. Quote, if she had turned it down and said, I can't accept it because it's Donald Trump's, she'd be the president of Venezuela today. Let me go back to dipshit here. Where am I? Here we go. Congratulations, President Trump. This is the man you're congratulating. A guy who is so thin-skinned that he bases his foreign policy positions on whether or not the person that got the Nobel Prize gave him the prize or not. It's just so unbelievably insane. But it makes perfect sense for what we know about Donald Trump. So, Jiggly News sharing this. Bookmark this for when he screams about decreasing oil prices in Canada and the usual fallout. So this is the other layer that I want to include here with the Pierre Poilievre reaction, is the impact that it would likely have on oil. The Pierre Poilievre congratulating, Trump like this is like Tim Hortons congratulating McDonald's for expanding into donuts and coffee. Like, do you not understand what this, considering how much you love oil? Pierre Poilievre, this is his favorite thing, loves oil, wants to drink it, loves oil so much, yet you don't consider maybe the impact this may have on your beloved Alberta. So CBC has a great piece here, but there's others as well I'll link to below. How Venezuelan crude could shake things up for Canadian producers. So just a couple things, a couple quotes I'm going to share here. The bitumen in the Orinoco belt is identical to the bitumen in Alberta. Identical, said chemical engineer Lino Carrillo. He should know, having worked for 22 years at Venezuela's state oil company, PDVSA, followed by years in Fort McMurray. So this is a guy who, when Venezuela essentially stopped shipping as much oil as they were, moved to Canada as they were hiring up to essentially fill that gap, and is very knowledgeable about the state of the kind of oil that Venezuela has. Venezuelan crude had long been refined partly in the U.S., where many Gulf Coast and Midwestern refineries had retooled to handle the bitumen and sulfur-heavy Orinoco crude. As Venezuela's production began to shrink, Canadian oil began to fill the gap. So the next quote here is going to be from Rory Johnston, an oil market analyst who teaches at U of T. saying, quote, "The most natural market for Venezuelan barrels are the refineries actually sitting along the U.S. Gulf Coast. They won't need additional pipelines or anything else. Basically, you'll just pull a tanker up, unload, and then you're competing directly with Canadian barrels." Pierre Poilievre, guess doesn't care? As long as it means kissing Trump's ass. That's, to him, apparently what matters most above anything else. I thought he cared about oil more than Trump's ass, but apparently he cares more about Trump's ass. So another piece on this, by the way, I'll link this below the video under sources. Venezuela's oil reboot could chip away at Canada's heavy crude edge. All right. Also, just, in case it wasn't clear, it's about oil. Here's a question Donald Trump was asked from the media. Are you going to demand free and fair elections in the short term in Venezuela? He goes immediately to oil. Well, it depends. We're going to have big investments by the oil companies, and the oil companies are ready to go. It's hilarious because it's so ridiculous. And just one last thing I want to add to that, because this is also ridiculous. The New York Times is reporting that what finally pushed Trump over the edge to decide to kidnap Maduro are the videos that he saw of Maduro dancing, which he thought were mocking him. I am not joking. This is real. As they write, Mr. Maduro's regular public dancing and other displays of nonchalance in recent weeks helped persuade some on the Trump team that the Venezuelan president was mocking them and trying to call what he believed to be a bluff. These are thin-skinned children. It's hard to know what to say anymore because how can this person remain in power? How are other members of Congress not doing whatever they can? Whether it's in regards to impeachment, whatever they need to do to try and remove this lunatic from office. It is insane that this person is running the country. And you have Pierre Poilievre, the conservative leader, praising this madman.
But wait, hold on. This officer is the officer that the president said he was surprised he stayed alive. Right. And he's probably in the hospital right now. He doesn't look to be.
A 37-year-old mother of 3 was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis while she was in her car. In this video, I'm going to show you a newly released video by the New York Times that break this whole thing down. I'm also going to get some reactions from right-wing officials or Republican Trump officials that paint a completely different picture of what we can see with our very own eyes. I'm also going to say right up front here, I'm in this constant battle between my desire to break down current events with my inability to emotionally process them. So if I seem a little off in this video, it's just because I don't really get the world that we're living in right now. And it is not an enjoyable place to discuss because every single news item, practically every single news item, is worse than the last. And this is a story that is just so clear cut that there is any attempt at even debating it, to me, is so enraging. But before I get to any of these details or reactions in video, I think it's important to recognize who this woman was. So Renee Nicole Good, as I said, 37, had just recently moved in Minneapolis. And there's this great piece here from the Star Tribune breaking down who she was. I just want to highlight a few paragraphs here. Renee was one of the kindest people. This is from her mother. Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known. She was extremely compassionate. She's taken care of people all her life. She was loving, forgiving, and affectionate. She was an amazing human being. She also described herself on her Instagram account as a poet and writer. Good had previously been married to Timmy Ray Macklin Jr., who died in 2023 at the age of 36. Macklin's father, Timmy Ray Macklin Sr., was shocked to hear the news that Good had been shot and killed. He said Good and his son had a child who is now 6 years old. There's nobody else in his life. I'll drive, I'll fly to come and get my grandchild. This ICE agent orphaned a 6-year-old. Mary Radford was her neighbor, saying, quote, "It's a beautiful family. They have a son. He's very sweet. He loves our dog. He always has to go run up and pet and play with her. They're always outside playing. The Goods moved in pretty recently," Radford said, "but they had wonderful conversations. We're going to miss seeing them forever. It is so painful to think about how he's going to fare in this life, and I just can't even imagine what that family is going through." Here is the New York Times breakdown of what happened. In case you haven't seen, at this point, I have to assume everybody who wants to click on a video like this has already seen the video. But they just released this breakdown. There have been similar breakdowns, on TikTok from random people that essentially show the exact same thing. But it is very clear what happened here. So I will link to this below the video because, this is like a 4-minute clip. I don't just want to play New York Times videos here. But this shows the events of what happened. And yeah, it's clear.
One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer. President Trump and others said the federal agent was hit by the SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV.
Okay. We're going to get to the reactions from Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, just outright lying about what we can see for ourselves on video from multiple angles. This is how depraved these people are. If there is any question, I mean, at this point, if you're with those idiots, there's no helping you. But if there's somehow a doubt in your mind, oh, who's telling the truth? All you have to do is see what happened and see who is lying to you and who isn't. It's very simple. So, first, just worth pointing some things out. Her glove compartment was full of stuffed animals. This image shows that there was only one shot through the windshield. That was the first shot. And again, this is as the officer is already to the side of the vehicle. And then he shoots 2 more through the side window, showing that he was not in danger. Because if you're able to reach through the side window that was already open and shoot at somebody's face, you clearly are not in danger. This doesn't need debating. Here is John Miller on CNN with a very important point.
We did this in New York in 1994, 95. We changed it in LAPD when I was there in 2004. But it's basically simple, which is if you're confronted by a moving vehicle that could be a threat to you, get out of the way of the vehicle and don't shoot at a car. Now, this is DHS policy. I'm reading to you from DHS policy. DHS law enforcement officers are prohibited from discharging firearms at the operator of a moving vehicle or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force of the... Basically, it says, unless it...
This appears to be black and white.
Well, it does. And it also says a law enforcement officer must take into consideration the hazards that may be posed to law enforcement and innocent bystanders by an out-of-control vehicle, which we just saw the result of that. The point is, unless the person is literally either using the vehicle to ram other people in a terrorist attack, or has a car bomb, or is chasing you with the vehicle in particular, getting out of the way and reducing the tactical exigency where you're not creating a situation where you're forced to fire these shots is what most law enforcement agencies have adopted.
And very clear that that's what was there.
It's missing.
So DHS are prohibited at shooting at a moving vehicle. They were told to get out of the way. And instead, not only did this ICE agent get out of the way, he did get out of the way. He decided still to shoot at the woman driving the car, even though she was not a threat to him or anybody else. Now, there's also a clip of a doctor. This is also included in the CNN breakdown. But a doctor comes on scene saying he's a physician. ICE agent, I don't care. They shot her 3 times and then denied her medical care when they had a doctor right there. It's just cold-blooded murder. Here's Homeland Security with their take on the whole thing, despite us all seeing what happened. ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. No ICE officer was hurt. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats. Absolute horse shit. Homeland Security, the official government account, straight up lying about what happened. Donald Trump, what else do you expect? I'm not even going to read all this garbage. All you need to know is that he also clearly fucking lied. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he's alive, but is now recovering in hospital. Are you fucking kidding? And the attached clip he shows is the one shown in that New York Times piece, the one being claimed. That, oh, look, let's look at the furthest away view where everything's blurry. Oh, yeah, he was hit. And then you see the close-up videos, and no, he was never hit. He was never in danger. Amazing shit. So here's the guy who was apparently so injured, had to get rushed to hospital.
The agent who fired the shots walks up to the vehicle, then walks away, telling other agents to call 911. As I said, Homeland Security.
But wait, hold on. This officer is the officer that the president said he was surprised he stayed alive.
Right.
And he's probably in the hospital right now. He doesn't look to be.
There he is, walking around right after he murdered a mother of 3. Rushed to hospital. Amazing he lived. There is no believing your own side of the story here. We saw what happened on camera from multiple angles, and then we see afterwards who was lying and who isn't. Is the person that told you this guy was rushed to hospital, was he telling the truth or was he lying? Like, there's no debate here. So for government officials to try and make up their own story really shows you how far gone we are and how stupid they know their supporters are. J.D. Vance, it's a tragedy of her own making. Don't illegally interfere in federal law enforcement operations and try to run over our officers with your car. Here she is, moments earlier, before she was shot, waving ICE by as she's trying to pull out. Oh, yeah. She was violent. You could even hear her say here, I'm pulling out. Here's Elon Musk. She tried to run people over. Grok, his own AI, even corrected him. Based on descriptions from multiple sources of the video, it shows the vehicle moving slowly backward and forward without clear evidence of attempting to ram officers under objective standards like Graham v. Connor, which require an imminent threat for deadly force. I would not authorize lethal force solely on this footage. And then here they are apparently celebrating right after, patting each other on the back. Job well done. Here is Greg Kelly. This is a Newsmax host. Complete lunatic. Totally justified shooting, not even close. And then curious about these stickers on the back of her car. Various whack job groups and affiliations. So the first one there, KCO, must be a whack job group. That is the Kansas City women's soccer team. This is these whack job groups. The other ones apparently are from national parks. Greg Kelly, though, I'm sure is used to seeing lunatics like this drive around and just assumes everyone else is doing this. But no, that's you and Trump supporters who don't exist in reality. Here is Osmongold, or Asmongold, whatever the fuck his name is, saying, R.I.P. Bozo. They told her to get out of the car. And by the way, in case you don't know who this is, massive online streamer on Twitch, YouTube, complete loon, disgusting human being. They told her to get out of the car, and then she put it in reverse and tried to run over an officer and drive away. Here's a clip of him talking about this. This is what Twitch and YouTube allow on their platform.
Her off. He shoots her right here. Yeah, there it is. You see right there. Oh, wow. And then he shoots her. Gotcha, bitch. And then he shoots her a couple more times to finish her off. Absolutely rip fucking bozo. The only thing you have to do is crush them. You crush them completely. You never go like after you say, basically after you run one of them over, right? Or you shoot one of them for trying to run you over, then you victory lap around it and you send in more people and you do it even more.
They have to.
This is a millionaire. Over content like that. And this is a 60-minute long video, by the way. I will link this below the video. It's a compilation of all of his fantastic moments of being a massive piece of shit. Here is Fox News, Jesse Waters. What else do you expect?
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage. She was a disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer. But there's no evidence she had a law degree.
Do you understand why? Look, I'm not the only one that has a hard time processing this world. I'm sure a lot of you watching this don't know what to do. Don't know how to even keep up with what's going on, let alone be able to stay emotionally stable in just the complete insane world that we are living in. Where it's one thing if these lunatics were in a vacuum, right? And they're in their own world. They're running the government. The largest, most important in terms of size and military government on earth are run by these kinds of people. Here is Governor Tim Walz, Minnesota, saying, I've seen the video. Don't believe this propaganda machine. The state will ensure there is a full, fair, and expeditious investigation to ensure accountability and justice. Here is Tim Walz the next day, where apparently they're not allowing them to investigate.
Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability. We have learned that the Trump administration has now denied the state that ability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation.
Yes, so innocent that they are not allowing an investigation. That's what innocent people do. I want to end on this last thing because a lot of this can feel helpless. And I know, as somebody who works alone, I don't have coworkers. So having to bear the brunt, the emotional brunt of everything going on is exhausting, to say the least. But it's important to remind you that I do truly believe most people, if not the vast majority of people, are good. They're just not in power right now. So there is community in the wake of what happened here. So on an unusually warm January night in Minneapolis, thousands have gathered at a vigil for the victim to protest a federal immigration crackdown. People are demonstrating peacefully but angrily with candles and signs that read "ICE, go home," and "Minnesota doesn't need more ICE." And just thousands of people out in the streets in Minneapolis protesting against ICE and standing together to remember Renee Good. It really is. It's hard. It's hard to know what to take from this. It's hard to know what to say. But it's important to be reminded that most people are not insane. The stuff that we see, the people who currently run the U.S. government, it may appear like everything's insane, but most people are not them. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
If you're a longtime viewer of this show, then at some point you've probably heard me mention a 2014 Princeton University study conducted by Professor Gillens and Professor Page, which concluded that the United States government is effectively an oligarchy, seeing as how policy outcomes are influenced exclusively by economic elites, i.e. billionaires, and their interest groups, whereas average Americans have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes. And this study was published in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's disastrous Citizens United decision, which opened the floodgates to billionaire spending in U.S. elections. And at the time, billionaires were spending around $100 million or so on elections. But fast forward to the 2024 election, and as this Washington Post graph illustrates, billionaire spending on elections surpassed $1 billion. And the 100 wealthiest campaign contributors donated overwhelmingly to the fascist Republican Party. And Trump's recent invasion of Venezuela exemplifies the findings from that 12-year-old study, because as CNN's Harry Anten points out, a strong plurality of Americans oppose the ouster of Maduro, yet we didn't get the outcome that we wanted, of course, because what we wanted was at odds with what elites wanted, and they'll win that tug of war every single time. And to show you what I mean, Judd Legum of Popular Information points out that nobody benefited more from the invasion of Venezuela than 81-year-old billionaire Paul Singer, who acquired Citgo, the U.S.-based subsidiary of Venezuela's state-run oil company, in November of 2025 for $5.9 billion, which was less than half of the price that it was actually worth, but he got a bargain due to the U.S. embargo on Venezuelan oil imports. Now, Citgo's refineries have to purchase crude oil from Colombia and Canada, seeing as how the United States just doesn't produce those kinds of oil. We don't have those reserves here. But if cheap Venezuelan oil was an option, then Singer's new company would net him an even bigger return on that investment, to the tune of more than $1 trillion in a decade, according to an estimate by economist Gabriel Zuckman. Now, Singer's not the only vulture capitalist billionaire shitbag who's going to profit off of Trump's invasion of Venezuela, of course, but Singer really put in the work to make sure that Trump gave him the policy that he wanted. Journalist Judd Legum reports that Singer donated $5 million to Trump's MAGA super PAC in 2024, and tens of millions more to Trump's Republican allies, and he even funded Trump's transition. And to top it off, he single-handedly reportedly bankrolling Trump's effort to end Thomas Massey's career by donating $1 million to his primary challenger to appease Donald Trump. Meanwhile, he also donated millions of dollars to the Manhattan Institute, which is a right-wing think tank that he chaired, and that think tank has relentlessly pushed for Maduro's ouster for years. And keep in mind, that's one of many right-wing think tanks that Paul Singer donated to that has abdicated for regime change war in Venezuela. And Trump has also been in favor of taking their oil for years and all but admitted that that's what this entire operation was about. He kidnapped the leader of a sovereign country because he believes that American corporations are entitled to that oil. And coincidentally, one of his most prominent billionaire donors, Paul Singer, also wanted that to happen. That's an interesting coincidence, is it not? Now, I'm not alleging a quid pro quo here, even though that wouldn't be beneath Donald Trump, but the reason why Professors Gillens and Page are right about billionaires getting the policies that they want while the rest of us get nothing is because we've entered the final stage of capitalism, where democracy itself becomes a commodified venture, a money-making scheme for the richest people, where wealth directly and proportionally translates into power. And that makes sense, right? Because think about it. Why would Trump listen to Susie from Nebraska, who voted for him 3 times and donated $5 to his campaign, after Paul Singer gave him millions of dollars? Ask yourself, who do you think Trump is more likely to take a call from, Susie or Paul Singer? There's no contest. If the phone rings and it's Susie, he's not going to answer that call. She doesn't even have his number. But if Paul Singer calls Donald Trump, he's picking up that phone. And Trump isn't the only politician who's been corrupted by this incentive structure that we've built. He's just the most shameless example of capitalism's corrupting effect on democracy. And to add insult to injury, billionaires don't just control politicians, they also control Americans, which is another reason why politicians choose them over us 10 times out of 10. Because if there's a particular policy outcome that they want that we don't, billionaires know that they can easily get the media outlets that they also own, by the way, to manufacture consent for the policy that they want by convincing Americans that it benefits them somehow. And to go back to Harry Enten, this is what public opinion looked like after Trump invaded Venezuela.
After the ousting, look at that. The support through the roof. Now we're talking about 37%, well within the margin of error right here of the opposition, 38%. It turns out Americans like what they deem to be successful foreign policy operations. And in this case, they view the ousting of Maduro, at least up to this point, as a successful one, and therefore the support way up.
It really is that easy. And to be clear, even if 99% of Americans opposed a particular policy that billionaires were pushing, that wouldn't change the outcome because at the end of the day, they don't care what we want. But the goal is to lie to the masses so as to prevent them from breaking out the pitchforks and revolting. And staving off mass mobilization is much easier now for them than ever, since they have the power to shape public opinion, since, of course, they own all of the media outlets as well. As Melanie DeRigo points out, pro-Trump billionaires now control a significant portion of American media, social media, and AI. The Ellisons own CBS, and they're already spiking stories at the behest of Donald Trump. The Sinclair family has a monopoly on local television stations across the country. Elon Musk, of course, owns Twitter, which flooded the platform with AI-generated videos of Venezuelans celebrating in the streets in order to manufacture consent for Trump's war that the American people did not support initially. And regular people are having a harder time discerning what's real and what's not because there's so much propaganda and so much bullshit that, I mean, the reality that we're seeing is created for us by billionaires, almost literally at this point. So it doesn't matter how many Americans support or oppose regime change in Venezuela or any other country for that matter, because the capitalist establishment will either manufacture support for the policies that they want or just disregard our preferences entirely. If you don't like it, tough shit. Try to revolt and Trump's Gestapo will crush you immediately. And before you can even think about doing that, his other billionaire oligarchs like Peter Thiel are tracking your every move to ensure that you never muster up the courage to do it in the first place. The country belongs to billionaires, and it's still wouldn't be a real democracy even if Trump wasn't a dictator. But I want to show you what I mean by that, because last year, America's 902 billionaires made out like bandits while everybody else was suffering because their collective wealth rose by 21% from 6.7 trillion to 8.1 trillion in a year. And mind you, one of the billionaires who saw their wealth grow the most was Elon Musk, who bought his way into Trump's regime and dismantled agencies that were regulating his companies. And speaking of tech billionaires, Trump rewarded them for their support by giving them virtually all of the policies that they asked for. The New York Times reports, since the summer, Trump has eliminated many limits on AI chip exports, fast-tracked the building of data centers that power AI development, and pushed legislation that gave government approval to a type of cryptocurrency. In December, Mr. Trump signed an executive order to kill AI restrictions set by states and green-lighted sales of a more powerful NVIDIA chip to America's top rival, China. And tech is just one of many industries that's reaped the rewards of late-stage capitalism because billionaires from every single industry have completely captured our government. As the billionaire-owned Washington Post reports, the concentration of wealth is unlike anything we've ever seen in history, as is the influence that billionaires have over U.S. politics. And this graph that we saw before demonstrates that this small percentage of the population, just 100 people, is accelerating the rise of fascism by giving most of their money to the authoritarian Republican Party. But that's just a small part of their influence because, as the authors explain, donations are not the only path to power for the ultra-wealthy. Following Trump's lead, some billionaires are parlaying their financial clout into public office. At least 44 of the 902 U.S. billionaires on Forbes magazine's 2025 list, or their spouses, have been elected or appointed to state or federal office in the past 10 years, from high-level cabinet positions to more obscure advisory board seats, a review by the Post found. And just so we're abundantly clear, the solution isn't for Democrats to win back billionaires or form a coalition of good billionaires to take on the bad billionaires, because there are no good billionaires. The solution is to eliminate billionaires altogether. The solution is to disempower billionaires entirely. And I'm not just talking about a wealth tax or a hypothetical no billionaires tax. I'm talking about criminalizing billionaires. And the reason why we have to take a punitive approach is because billionaires don't become billionaires by working harder than everybody else. You can't work hard enough to earn $1 billion. They become billionaires by stealing from their workers, by stealing natural resources from the planet that we're all supposed to share, and by rigging the system against the rest of us. And I already know what some of you are going to say, Mike, that's too radical. You're taking things too far. That suggestion is just extreme. Except, counterpoint, that's actually the reasonable, moderate solution, given that the alternative is probably pitchforks. So it would behoove billionaires to do things the easy way as opposed to the hard way. But the silver lining is that billionaires may soon start to see diminishing returns on their power, because even though they're buying more media and more politicians than ever, they're also unwittingly sowing the seeds of their own destruction. And Beth Reinhardt, who's the author of that Washington Post article that we talked about, explains how they're doing this.
Anyone in politics who's being candid will acknowledge that if you have access to a billionaire, it makes you very attractive as a candidate. But the Musk example shows that there are limits and that there can be a backlash. When Zoran Mamdani, who, like his sort of mentor Bernie Sanders, started lashing out at billionaires, saying they shouldn't even exist. We saw billionaires band together in New York City to try to block him from getting elected New York City mayor, and they lost. And, in Wisconsin, like you said, there were protests against Elon Musk spending some $20 million on a Supreme Court seat. So while billionaires are having this influence, politicians are more dependent than ever. There are limits to their influence. There are times when it reaches a point where it becomes sort of a negative thing to have billionaires spending on your behalf.
And it really has reached that point, despite all of us being bombarded with nonstop pro-capitalist, pro-billionaire propaganda on a daily basis, because billionaires haven't yet found a way to gaslight Americans into thinking that their material conditions are better than they are. They've tried, but you can't really piss on somebody and tell them it's raining. I mean, you can, but that's going to be a pretty difficult task to convince them of something that absurd. And even though Americans can't articulate how they're being screwed by billionaires with much specificity, they're smart enough to sense that this really is a zero-sum game. They know that their loss is somebody else's gain. The task at hand, however, is getting them to realize that it's the billionaires who are the problem and not immigrants or trans people or black and brown people or people who they should have class solidarity with. And another thing that we've got going for us is that billionaires are so out of touch with regular people that they can't possibly fathom what we want. Like, you'll see billionaire media talk about how this is what the working class wants. But in actuality, that doesn't convince anybody because we all know that they haven't talked to a regular person in years. They surround themselves with yes people, and in effect, they shape their own perception and they warp their perception. But I mean, the fact that they're so out of touch, it just furthers the rift between them and us, which is something that we want because that's essential to build class solidarity. But I just want to show you what I mean. Just look at how perplexed Donald Trump was that Americans are so dissatisfied with his regime.
But I wish you could explain to me what the hell's going on with the mind of the public, because we have the right policy. They don't. They have horrible policy.
It's not that they love Democrats. It's that they hate you because, shocker, imposing inflationary tariffs and paying for more tax cuts for billionaires that they don't need by cutting food stamps and healthcare subsidies isn't going to be too popular when Americans are already struggling to get by. I mean, maybe you could get away with this if people were doing better, but things are so dire right now that Americans feel every single subtle change. So I guess the silver lining is that billionaires created a dystopian hellscape for us that is so brutal and ruthless that they're inadvertently creating more socialists than us left-wingers ever could. Because you can't really tell somebody how bad capitalism is. They just have to experience it on their own. And right now, Americans are experiencing the most brutal, late-stage form of capitalism that they possibly can. But the problem is that, you know, the billionaire capture of our entire system might not be something that can be undone with mere electoralism. With that being said, if they can change the entire system without a revolution, that means that it's theoretically possible for us to do the same. We just have to realize that we'll never, ever be able to match the power that the billionaires have through their wealth, but we can match it through numbers. And that's really important. However, in order to have that collective awakening, we have to get Americans to wake up and stop hating the wrong 1%. We have to get them to become class conscious. Otherwise, nothing really will ever change.
You guys work for ICE? You look like the exact kind of punk-ass bitches who would work for ICE. Did your lip fillers migrate? You better call ICE on them.
Keep going.
Look at you.
What's going on? Give me 2
You look
seconds.
fucking
here.
stupid.
Keep going. You're blocking traffic.
This is the face of people who hunt humans. This is what they look like. These are what the despicable people who hunt human beings look like. God made you bald on purpose, dude. When you're chasing the brown ones, how do you make sure your colleagues don't also chase you? Huh? You're like, hey, get them, they're brown and speaking Spanish. And then you're like, wait, not me, guys, not me. You're supposed to chase the other brown ones. You guys enjoying being ICE agents? You love it every day when you're like, oh, doesn't it feel good to feel like Nazis in Germany? Wow, we're the best. Do you even do German accents sometimes while you guys are jerking each other off in a circle?
No, this is ICE. What you messing with him for? He at the bus stop. But he's at the bus stop. What you messing with him for?
Stay back.
What are you messing with him for? You don't have to show him anything.
Get back
Nothing.
right now. Get back.
I don't have to. Don't fucking put your hands on me. Nigga, I'll mace
Fuck
your
is
ass.
the problem?
I will mace you. Don't put your fucking hands on me, bitch. This is ICE too. Yeah, close your door, bitch.
That was a short compilation from TikTok of brave Americans ruthlessly roasting the shit out of ICE agents, some of which, by the way, were new recruits. So I do love that they were already getting a taste of the humiliation that they'll feel for the rest of their lives before they're even able to commit their first kidnapping. It's also important to remind these brown shirts that they are not respected by the American public and that everybody thinks that they're a joke, which is why so many people just walk right up to them and shit talk them. And we've watched this one before on the show, but I have to play it for you again because this one is probably my favorite.
What's your real name? What's your barber name? What's your barber name? What's your barber name? What's your name? What's your street name? I did. See it from Ice Age looking ass.
Incredible. Now, as sad and pathetic as these morally corrupt clowns are, I am in no way trying to downplay the danger that they pose because make no mistake about it, ICE agents are dangerous thugs. There's a reason why they're referred to as the Gestapo, but I thought that it was important to start out on a more lighthearted note in order to bring some levity to today's video because every single day, the ICE Gestapo is reaching new lows, and as journalist Radley Balco put it for the New Republic, I've been writing and reporting on policing in the United States for more than 20 years. I've spent much of that time writing about the effects of police militarization or the way military weapons, training, uniforms, and culture have infiltrated domestic law enforcement agencies, but I've never seen anything quite like the last 6 months. And he's of course referring to ICE, but the reason why they're so uniquely bad is because the tactics that we're seeing every single day from ICE are identical to the tactics that we see from police and military forces in the most repressive authoritarian governments in the world. ICE agents routinely violate human rights and due process with impunity, and they do that because there's no accountability whatsoever, and they even act as a sort of secret police by dressing in civilian clothing with unmarked vehicles to blend in with the public to make their kidnappings a little bit more easier to pull off. And the rule of law, along with democratic norms, have been completely eroded by these fascists, with ICE agents deporting people who shouldn't be deported, deporting people outside of their court hearings, deporting people who are protected from court orders, but that just doesn't matter. Sometimes they whisk people away to countries in Africa or elsewhere where they have no connection to that country, and they're even retaliating against journalists and activists who try to hold them accountable. I mean, what we're seeing is nothing short of state-sanctioned terrorism. Balco writes, videos posted to social media showed ICE and Border Patrol agents pointing their guns at unarmed protesters, unnecessarily tackling children and elderly people, and shutting down streets and intersections as they extracted people from their cars. Agents tear-gassed entire neighborhoods, in some cases enveloping schools and even Chicago Police Department officers in clouds of chemical irritant. Videos showed federal officers engaging in precision immobilization technique, or pit maneuvers, to cut off fleeing vehicles, a dangerous tactic banned or limited by the Chicago Police Department and many other police agencies in the country. On at least 3 occasions, ICE officers violently pulled U.S. citizens from their cars and detained them, claiming the drivers had deliberately crashed into agents, despite video and witness accounts contradicting the officers' narrative. As October dragged on, the raids intensified. Toward the end of the month, immigration officers gassed the neighborhood just hours before a scheduled Halloween parade for children. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker asked the administration to pause the raids on Halloween night so Chicago kids could go trick-or-treating without fear of being gassed, witnessing traumatic arrests, or seeing their parents or caretakers apprehended and detained. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem refused, calling the request shameful. Activists in Los Angeles would later photograph immigration officers in an especially galling display of cruelty, wearing Halloween masks depicting horror movie villains while conducting immigration raids. When the citizen journalism site LA Taco asked DHS for comment, a spokesperson replied, "Happy Halloween." And that last paragraph is so important because it illustrates the psychotic mentality of these ICE agents. They seem to genuinely enjoy terrorizing people. They relish in their villainy. They love the feeling of power that they get by LARPing as action heroes. The thought that people fear them as much as they fear the villains in Halloween movies is thrilling to them. It makes their little dicks hard. These are sick, sadistic people who are as deadly as the Halloween villains that they dressed up as. And I say that because, as The Guardian reports, 2025 was ICE's deadliest year in 2 decades, with 32 people dying in their custody, including asylum seekers and dreamers, the families of which claim that they died due to neglect because they needed medical care but did not get the care that they needed. And I'd be surprised if 2026 didn't turn out to be even worse, because ICE has become so emboldened, so dangerous, that one of them just executed somebody at point blank in Minneapolis. She was 37 years old. Her name was Renee Nicole Good, and an ICE agent killed her. Now, Tricia McLaughlin, the assistant secretary of DHS, claimed that the woman who was murdered tried to run over the ICE agent, but witness accounts along with the video shortly after proved that that was a complete lie. Now, I can't show you this part of the video, but this officer pictured here fires 3 shots into the woman's vehicle, and this testimony from a local witness describes what happened next. She said she heard ICE agents telling the driver, a woman, to get out of here. She was trying to turn around, and the ICE agent was in front of her car, and he pulled out a gun and put it right in like his midriff was on her bumper, and he reached across the hood of the car and shot her in the face like 3-4 times. The witness said it appeared the woman then accelerated and traveled about 100 feet before striking a utility pole and some other vehicles. She could be seen slumped over inside her car. And she was slumped over because she had died due to being shot in the face. Now, if you watch the full video, which I'll link to down below, that is exactly what happened. The witness is correct, and the regime is very clearly lying, and they've been caught lying, but that doesn't change the narrative that they're trying to construct. Now, there were more than a dozen witnesses on the scene to corroborate the account of this witness. We've already seen multiple angles, and there is no question about what they saw. It was a cold-blooded murder.
What the
You! Shame! 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 You fucking shot someone in the fucking face! You shot someone in the fucking face! Do you have a conscience? Do you have a conscience?
What do you do in that situation? Who do you call when the people who are supposed to be enforcing laws break the law? What recourse is there for citizens after the state's power has been turned against them? Some people in Minneapolis have gathered and chanted that Minneapolis police officers need to go and arrest ICE, but the unfortunate reality is that they're all on the same team. I mean, sure, one is worse than the other, but they're still on the same team. Most police officers are in lockstep with what the regime is doing, and nothing demonstrates that reality more than this clip right here.
It is also the duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have. Immediately after the interview finished, Plickta was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video, and an officer tells Plickta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car, she was issuing a number of messages about wanting the U.S. to free Maduro. But again, she was taken away by police officers there. And you can see in this video, officers were closely following this procession in downtown Grand Rapids.
You see what I mean? In the October 2025 issue of the American Journal of Political Science, they published a study that reiterates again that police do skew more conservative than the jurisdictions that they represent, which isn't surprising seeing as how U.S. policing is inherently racist at the institutional level. So it's not a surprise that it's going to corrupt the individuals who are carrying out the whims of the regime. Not to mention, Trump signed an executive order last year giving police officers immunity from abuses that they commit against citizens. So to go back to the question at hand, who do you call when the state turns its power against its own citizens? Do you call the Trumpian police and tell them to arrest the Trumpian ICE agents? It seems hopeless, right? Like, do you take matters into your own hands and protest? I mean, you could. That's what people in Minneapolis are doing, but they were immediately assaulted with chemical weapons at point blank by militarized officers. And I don't know if those are ICE agents or local police because they all dress the same, but none of them have the legal authority to do that. At least they wouldn't have the legal authority to do that if the old Constitution that governed us for hundreds of years were still in effect. But it's obvious that mere public pressure isn't going to lead to accountability, especially when these Gestapo thugs are emboldened by the corrupt pedophile war criminal in the White House, President Neckpussy, who responded to one of his brown shirts committing murder by echoing the same exact lie that Trisha McLaughlin told us, even though by the time he posted this, we all saw multiple videos and multiple angles of what had happened, and he had the audacity to call her a professional agitator, which is a load of bullshit. But even if it were true, that wouldn't be a death sentence, or at least it shouldn't be a death sentence. It's not in civilized countries, but we're not a civilized country. And what's happening in Minneapolis is so nakedly authoritarian that even right-wingers in the city are shocked by what they're seeing, and maybe, hopefully, they're second-guessing their core values. I say that because here's what one right-wing witness said.
I'm sure that was a scary thing to witness. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty right-leaning, but seeing this is not what you need to do. This is not how to do it. It's not how we're supposed to do things around here in America.
Yeah, except when you vote for a fascist who tried to overthrow the government once before, you can't really expect things to be done the way that they're supposed to be done. And it's worth pointing out that there was a big scandal with the Hilton franchise in Minneapolis after they refused to rent rooms to ICE agents who were terrorizing the city that they were staying in, and the national Hilton brand removed that location from their system to punish them while referring to Trump's brown shirts as if they were a marginalized community, writing in a statement, "Hilton is and always will be a welcoming place for all," as if discrimination against a fascist Gestapo is comparable to discrimination against someone for being black or gay. Being an ICE agent is not an immutable characteristic. They chose to join Trump's fascist Gestapo to hunt down other human beings, and because of that choice, they deserve to be social pariahs. They deserve to have services denied to them. They deserve the scorn and ridicule that we saw at the beginning of this video, because they're not just bad people. They are a clear and present danger to the communities that they're occupying. And I'd tell you to boycott the Hilton, but I mean, every other corporation is probably also in lockstep with the regime, because that's what keeps the gravy train flowing, because we are in the final stage of capitalism and it always devolves into fascism, as you can see right now. Like, it is literally the people against the entire establishment, both the corporate establishment and the government establishment. We are our own advocates at this point. The media is not going to represent us or advocate for us. Corporations aren't going to come to the rescue. Government isn't going to come to the rescue. We are up shit creek without a fucking paddle. So the situation does feel really bleak right now, not just for us, but the entire globe, namely the countries that are being threatened right now by this regime. And as bad as we have it, keep in mind that the people most affected by this regime, they didn't have a say in the last election. But on that note, assuming that we really do have free and fair elections in 2028, which I think is really debatable, any Democrat who doesn't commit to abolishing ICE and prosecuting every single criminal from this regime, they should be laughed out of the fucking room. But even to get to that hypothetical future where we can choose a new leader, like, we have to survive a minimum of 3 more years of this. More pain, more suffering, more human rights abuses, more kidnappings, more unnecessary deaths, more murders. I mean, I feel like we're already close to the boiling point, so I don't know if Americans can tolerate that for this long without, taking to the streets. Not that that's going to do anything, but if Americans really do want to stop what's happening right now, there's one way to do that. General strike. You have to deny this entire system your labor. You have to shut this entire fucking bitch down, shut down the entire economy. We need work stoppages. You can't do this by yourself. There needs to be a lot of organization here from unions and leaders and labor, political leaders. But that's really the only thing that we have going for us, because in the not so distant future, AI is going to take away a lot of jobs. So if we don't have labor to deny to these capitalists, then we really have not a single hope of surviving this. So, there needs to be organization, there needs to be action, because I think that it's unacceptable to just expect to tolerate this for 3 years. This is not acceptable for a day, let alone 3 more fucking years.
The woman who lost her life was a self-proclaimed poet from Colorado with pronouns in her bio. A 37-year-old white woman named Renee Good. The Daily Mail says she leaves behind a lesbian partner and a child from a previous marriage. She was a disruptor, though she considered herself a legal observer. But there's no evidence she had a law degree.
You can see the agent limping away after he fired shots. And so I agree with President Trump and Secretary Noem on this, that this was an act of domestic terrorism. These were, it appears to be, paid agitators.
The left believes they can do anything they want, and we're just supposed to sit down and take it. It's time for Americans to say enough. And if you get in the way of the government repelling a foreign invasion, you're going to end up just like that lady did yesterday.
I'm sorry you had to see that. The depravity is unreal, because you can almost sense the joy in their voices when they talk about this poor woman who was murdered by ICE. She was a, self-proclaimed poet and a lesbian with pronouns in her bio, i.e., she was somebody worthy of death from the right's perspective. So don't be sad about her state-sanctioned execution. Celebrate it, since she was somebody worthy of execution, as are others like her, who we should also be doing that to. That's the vibe that they were putting out. And as cliche as it sounds, we really have reached lies on par with George Orwell's 1984. Conservatives are literally gaslighting us about a video that we all saw with our own 2 eyes. And even though this is completely unnecessary, I do want to show you this frame-by-frame analysis, which disproves all of the bullshit claims that they're making about the video that we all watched.
If you go frame by frame, you can see his feet are actually beside the vehicle at this point. And there is the first time he pulls the trigger, when, again, both of his feet show that he has fully cleared the front of that vehicle. And then the next 2 shots happen here and then here. both of which where he's very clearly having to aim through the driver's side window and actually appears to be running after the vehicle to catch up to it. This, by the way, after very clearly signaling to the ICE officers to pass by her on that street, which she was very clearly not blocking nor obstructing, because moments earlier when she first started to pull out, another vehicle started pulling out similarly and crossed in front of her. So she was telling the next one to go on ahead, not posing a threat, not obstructing nor impeding anything.
So, in other words, you should believe what you saw. Renee Good didn't try to run over Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who murdered her, nor did she block traffic. There's no doubt whatsoever to any reasonable person that the ICE agent was in the wrong in that situation. And we really didn't need a frame-by-frame replay to confirm what was obvious to all of us, but when dishonest actors try so hard to warp reality, you kind of do have to be overly scrupulous so people aren't duped by their lies. But the reason why so many conservatives are lying about the murder of this American citizen is because if they can justify her death, they think that that makes it acceptable to slander her. They did the same exact thing with George Floyd, another victim of state-sanctioned violence filmed on video 5 years ago in the same city. They told us that it wasn't the knee on his neck that led to his death. Rather, it was his own fault because he had trace amounts of drugs in his system. Therefore, it was okay to ridicule him and treat him as if his life was completely meaningless. This is what they do every single time. But I guess that this means that the moratorium on criticizing victims of violent assassinations is over because right-wingers have gone out of their way to demonize this poor woman. AI-generated slop like this was posted hours after she was murdered with the caption, "Congratulations to Renee Nicole Good on 4 hours of sobriety." So funny. Laura Loomer pointed out that the victim had pronouns in her Instagram bio and added, "I don't care about dead communists. Who cares? Why do we have to pretend like all life is equal? It's not, especially when you're a criminal. I don't care who this offends. It's the truth." But she's not the only one who feels this way, obviously, because Asmongold, the biggest political streamer on Twitch, tweeted, "Rip Bozo," and he parroted the regime's same lies about the video that we all saw. But again, these are the lies that they're using as a justification to celebrate her death. Congress Demon Nancy Mace said the same thing, writing on Twitter, "Pro tip, let ICE and law enforcement do their job and don't try to run them over. Fuck around and find out." And this is the talking point that the fascist hive mind seems to have agreed upon because they're all saying it, from politicians to pundits to social media influencers like paid genocide propagandist Xavier DeRusso, who echoed the same line of bullshit as everybody else, albeit more sassily.
FAFO, but also my condolences. But let me just say this. If you try to run over a federal agent, you will get shot. Stop trying to spread this propaganda like ICE did something wrong. Move!
I guess he thinks that if you say it in a more condescending way, it makes it more persuasive. By the way, this grifter was literally paid by the Israeli government to deny their intentional starvation of Palestinians in Gaza. And now he's accusing others of spreading propaganda about a video that we're able to see with our own fucking eyes. Irony is dead, my friends. Irony is dead. But what he said is somehow less demented than what this motherfucker said.
The storm is here. When we come, one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Patriots, get out of here. We need to back up. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday. You understand that?
They are so emboldened right now. It really feels like we are in a cold civil war. And that these people would gleefully mow down anybody who gets in the way of their fascist agenda. You oppose white supremacy? Well, you are worthy of death. These motherfuckers are so goddamn evil. And I don't use that word lightly. I used to think that nobody was actually evil in the mustache twirling cartoon character sense because I thought that people were more complicated than that. And, they just deluded themselves into thinking that their harmful actions and bad behavior were necessary or justified. But that's very clearly not the case. Like, these people know what they're doing. They know how evil they are and they enjoy being bad people. They are sick, sadistic fascists who have an unquenchable thirst for human suffering. It fuels them. They are a modern-day Nazi movement for all intents and purposes who feel like they should be able to murder their political opponents with impunity. They can't be reasoned with. You can't fix these kinds of people. They are broken. They've become so radicalized that they think it's okay for the state to murder its own citizens. I mean, if that's not evil, nothing is. They have no compassion or principles or morals. They're driven purely by the lust for power and domination over the rest of us. And if that wasn't the case, you'd think that they'd at least pretend that they're following the standard that they set in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, where at least 600 people were punished for crass comments about Charlie Kirk, or for quoting him, or for not sufficiently mourning him. I mean, it felt like they wouldn't be happy unless we literally sucked his fucking dick in effigy. A Tennessee man even spent 37 days in jail because of a meme that he posted on Facebook about Charlie Kirk. So, after all of that, you would expect them to at least feign respectability to show how better they are than the rest of us, but they're basically saying, fuck her, I'm glad she's dead, and we should be able to kill other leftists too. And I just want to point out that there's a difference between, comments about a public figure and a private citizen. Charlie Kirk was a public figure, whereas Renee Good is just a private citizen. But they don't care. They have no standards, right? They concoct new rules and standards only to subsequently disregard them when it's convenient or if it bolsters the narrative that they're trying to push. For example, prior to their lie about Renee, conservatives once did believe that it was actually okay to run over somebody with your car if they were blocking you.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets.
But you see, that rule only applies to protesters, left-wing protesters in particular, because if a mob of ICE thugs, for example, were to block your car, then they'd have the right to defend themselves, lots of air quotes here, by shooting you in the fucking face 3 times. And they're the only ones who can do that. You couldn't do that. It applies to them and only them. The rules govern us, not them. They make the rules. They set the standards, and we have to follow them. But the problem is that pointing out their inconsistencies and hypocrisy, it really is a waste of breath because, again, the one thing that motivates this fascist hive mind is power and domination. So they're not going to show some humility or try to adapt in order to address that discrepancy in their logic. They're going to laugh at your hypocrisy burn attempt. 1, because they have no shame, so you can't shame the shameless. And 2, because they don't see you as an equal human being. Therefore, your low opinion of them has no impact on their overinflated egos. And the worst part is that every single corporation and institution and public figure, every celebrity kowtows to these fucking barbarians and their politics of petulance. Every corporation bows down to them so as to not trigger the wrath of the conservative hive mind, and it is so fucking detestable. It is so frustrating. As this person on Twitter put it, are they going to have moments of silence at NFL games this weekend for Renee Good, or do they just do that for podcasters? It's a rhetorical question because we already know the answer. Because in a fascist society, you're supposed to mourn the life of an avowed racist and celebrate the death of a woman who is fighting racism. But the reason why conservatives have become so demented is because of the performative cruelty coming from the highest levels of the regime. Like good cult members, they're following their leader. Right after Rob Reiner and his wife were killed, Trump was trashing him within 24 hours. And in the immediate aftermath of Renee Good's murder, Trump decided to trash her as well, calling her a professional agitator. And if you watched my video about this yesterday, I left out the portion of his tweet where he says, based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. And the reason why I didn't address this in that video at the time is because I genuinely had no fucking idea what he was even talking about. Like, what man is in the hospital? Did some other ICE agent hurt his ankle by kicking one of the people who was trying to help Renee and administer aid to her? Like, what is he even talking about? What lie is he trying to tell? And come to find out, he was actually referring to the murderer, the guy that Nancy Mace claimed was walking away limping. It is a lie so far removed from reality, it doesn't even make sense. Either he didn't watch the video and he just believed the lies about Renee trying to run him over, or he saw the video and he hallucinated an injury. Either way, what he says goes. What he says is reality for at least a third of the population, because his fascist death cult has decided that they want to live in a reality constructed entirely by him and only him. They'll let him shape what they see. They'll believe him over their own lying eyes. If he claims the election was stolen in 2020, they'll believe him. If he claims that he's ending wars and not starting a bunch of new ones, they'll believe him. A society so far removed from empirical reality cannot survive. And J.D. Vance said the same thing. He asked, do you think this officer was wrong in defending his life against a deranged leftist who tried to run him over? I can't get over this. They just say shit. They just fucking say whatever, regardless if it's true or not, regardless if it's obviously false. And there's also the point of him calling this woman a deranged leftist, even though he said this in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's passing.
So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer. We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility. And there is no civility in the celebration of political assassination.
Hey, quick question. Who do I call when the vice president is celebrating murder? Can I call his employer? Of course not. Moreover, who do I call when the vice president is distorting reality to justify the state-sanctioned murder of a civilian? Because, of course, he did that too.
You people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you.
I'll say it again. These people are fucking evil. He is knowingly lying about the video that we all saw to make us feel like we're going crazy. And he knows that regardless of what happens objectively in this plane of existence that we're all collectively experiencing, he gets to dictate what is and isn't real for the rest of us. If he chooses to whip out his cock and piss on us and tell us it's raining, then that's the reality that we're forced to accept because he has all of the power and we have none. His lies are the truth. Up is down, left is right. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Like, I don't know if we've seen an all-out assault on objective reality like this since the Nazis, and I don't think that it's hyperbolic to make that comparison. In fact, I don't think that J.D. Vance would even think that it's hyperbolic to make that comparison, given how he once talked about how Trump could be America's Hitler. And I also think that he would think that's a fair comparison these days after saying this on national television, mind you.
I think we're going to see those deportation numbers ramp up as we get more and more people online, working for ICE, going door to door and making sure that if you're an illegal alien, you've got to get out of this country. And if you want to come back, apply through the proper channel.
He said it so casually, you might have missed it. But if you did, let me play it again for you just to confirm that your ears aren't deceiving you.
Going door to door and going door to door and going door to door.
So less than 24 hours after the Gestapo assassinated a citizen in cold blood, he's broadcasting their intent to go door to door to hunt down immigrants just to make sure that you're not hiding any of them away in your attic. So, yeah, I think that the Nazi comparison is appropriate given the circumstances, given how he's saying shit like this with his full chest, again, on national television when everybody can hear him.
The Democrats have a little bit of a Somali problem. They've let it
America
go.
has a bit of a Somali problem.
Straight up Nazi shit. They're not even trying to hide their racism at this point because they don't have to. Why would they? Seeing as how, again, they get to dictate reality. So he can call somebody a slur to their face and then say he didn't, and there's nothing that anybody can do to dispute that. It's the victors who write history, and since we've been conquered by fascists, they get to shape our entire perception of reality, apparently. It's why the White House put out a webpage brazenly lying about the most basic details about the January 6th insurrection. But they're not just rewriting history, they're rewriting yesterday. They're rewriting the fucking present before our very eyes. Like, we are truly dealing with modern day Nazis, specifically in the stage of the Third Reich, where Hitler was pursuing global conquest and Trump is now doing the same thing. He's threatening to invade our own neighbors and allies. And he's doing this because, as he put it, he doesn't need international law. He thinks he can do whatever he wants because he genuinely thinks that he is the king of the world. He thinks he can have his Gestapo murder civilians with impunity. He thinks he can pillage any country and steal their natural resources because he kind of can, since might makes right. Every day I struggle to try to process the depravity of this regime. It's just exasperating. There are no words to articulate the level of perversion and sheer immorality of the moment that we're living in. Like, we are truly living in the darkest timeline, and it feels like our only chance at holding them accountable ever is a general strike, at least while we still can, before AI takes all of our jobs, and then we have no labor to withhold from these Koreans. But the problem is that facilitating something like that, organizing something like that, is incredibly difficult. But I mean, just think about how good would it feel to grind this entire fucking system to a halt? To throw a wrench in the gears of the machine that powers the elites lording over us. It would feel so good. And that comfort that I take just fantasizing about that reality is like the only morsel of happiness I can get in this fucking time. I don't know that Americans are capable of mobilization on that scale. But one thing that we can do to put a little bit of positivity back into the universe is to support the GoFundMe for Renee's wife and her son. It's not going to bring her back or erase the unfathomable pain that they must be experiencing right now, but it's just a small thing that we can do to show solidarity with the family of a loving, empathetic human being who tried her best to make the world a better place. At a time when so many people relish in cruelty, I think that it's important that we uplift people like her, who tried to use what little power she had to right the wrongs of this sick society that we're all living in.
All right, let's go. Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from the 102.3 WHIV FM studios in New Orleans, Louisiana. This is your community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. And welcome to Noise Filter, where we cut through the noise and explain what's going on in public health simply. So today's story is about a pandemic-era plot twist. Pfizer and Moderna are back on the defense. This time, it's not against a virus, but against criticism from none other than President Donald J. Trump. So here's a setup. Trump recently said that he has seen what he calls extraordinary data on COVID vaccines, and he's right. It is extraordinary data. But he also accused the drug companies of keeping those results hidden from the public and the CDC. In other words, he praised and threw shade at the same time. Boy, I wonder if I've seen that before. The company's not exactly thrilled about being accused of hiding life-saving information, and they shot back with the receipts. Pfizer pointed out that data on its COVID vaccine has appeared in over 600 peer-reviewed publications. That's not hiding. That's publishing so much data that your local librarian would beg for vacation. And Moderna, we see they chimed in too, saying that their research doesn't just exist, it's everywhere. Regulators worldwide, hundreds of peer-reviewed studies, they're all laid out. It's on their websites. Both companies went one step further, and of course they played to Trump because, you know, that's what you do. They reminded Trump that Operation Warp Speed, his idea, the crash program to get vaccines developed at a record speed, his idea, right? That was his administration's doing. And in short, they said, hey, Mr. President, these vaccines that you helped launch, they really did save millions of lives. So where's the disconnect? Well, science out in the open, you know, but there's mistrust, right? Fueled by politics, pandemic fatigue, and years of misinformation. It makes people wonder if facts are really facts. And that's what keeps this debate simmering even years later, right? And here's why this matters. Peer review and transparency are the gold standard in science. 600 studies doesn't mean perfection, but they do mean the data is out there for scrutiny. And vaccines may not be flawless, but they remain the most effective shield we have against severe disease and death. Remember, vaccines are like seatbelts. Seatbelts don't prevent you from getting into a car accident. That's ridiculous to think about that, but it does mitigate damage if you are in a car accident. And that's what vaccines are. There are some vaccines that do prevent illness, but let's set those aside. Let's think about the respiratory. ones, right? The RNA viruses that need to be changed every year, right? The ones that protect against RNA viruses because they're very elastic or plastic and they mutate a lot. This is why you have to get regular vaccinations against RSV, against influenza, against COVID, right? So they're like seatbelts. They may not prevent the disease, but what it can do is mitigate any damage should you become infected, especially if you're older or immunocompromised. Okay. Anyway, this makes this whole debate feel a lot like accusing your smoke alarm of being too secretive while your house is clearly not on fire. Yes. Thank you for tuning into Noise Filter.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome to Environmental Coffeehouse. I am your host. Oh, Political Coffeehouse on this space. Sorry. It's good to be here. Hello. Let me give a shout out to MIDI Doctors and Nita Canadian and Jed, Tennessee Jed. It's great to see you today. Now, today I am doing my, I wasn't ready to do the show on Patagonia. My power went out again today. Second time this week. Yeah, I've got backup, but it just gets me all screwed up. So today I'm doing my list. You know, all of the since January actions, policies, and these governing choices of the orange turd administration that stink, basically. I mean, we've seen what's happened now. If you've been watching this space, it was a syndicated piece, and it was Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report. He is incredible. I mean, he nails so much of it. And of course, I'm not going to do the same thing, but I do want to talk about my list of everything. And then I'm going to go, because I do cover the EPA, and I want to talk a little bit about NCAR. So we're going to start out with, well, it's kind of a comprehensive list. You know, it's kind of comprehensive. And when I started making this list, now, of course, these are notes I've had for a year already, and things have just gotten worse. I mean, obviously, they've gotten worse. But a lot of it you're going to see is like, yeah, distraction from the Epstein files. I don't know how that, if I could, I could keep it up, but it is a distraction, in my opinion, from the Epstein files. And wait, can it go back up? I don't know, but yeah, distraction, operation distraction. Yep. Take it away. So we haven't forgotten about the Epstein files. That's just one of the list. But in my opinion, there's so much that's harmful and dangerous. It's, most of it is really morally indefensible. Now, the orange turd said the other day about going to Greenland, that he would make up his mind, but it was all about his morals. Does he know what the word moral means? Does he know what morality is? I don't think so. So we're going to start with, democracy, which we're losing, right? All right, let me take a sip. A little bit of a sore throat. I talked a lot with Jake last night. Left past 10, me and Jake, but I really thoroughly enjoyed the show. Okay, so what's happening, I'd say, is that they are really working hard in this administration to legitimize all of this negative, everything stinks, all of the negativity into being what's normal. They talking about continuing. He continues to talk about the elections as fraudulent, continues to do that. He's weaponizing the Department of Justice, weaponizing against anybody, going after the Fed chair that he hired. Just to, and is it all, do we know if it's all to be a smokescreen for the Epstein files? Part of it, but they really are. It's every single day, obviously, right? So they're weaponizing that, and they've already weaponized federal law enforcement, and I don't know if I should, no, I have another meme I made, but it's an ICE meme. We've been talking about now ICE. We've been talking about Minneapolis. We've been talking about Renee's murder for how long now, since it happened, and they have really taken the bottom of the barrel in these people that are joining ICE. Basically, they're like little Nazis. I mean, I actually, I don't know if I should put this up. It's not a bad meme. It's not bad. I made it. It was a picture I found in 2022. And it really was a bunch of Nazis in the United States. And my picture said, well, these people are now ICE agents. And another thing is the loyalty. You have to be, he's like a capo, like a don, like the mafia. You have to be loyal to this guy. You have to show your loyalty. But one thing we haven't seen yet is a lot of firings, which we did see in the first administration. He hasn't really shit-canned anybody yet, has he? If he has, let me I'm going to bring up this image. It's not, I made it. It's just, I found this it was a picture I had in my stuff. I mean, I collect everything. I make notes. I have notebooks. I have typed out stuff. This was from 2022. And I put, in 2022, these were outliers. Now they are ICE agents. Let me see if I can make it. How do I make it? Well, anyway. And then, of course, they're all, I made it. They're talking about Jewish people, right? But they're Nazis. And they're using all the tropes. Now, this administration right now is going after Penn State, But what they are asking Penn State to do is send they want the lists of every Jewish person that works there under the anti-Semitism, trying to stop anti-Semitism. But this is really not the way to do it. They're weaponizing the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which is the EEOC. I was an affirmative action officer. I was the person that did all that. And so the EEOC does not do that. They have weaponized the EEOC, and Penn State is not turning that stuff over. All of this, it's just to scare people. But what's behind it? What's behind it? We're all talking about all of the oligarchs that are donating, that have given money. His son-in-law is Jewish, so Stephen Miller is in my opinion, and people got upset with me and didn't realize I wasn't calling Trump this. I was calling Stephen Miller, and I never thought in my life I would see a Jewish white supremacist Nazi running the show, whispering in the president's ear, believing it all. So I don't know what this is all about. It's going to have to be fleshed out. Why are they asking specifically for names? The EEOC doesn't do that. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission is not that. When they are doing an investigation, and I've been part of investigations with them, they don't ask for specific people's names. If they want to interview a witness, if I wanted to interview a witness, I ask first. You ask first. You get permission first when it's this kind of thing. This isn't criminal. This is an investigation. So why do they want every Jewish professor claiming it's because of anti-Semitism and students? And the students groups are going crazy. Like they should. They should. Sorry, I have hair in my face. So it's bad. It's bad. And then there's the threats against judges and the prosecutors and journalists. They just raided a journalist's home, Washington Post journalist. They raided her home. They're took her shit. They're doing this to civil servants. What do they want to try to make intimidation normal? Political intimidation, like it's something that, we should just, this is the way it is. We should all run around being scared. Fuck no. And they've even undermined whistleblower protections. Yep. That's been done. And of course, we all know that they're trying to NSPM-7. Ken Klippenstein told us all about it, that we are, being told we're the enemy from within, or domestic terrorism, or terrorists, or whatever they're trying to do. Are they trying? Today, I even saw something that said possibly martial law. We have really crossed the tipping point, man. We have crossed the Rubicon. Holy shit. Now, I want to talk about my list of climate change and environmental destruction, but I'm going to do that last, because then I'm going to go on to the EPA and a little bit about NCAR. And I wanted to play a video I took of John Hickenlooper talking today, but I didn't have time to edit it. But he did a spectacular job. He's the former governor of Colorado. And I think whatever. He's in the Senate. Anyway, he did a spectacular job, and I recorded it, but I didn't have time to edit it. So next on my list was obviously immigration and human rights, because they don't believe in human rights. They couldn't give two shits about any of us. They really couldn't. They care about the oligarchs. They care about each other. And so obviously we've seen, the mass detention, the deportations, going to El Salvador. I mean, all of this craziness. Do we know where these people are that they're picking up? And the article yesterday, I talked about it in last night's show, about the professor from the University of Buffalo who made the wrong turn, which happens in Buffalo, went over the Peace Bridge by accident, had to come back to the United States. And now he's held in an ICE detention center in Batavia, because they're saying, I don't know what they're saying, his visa's good. It's a J1. It's up in 2029. And this is the shit that's really it's happening. We can't be scared, though. We cannot show fear. That is what they want. That's what they want. And they're still doing family separations. They're just beating people up on the streets. We're seeing it every day because everybody's filming it. And if you see it, live stream it. Like Jake said last night, live stream, live stream, live stream. We have to, because this is for history. And of course, they're saying, migrants, all migrants are criminals, which is a bunch of bullshit. We know that. They're not going after just criminals. They have crossed the line. They've crossed that line. And now it's how many countries? They have terminated the ability for anybody to get visas from 72 countries, maybe. I don't have the list in front of me, but a lot of countries. So that's it. Immigration is probably a thing of the past. I don't know why we even have a fucking Statue of Liberty. Why? Why do we have a Statue of Liberty? And then the sanctuary cities. Our governor in New York just said they're not going to cooperate with ICE. New York is a sanctuary city. Mamdani is going to make sure it stays that way. So far, we're not in the news. My state is not in the news yet. Big time, like Minneapolis, like what's happening in Minnesota, but it's happening in other places. And then, of course, due process. Human rights. What are they to these people? What are they? Civil liberties? Okay. Yeah. So those were some of the things I had on my list. And then, of course, LGBTQ. They're going after trans people in the worst way. I'm afraid for them. I'm afraid for our trans friends. Seriously. And they're rolling back, and they roll back all the protections. There's, they want to make sure that sex and gender in the federal law is completely what it is. If you've changed your license, it's going to be a thing. It is a thing already. Lying about gender affirming healthcare. And saying that, they're talking like little young children are having these types of procedures, which is such a lie. But that's propaganda TV. That's Fox. Definitely. So that's all gone. And gender affirming is what Mar-a-Lago face is. The women with the lips and all the Botox, that's gender affirming. What would happen? What would happen if they banned Botox? Oh my God. Would all the Mar-a-Lago bitches be protesting outside of the White House? I mean, RFK Jr., he's so into health. Botox is not quite that, I don't think, wonderful, is it? We don't know. And, and then there's all the religious freedom bullshit that's being used against LGBTQ people. But Scott Bessent is a gay man, and he's married with kids in the administration, but they never talk about him, interestingly enough. Isn't that interesting? All right. And then, of course, we already saw this. This is what's been happening, is reproductive rights and bodily autonomy. All right. They don't even want now, I don't know how to say this word, mifepristone to be legal. They don't want you to have any control over your body as a woman in the United States. It's already such a mess in so many states. I'm glad New York is the state that we are. I really am. But that makes this administration of mafia idiots hate the blue states even more, under the guise of Christianity. Because that's another thing, part of that whole trilogy of you can't talk about anything negative about Christianity, which, I mean, nobody really does, except for the fact that white Christian nationalism is authoritarianism and fascism, and they couldn't give a shit about the teachings of Jesus Christ. And we could talk to Antonio about that ad nauseum, and he can educate us. Antonio Reed will be with me on Sunday. Not sure exactly what we're talking about yet, but so they talk about religious liberty, but it's such a hypocrisy. It's so hypocritical how everything was supposed to be freedom, and it's the antithesis of freedom. Nothing is freedom. They want to take away everything from us, from what they look at. They want to stomp us with that boot, and they're trying as hard as they can. Yep. They're targeting doctors. They've been doing that for years. I remember when they killed a doctor in, I think it was Spring Valley, New York, these right-wing weirdos. This is years ago. They murdered an abortion doctor. These people have been percolating for years under the radar. And now the hood, the mask, the masks are on though, but the hood's off. Masks are on, the hood off. The people that like freedom and didn't like masks during COVID won't take their fucking masks off now. And then we go to healthcare. We go to healthcare, and we know what they're doing with that. The ACA. I think now what happened? The Senate, the House voted affirmatively to continue the subsidies, but the Senate did not. They make me sick. It's that's what the fear is. People losing health care. What's next? What are they going to do next? Take away Social Security? Kill all of us old people? Probably. I think Social Security disability is going to be something that's next. They just haven't gotten around to it as strongly as everything else yet. Hey, it's only been a year. And deregulating all of these workplace safety things because, and they don't give a shit about wage. Forget about the minimum wage. And then hating labor unions. We saw a president of the United States give the finger to a Ford worker because he's so sensitive, because he said, you're a pedo protector. Well, obviously, if he was not protecting pedophiles like himself, or like, what did he tell Marjorie Taylor Greene? A lot of people will get hurt. Yeah, a lot of your disgusting friends. Really. So they've done that. Just their economic policies are horrible. And obviously the tariffs aren't working. And that's all tied up in court now because of the court saying, well, there's a possibility that the Supreme Court, bullshit. The Supreme Court is not going to rule against Trump. And the Trump administration, which is our tax money, is not going to have to pay back us as taxpayers for all the ripoff of the tariffs, which are just one giant ripoff. One giant ripoff. And then they politicize emergency preparedness, and they take away funds for FEMA, and the President of the United States is hurting people on purpose. Obviously, we all know this. Nothing I am saying is a shock, right? Nothing I'm saying is a shock. They want to privatize Medicare and Medicaid. They want to privatize all of it, but the right wing has always wanted to do this, where we as progressives, we would like to see socialized medicine. We would like to see Medicare for all. It's just the way it should be, like every other normal country on the planet, even countries that aren't so-called normal. They care about their people. Don't get me started on Greenland. Oh my God. Which I could. Greenland has health care. And they've said it. They don't want to be part of the United States. They said the United States isn't going to take care of their people. Oh my God. And then they're talking about 500, floating around the number, which Trump is never going to do, $500,000 per person in Greenland. Not everybody is greedy, and not everybody can be bought. There are people that can't be bought. Maybe the Greenlanders can't be bought. That whole thing pisses me off. And, Greenland's losing the ice so fast. A couple of decades, it will be green. And I don't think people talk about that enough. but we probably will. All right. So he talks about the Orange Turd talks about drug prices, bringing them down. What does he say? 200, 300, 400%. What a joke. I mean, okay. For a guy that says he went to the Wharton School of Business, that school must really suck. I'd say really suck. So we haven't seen any of that. All I've seen is everything get higher. Prices get higher. I don't understand how anybody in their right mind could think prices are lower. They're not. I was just in Florida. The prices in Florida at the grocery store, I went with my mother, are insane. They're even higher than here. And so who is he fooling? They're delusional. They want you to believe this shit. And then you look on social media and you look at all those trolls that really that they're just deluded. They're deluded. And of course, he's got RFK Jr. with the disinformation around everything. They've already wrecked Health and Human Services. They've already wrecked the CDC, which I wouldn't read the CDC or believe anything on it right now because they have lackeys in there. Every single thing in the United States stinks, as I put in the title. Every single thing has been touched. Every single thing has been dismantled. Everything is corrupt. The only thing that wasn't dismantled was tax cuts for billionaires and very, very wealthy people. That hasn't been. Yeah. But of course, they also want to ruin all the institutions. I talked about Penn State earlier about the EEOC going after names, they want all the names. That's wrong. But they're going after higher education, obviously, for political indoctrination, which is bullshit, absolute bullshit. They want to get the curriculum in schools from like TPUSA curriculum. What's that other one? It's on the tip of my tongue, and I don't know why I lost it. But the it's just awful. Not curriculum that will teach children. And I know there's been a lot of problem in the education system. It's obvious. I mean, you just talk to teachers, and it's not. And that, I think, kind of is bipartisan. I don't know what happens exactly in local areas, but I hope, and there's that pesky word, hope. I would hope to see the curriculums of schools changed to a more progressive curriculum and teach kids civics and give parenting classes so that when kids go to school, they know how to behave and they're not throwing shit at the teachers. I think parenting classes, you're going to be a parent, you should be mandatory, have to go through parenting classes. Okay, that sounds pretty harsh. Okay, maybe talk to some of these teachers. And so they don't like the researchers at the universities from other countries, which is so evident by the comment section on this investigative post about the professor from the University of Buffalo, who is a neuroscience researcher who is doing amazing with the medical school, amazing research, and now he's in detention. And of course, these people just have to say, well, send them back to Azerbaijan because they're racist. This whole country is just well, no, not the whole country. The people that elected the orange turd, again, I say, they took the hood off and put the mask on. And even people that support Trump, and I was talking about this with my very wise mother, a lot of it is economic too, because they're greedy. I mean, it's about money. They supported Trump because they thought that, more. And they want to take away the money from the institutions because that's what they did with Ed Carr. We're going to talk about that. And, undermining science, they hate science. Climate and biology, they hate it. They really hate it. And then, of course, there is foreign policy, which I'm not equipped to talk about today, but we've seen what their foreign policy is. The Secretary of Hate, the Secretary of Signal Group Chat, Pete Hegseth, former Fox host. They planned this whole Venezuela thing. Now we don't even know what's behind it. You know, they say it's oil, oil, oil. Yeah, but there's more to this story, and we'll find out. And then they want to forget about it with this whole Greenland thing. We're going against. They're threatening to go to war with our allies, and now the European Union are sending reinforcements to Greenland. Where's that going to end? Is it going to end on somebody dropping bombs in the United States? Because Trump wants a dome like Israel has, but we don't have it yet. Dome. Don't be an asshole. We wouldn't need a dome. We could be the shining beacon on the hill. So that's, he's got his lackeys. He's got Malay. And I will be doing that show on Patagonia because it's really fascinating. The beautiful, beautiful country that Argentina is. Oh my gosh. All right. So I guess with foreign policy, they're just basically, well, Fox is lying about everything, and they're using it to keep to propagate their funding war. I mean, their culture war, and it's our money. All this money is what we pay into federal taxes. Where's it all coming from? When the orange turd talks about bringing out all this tariff money, I think that we are going broke. We're going to collapse. He's collapsing the United States, and it could be on purpose because, I could say it. Who's laughing? Who's watching us and cheering it on? Yeah. And then, of course, attacking journalism. I already talked about the journalist that had her house raided. And disinformation, it's a strategy, to misinform and disinform and confuse people and lie to them because we are now, state communication propaganda. What happens in the next year? It's only been a year. Only been a year. And I will watch these other live streams and I see people in the comment section screaming to get rid of this guy. How do you do it? How do you do it? Maybe the military has to do it. Maybe there are younger people in the military whose parents were in the military or whose father or mother went to Iraq and really had a terrible situation. And maybe the parents can say, this is not right. Things that are happening are not right. And they want to, our astronaut, Mark Kelly, they want to take his pension away. They want to punish him and Alyssa Slotkin and the one other for telling the military that they don't have to obey illegal orders. So it's basically everything is eroding all of our norms. And then, of course, accelerating climate change, all of our collapses that are going to happen, they're just accelerating. And what is it that I like to say? I like to say putting the nails in the coffin of humanity, because that's what's happening. State power. Everything they said that they weren't, they are the deep state. They are everything. They're doing everything opposite. They lied to the American people so badly. Oliver says, where Oliver, you had a comment that said military won't do it unless he tries to stay after 2028, or maybe if he's impeached and convicted and tries to stay. I don't know. I'm talking off the top of my head, in this one. Authoritarian, fascist. They don't like to be called fascists. All you have to do is look at history. And they just want to make us, he's the grievance president, the president of grievance against everything. All right. So, as progressives that most of us are on the left, all of this stinks. And we don't want to see this minority rule. All they want to do is protect fossil fuel capital. They want to roll back human rights. They want to normalize all this authoritarian shit. And now I'm going to go to my notes on climate and environment, because that's basically what I cover. Maybe we're political coffee house on Thursdays, but I'm covering this because the EPA is, and I'm going to go over some specifics. I'll just go over what was in my notes. I keep my bullet point, my notes, but rolling back all the EPA to me is cringe. It's one of the worst things. And all of this fast tracking of these fossil fuel projects, all of these things happening with wanting to sell off federal lands. This is an affront to everyone. This is our country. Our tax dollars go to protect those federal lands, and these people want to sell off lands. I heard Hickenlooper said today in Colorado, it just ain't going to happen. But yet there's that other fucking moron, Mike Lee in Utah, who's been chomping at the bit to sell off bears' ears since the first Trump administration. That guy, he's a disgusting, despicable person. Anybody that wants to do that, to get rid of public lands, to take away the diversity of these lands, where that's the only place, at least in our country, where there's going to be any kind of wildlife left. Defunding all of the science. It's awful. Climate science, because Russell Vogt said that NCAR is like the climate alarmist, not even knowing. Does he even understand NCAR? We'll talk about it. And they also are doing in public lands, they're also polluting them. They told companies, go ahead, dump. Go ahead, just, dump your extracted water and go ahead and drill. They want to gut all the environmental standards. Justice. ICE is even holding indigenous people who are the original Americans. Fuck you for doing that. Okay. So I want to go into the EPA. And I want to talk, that Lee Zeldin is completely not one of my favorite people. And they are aggressively deregulating these environmental protections. I talked about this once on this show, on this space, about him. One of the first things that Lee Zeldin, who is a big pussy kitty in my eyes, he wanted to make the largest EPA deregulatory whatever in history. And they're doing it. They're really doing it. They started with the endangerment finding, which you can watch my show. That's on the greenhouse gases, which I've talked about that before. The determination from 2009 that the greenhouse gases such as CO2 and methane, they harm us. Now they don't even give a shit about quantifying what the harm is. They don't care. Don't these people have to live on the same planet we do? Don't they? So that's what they're doing. They're halting the health-based, what is it called? Health-based benefit calculation. They ceased, now it's called monetizing the health benefits of reducing air pollution specifically, which is like lives saved, hospitalization, tracking the data. So they won't use that when they're making any kind of rules or looking at particulate matter or the ozone. And they just really want to look at compliance costs. That's all they care about. It stinks. It's cringe. It's against what every progressive feels and desires and wants. And it's against justice. It's against humanity. It's the nails in the coffin of humanity. That's what Lee Zeldin is ushering in. There's no rationale anymore for protective standards. They just loosening the air quality, just, and who does it affect? The more vulnerable communities. And there are those of you that might be in the chat that understand this. The sacrifice zones. People that live around nuclear plants, data centers, fracking operations, coal mines. It's like, who cares? They're disposable. They're just disposable. And then cutting the science and the staff, all these wonderful scientists. Remember how when I lost my channel because I was so, well, I don't know why it was, but I was so watching the 100-hour live stream by all the climate scientists and scientists that were streaming for 3 days straight. And I was addicted to it. And I was unbelievably, well, I love them all. I mean, these people are just amazing. And what's going to happen is, at least through the EPA and through not funding these things, they're students that are students in these universities. We'll just say university, in Colorado or university, about anywhere. They can't finish their PhD because there's going to be no job for them in the United States. I mean, climate, environment, these are big issues, but there'll be no money. They're taking away the money. They are shutting down under the EPA. They're shutting down the Office of Research Development, driving hundreds of scientists out of the country. But can they all find jobs out of the country? And is it feasible for all of them to leave? And of course, right on the chopping block, forget the environmental justice programs and grants. Forget it. They don't give a shit about any of that. They don't care about helping low-income communities and communities of color. Like I said before, the sacrifice zones. They don't care. So all of it doesn't matter. There will not be local capacity, at least from the EPA, to monitor and enforce any of these rules. It's cruel and it's heartless. And reducing the funding for all of those projects I said already, air, water, climate projects. What did they do in Colorado, in Lauren Boebert's district? They just pulled back the money for clean water that's been worked on for 60 years. Colorado needs clean water, right? And nope, and it's political. It's grievance. Because it's a blue state and because possibly the orange turd doesn't like the governor. He wants to hurt people. Probably because of that Tina Peters election fraud bitch that they won't let out of jail. But I mean, this is not a way to govern. Destroying your country. They call these things, these climate and environmental justice related programs, they're calling it wasteful. So they're saying that millions of people that live in these areas are wasteful. They hate us. They hate the United States. So there'll be more emission standards for power plants, cars, mercury, forever chemicals. Oh, that's a big thing. I don't have the name of the two. I talked about it on another show. Two pesticides that the United States is saying, gung-ho, go ahead. They've got PFAS in them. You're going to have to fight to get this shit out of the drinking water or even have clean drinking water. Yep. Just weakened public health safeguards that were worked on so hard for so many years. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. So, in my opinion, it's ruining the EPA because the agency's core values, their core values was public health and environmental protection. And it's not. It's now just deregulating everything. Some of these people that used to work in the EPA are screaming about this, but it's to deaf ears because Lee Zeldin is a sellout. He's not human. He was a congressman in Long Island. How could he do what he's doing? How could he believe that this is the right thing to do? How could he believe this is the right thing to do? Nope. It's all for the big industries. And as we're seeing, the fight for data centers. And now the fight against data centers is starting to pick up in a lot more communities because people are waking up. And I don't think it's bipartisan. Anybody, it's farmers, it's people seeing. Of course, it's money. They don't want to pay more electric bills. But there are those that understand the environmental impacts are just horrible. But I'd say the EPA is the environmental severe harm. They're not the protection agency. They're the poop agency. Poop on you. Let's poop on everybody in the United States. They say, okay, well, we have to balance environmental things with growth, economic growth, which we all know economic growth is killing the planet. It's killing the planet. You can't have infinite growth on a finite planet, a planet with finite resources. You can't. You can't. So now we're going to go up to NCAR in Colorado, the National Center for Atmospheric Research, which, I've said this before. Maybe I sound like a broken record. I've even made comments to Max Velocity and what's the other one? Ryan Hall. Where are you going to get your data from? Because it all comes from NCAR. Where are you going to get your data from? And I noticed that some of these people are starting to use the European models more, right? But NCAR, and this I'm going to read a little bit. Their work, because this I had to copy from somewhere. Their work spans a range of disciplines essential to understanding and responding to environmental changes. So obviously climate science research, which what's his name? Idiot Project 2025. God, Mike, I'm going so fast. Things flying in and out of my brain. Russell Vogt. He's evil. I could give you my top evil people. He's one of them. But climate science, NCAR was core research on how our climate system works. And they were doing long-term modeling and projections and studying the causes and the consequences of the warming planet. And really understanding the atmospheric chemistry and greenhouse gas dynamics, all these things critical for a habitable planet. If there is even such thing anymore. I mean, we like I say, nails in the coffin, tipping point and cross the Rubicon. I have my plethora of things. And I guess that's a doomer viewpoint. But when you look at everything the way I'm looking at it, I mean, there are beautiful people around the world doing beautiful things. But you look at the totality. I mean, just getting rid of NCAR, which actually provides the weather forecasting and severe weather prediction for the military. And if they went to Venezuela and did this, the military needed to have absolutely perfect data. They'd had to know what the weather was like, or it could have put lives in jeopardy. Well, where's that coming from, Pentagon? It's coming from NCAR. And they have the most widely used numerical weather models and forecasting in the United States and globally. At least they did. Because every time I go on one of the websites, on our governmental websites, things are missing. They're not getting funded. Tommyist. Here we go. Declining EROI. Goddamn right. All right. So we now have to think about this. If NCAR goes away, hurricanes, tornadoes, windstorms, fires, floods, droughts, all of this. What are we going to go back to 1920s and look out the fucking window and go, uh-oh, Mabel, I think I see me a tornado over there. I mean, it's like insanity. And this administration does not want to have a FEMA. They do not want to help people. Can you imagine? So NCAR helped also with regional, seasonal forecasts, just nice things for the weather channels or for the local newscasters. The National Weather Service helping them. The National Weather Service, a gem. And those people were on that 100-hour live stream. A lot of the former heads of the National Weather Service, because those people understand how critical this is. And in NCAR, they have the nation's supercomputing centers devoted to all this stuff and Earth system science. They had the state-of-the-art high-resolution simulations that the world used. Well, they still do. I don't think it's all done yet because there's fights going on about this, about not taking this funding away. But they also have specialized instruments. They have research aircraft. They collect atmospheric data. And it's not climate alarmism. Russell, vote, you stupid fucking asshole. It's not. Jesus Christ ain't going to change the tornado or the flood coming towards you, Russell. If you're in your mega church and it just so happens that you're in the South and the weather changes very fast, you don't know what's coming. Goodbye. Wonder if the FEMA funds will be sent to those non-tax 501c3 phony baloney bullshit mega churches that spew political garbage like TPUSA, like Erica Kirk did. Oh, I think J.D. Vance should run for president with her crocodile tears. Crocodile tears. And NCAR, they are premier, NCAR hosts researchers from all over the world, data and tools. I mean, forget world collaboration anymore because the United States is the laughingstock of the world. Nobody's going to want to work with the United States. Maybe Israel. But I mean, seriously. And I saw a comment from Chaz. Where is it? Oh, is it here? EU has plenty of weather forecasts, but they won't tell MAGA about it until 2 days later. I can't play sound effects on here, but that was pretty funny. That jazz. That was good. But I mean, NCAR is just, they're so fucked up. They just want to break it up. Fossil Vote wants to get rid of it. Can you believe he's the guy with the purse strings, the OMB guy, the budget director? He's not qualified. None of them are qualified. They're not qualified. He's in my top 10, along with Kristi Noem. Well, Donald Trump is at the top. Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, Russell Vogt. Evil people. Evil. Tom Homan. Can ham face? Where's the $50,000, Tom? Where's the $50,000 payoff of taxpayer money? So the administration actually mentioned that they might move the stuff elsewhere. Like where? Russia? Russia used to do great research with us. Putin screwed that all up. We had Russians come to my school. I mean, great researchers. The people aren't the problem. It's these oligarchs and leaders. They're all insane. And the more power you get, the more the mental sickness just sets in. The greed is human frailty. Greed is what is going to lead us to extinction of every species. Just listen to Lyle Lewis, who wrote the book on extinction. I've had him on 3 times. Beautiful man, and he is writing another book. So right now, the 2026 budget proposal was roughly 40%, but I think they're going to do more. They are. And they want to get rid of NOAA labs too. I mean, how many scientists have been laid off? Have you seen, if you look at the layoffs in the United States, it's a lot of federal government layoff. Yep. So it's all undermined. It's really. So climate science is just weakened at the most critical time, and it undermines public safety and weather prediction, and certainly U.S. global leadership. We're in the toilet. If I could flush, I don't have the sound effect, I would definitely flush Russell Vogt down the environmental coffeehouse flush of the day, because we don't have global leadership. And by the way, Professor Elliot Jacobson is saying everybody needs to boycott the FIFA or FIFA or whatever games it is. Boycott, boycott, boycott. Boycott. Boycotts can work. You know, we got to get them. We got to get them in the proverbial financial balls. You got it? So all of this crap, they've politicized the destruction of the environment. I mean, it has been for a long time, but the power now is just taking it away. I mean, some Republicans, I guess, possibly might understand that. It was like, I listened to Hickenlooper today. I don't know if he's a Republican. I actually just listened to him, and I don't remember. Does anybody know? Is he a Republican? I don't remember. All right. So what's my bottom line before I leave? I've got 5 minutes, and the bottom line is NCAR. To tie this up, since I've gone through my list of everything that stinks, I guess it's my New Year's look back at 2025, although I already did that. I'm just doing it again. It's not fringe. This is a very important institution in Colorado. It's a critical pillar for us. It's one of our pillars of atmospheric science, earth science. It's just really sad. It's just the worst. It's worst policy. I mean, among every other stinking horrible. I use the word stink. Stink. They stink. And if you saw the show that I put up a graphic that Matt hated, they stink like bull. So here we are. Who's with us? Who could I say hi? Yeah. After the Qatar and the trophy stud, FIFA can kick rocks for all I care. Yeah, really. I think that's part of what Professor Elliot Jacobson might be saying. We've got some phenomenal people. And by the way, I'm working on getting Art Berman, the energy expert. I wrote to him today. I would really like to talk to him about energy and overshoot. I'm trying to get my shit together to be a little more consistent with interviews. And I really want to talk to Art Berman. He wrote his writing is amazing in Substack. He's an energy expert. And Keith, you don't think Venezuela was planned? Well, they didn't plan anything. They planned the military part. I don't think they planned what was going to happen underneath. Or are you looking at that other now thing that's coming out, that there's a ulterior, darker motive? There's an ulterior, darker motive in everything that this administration does. Every single thing. Every single thing. Okay, so I see Nefrist. Hi, Nefrist. And Alex is here. And Barry, thank you for coming. And Kelly is here. And John is here. And Kim, thank you for moderating. And Looney, thank you for moderating. Midi Doctors, I love you. Yep. Yes, Art Berman from Oil Drum Days. Really, really want him on. And my Tommyist, I love you so much. Would you agree that things will need to get even worse before the brainwashed masses start getting pissed enough to disrupt the system? Probably, because there's so much denial. Read my article on denial on Substack. They're in denial. This government is in denial that they are a fascist piece of shit. They're all in denial. Read it. I'm on Substack. And I like writing. I did have one more graphic, but I don't know if I have enough time, but I have 2 minutes. The big, beautiful delay. Why you're not feeling the bill yet. You know, that big, beautiful bill. And really quick, the cuts, why some of these people aren't feeling it. And this goes with Tommy. Medicaid work rules, not till December 26. Food aid restrictions, late 2026. Clean energy credits, end of mid to late 2026. Student loan changes gradually by 2026. Affordable housing cuts phased in post 2025. Rural hospital funding declines start in 2026, like where I live. Why it's delayed? Politicians want your vote before you feel the impact. The harshest parts are hidden until after the ballots are cast. But if we can even vote, by then it's harder to stop. Stay alert, spread the word, know what's coming, watch what's delayed, not what's announced. So basically, that goes with what Tommy has said. And that's going to hit everybody. All right? That's going to hit everybody. One more minute. Thank you, everybody, for any super chats. I didn't see them. I'm sure my mods thanked you. It's very much appreciated. Trust me, I have a sick cat. And hey, listen, my finances are fucked up. And that's no different than half of everybody in this country. I'm in good company. I'm in good company. I mean, when I can't go out. I mean, I can't even leave the house till next week, but I'm used to it. So how do you find it? How do you find what? My Substack? Just go on Substack under Environmental Coffeehouse or Sandy Blue Ocean. Or who else is? I mean, a lot of stuff. Listen, Substack I like. And honestly, I really do like writing. And I am trying very, very hard to write from my heart, write from my bones, like the book I'm reading. And I think it's really important, you know, for me. It's another way of cathartic working out all of this stuff, because I do tough, you know, this channel handles some of the most difficult information on the planet. We do. And I need to be able to handle myself. And I do take advantage of some of the support networks that I ask, you know, I provide you the links for, like the Good Grief Network when I need them. But I have all of you. And there's some wonderful people in my life. I may not hug you personally, but I talk with you and I care for you. And I'm really, really grateful. And I'm grateful for this space. I really hope this space takes off, because progressive media is critical at this time. As long as, you know, we fight back and we don't let that bullshit with the NSPM7 and all that other shit give us any fear. Because all there is with fear is to be afraid of fear is fear itself. And when you think about it, what do we have to lose? Maybe I feel that way because I'm older, but I felt that way younger too. This is the biggest fight of our lives. This is the most serious thing we've lived through, most of us. We've always had terrible problems in this country. We've always been in war. We've always been screwed up. But we've never had the potential of extincting everything on the planet and taking it with us. So fight and no fear. Peace out. Stay tuned for the next person on this space, and I'll see you Friday night. Peace out.
Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, hey, I don't want to cut you off. Well, okay, just hold on one sec. Have you ever heard of a monograph? Do you know what that is? It's not a commonly used word or expression. A monograph is a detailed scholarly book or long paper focusing on a single specialized subject, often by one author, providing in-depth analysis for a limited expert audience. Okay, look, single subject, historical, archival. There's a million ways to explain it that are more accessible than that definition. I want to show you a monograph today, which is essentially an art book with historical context. It is about American graphic designer and typographer Herb Lubeline. You know this gentleman's work, whether you've heard the name or not. Now, look, it's a pricey book. You can buy it. It's oversized. It's hardback. It's full color. It's near 500 pages. That has a lot to do with the value. It's the first of its kind about this specific person. Divided into sections on his work in advertising, typography, and editorial, the book features an extensive biographical text by several colleagues and aficionados and experts in the field. It not only includes, well-known images, but never before published images and previously unseen photographs of Lubeline at work in his studio or his office. And look, I got to tell you, as an illustrator and a graphic designer, I will go on and on and on about the value of seeing an artist in their element, in their studio, watching them create within their process. The artistic process is something we can all apply to our daily lives. And so witnessing someone who has already lived an entire lifetime, this Lubeline has passed away in the 80s, and someone who has lived an entire life creating and lending to the way others create and building. I mean, if you've ever chosen a font on your computer, you can thank this guy. And so benefiting from his process is something that has immense value. And so that book, for that reason, may be worth the price. Now, it's not lost on me that it is expensive at $95. So, and that doesn't even include shipping and taxes. And this is a world where we have to take all that into consideration. So here's another far more accessible way to check him out. We're going to go to an article now. And look, it's one thing to hear that a guy is influential. But if you don't know specifically what he's done, then who cares, right? And here's the good news. We've all seen this guy's work. Like I was saying, when it comes to like being a logo designer and creating actual fonts like by hand, you can't help but have seen his work. So let's check this out. This is at Graphene blog. We're just going to skip around here and do some excerpts. In his 40-year career from 1939 to 1980, Herb Lubeline revolutionized the American editorial and advertising style. His ideas led designers to change their approach to typography through what he called graphic expressionism, the use of typography or lettering as a creative means of expressing an idea to elicit an emotional response from the viewer, and not just a mechanism for assembling letters on a page. This was a massive, massive moment in the design and the art world, but also just the way we do stuff. His way of considering words and images shook up the orderly and regulated vision of modern Swiss graphic design, which had been used until then, and especially since after the First World War. I bet a lot of people don't know that most of the design you see in the world is Swiss graphic design influenced. It was the standard in typography until Lubeline came along. But check this out. Going back to high school, Lubeline shows no sign of a penchant for art except that he draws erotic portraits of Tarzan and Jane. He was a little perv. This earned him the reputation of being a young pervert, often expelled, but just as inspired, he composed a few posters and won a few prizes. He was ambidextrous and didn't talk a whole lot, and so they refer to him as no voice but two hands. When he is given an assignment in calligraphy, his teacher is convinced that he is left-handed and that holding the pen with his right hand will be a real difficulty. As he is ambidextrous, he did not bother to specify it. He completes the task rather easily and obtains the best mark, not because he is the best, but because the teacher wishes to encourage him despite his quote-unquote handicap. This trick will give him the confidence to continue. He quickly becomes one of the best students and learns to think and implement graphic solutions. There it is. You develop a process around some sort of art and you can immediately implement that into your life. Who doesn't want to learn to think and implement graphic solutions? This is getting out of the box. And he did it from a young age. Upon graduation, he began his artistic career by designing, like many others, lettering for a sign company in New York for 1939's World Fair. Fired for asking for a $2 raise, about $40 today, Lubeline freelanced for magazines and agencies or did art direction for book covers. Here's some of those. He's amazing. There's a whole lot of stuff about him and a whole lot of work to look at. I bring up Lubeline for a reason, so I want to keep going. In the 1940s, when Herb started working, being a layout artist meant putting titles, text, and images into the available space. The images were printed on glossy paper and collected in sheets in the middle of the books. The profession of graphic designer, as we understand it today, did not exist yet. We found then advertising designers, visual artists who collaborated with typographers and illustrators, retouchers, and calligraphers in a complementary but separate work and without direct link with the customer. Poster artists, true artists since the golden age of the poster at the end of the 19th century, mastered several of these specialties at once. So there was a time where true artists, quote unquote, for things like poster artists, took into account all this stuff that we now call graphic design is just part of the job. It's what made them experts. So again, we see the final product. We go, oh, wow, amazing painting. Or wow, great poster. Like, oh, it's a great poster. I know everything about this event. It's advertising or whatever the propaganda was that it was trying to convey. Oh, but it's so like well done. I want to own it. Well, there was a lot of graphic design that went into that, and that was just lost on people until this guy came around and made it an art in itself. In 1964, then vice president, creative director, and partner of Sudler and Hennessy, Lubeline said he was, quote, tired of advertising and opened his own graphic design firm. He still says he loves advertising, but wants to work in, quote, insufficient quantity with the right people and not limit himself to advertising alone. It's a liberation for him, making a creative turning point in his work. Herb Lubeline is thus graphically committed against the excesses of politics, such as war, by creating for the magazine of Black Americans, Ebony, or for Jewish philanthropic works. He's amazing. A lot of this stuff is worth taking a look at, and I'm just scrolling by it. But don't worry, we're going to get to one thing that he did in particular that's worth pausing on. In 1964, Lubeline created the identity for Sprite, Coca-Cola's new drink, in collaboration with the client's terms. The identity is sparkling and fresh, inspired by pop art, but somewhat diluted compared to what he is used to doing. A few months later, Lubeline published a fact sheet that denounced the client's products. Strangely, or perhaps because he was one of the best art directors of the time, Coca-Cola continued to work with him. So this guy is very much anti-capitalist. He saw it from the inside, how advertising and marketing works. Lubeline re-injects into modern typography, which until then had been neutral and mechanized by the use of universal geometric typefaces, the trace of manual gestures that had disappeared with the new typography of the modernist of the 1920s. The letter becomes the image. As in the first pictograph writings, except that unlike the pictographs, it is the letters assembled in words which form the drawing and not just a sign alone. It's remarkable. There's so much to look at. Look at all these. Look at all these. There's one logo in here that I want to talk about specifically because it's relevant to what is going on in the news today. But just quick. In 1970, 10 years before his death, Lubeline co-founded with Burns the International Typeface Corporation, ITC. You will see ITC at the end of a lot of fonts in use on your home computers and devices. The first virtual typographic library that also fought for fair pay for type designers for a change, right? Let's get people paid. And the magazine U&LC Up and Lowercase, which he illustrated and for which he was artistic director. It is said that Herb Lubeline revolutionized the way typefaces are used as images, but it should not be forgotten that he is the heir to a long line of artists and graphic designers who played with letters before him. A parallel can be drawn between creative liberation and the technological revolution brought about by photo composition and the typographic experiments of the beginning of the 20th century, which used text as a visual element following the revolution of lithography and later on collage. Lubeline's real strength was to draw sets of words as images and to consider them as such in the layouts, allowing the elaboration of graphics composed only of text, but as beautiful and exciting as images. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but for Herb Lubeline, it is the other way around. So just real quick, let's go back up to the bit about the ITC. The ITC offers 4 times a year to the industrialist new typographic collections and incidentally the typefaces of Lubeline that they only have to photograph and manufacture. This is a considerable time saver. So the new typefaces are distributed free of charge around the world to studios, agencies, and designers in the magazine. But you know, this is essentially the moment where people could have fonts at their disposal. Thank you. Right? Do you ever just want to change a font on your computer? Do you ever just want to make it bold? You can thank Lubeline. Okay, so here's the next this is where I'm going with this. Now, here on Hey Funny Book, we talk about politics and art. And so we talk about the politics of art and the art of politics, but I'm not just going to, launch into a thing about a graphic designer without bringing it around to, current affairs, to what's happening today in the news. So real quick, I want to show you what I think this guy, I mean, he helped design the NBC Peacock logo, a lot of stuff, but this is one that I think is relevant because this is something that affected me as a child in a very meaningful way.
Take the story of the PBS logo. Herb often joked that he had to convince the client, PBS, that they actually wanted the logo he designed, as they kept asking him to change it.
Well, after much contemplation, we decided that the obvious solution comes out of the name. Public means people. They loved it, but they had a few reservations. The little man was red and facing left. And they said, well, couldn't you change the color? And we said, sure, we can change the color. That's not difficult. And they said, well, how about turning the N and the P around? And we said, that's impossible. If we turn the face around, he's going to have his nose right up the B.
So we finally settled on the blue man, but facing left. And that's the story behind the PBS logo.
Subscribe to 2 Studio and join us in celebrating the lives and stories of creative pioneers.
2 Studios is pretty cool. Okay. The logo, this exact logo, the original, was used until around 1984, but variations of it exist to this day, and it is beyond influential. I would challenge any American not to recognize the PBS logo or to be like, there's been a lot of tests out there where people are like, can you draw the Pepsi logo? Can you draw the Domino's pizza logo? And then they create like a chart of least accurate to most accurate just to see what people remember and how people think they know what something is when they don't. I think a lot of people would be able to nail PBS, although the nose might be up the B, as Lou Beline said in some of those variations. Now, why are we talking about PBS? Unfortunately, we have a lot of reasons. As I reported recently, and I will bring up again, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting's patriotic goodbye. This is from Public Notice, the Substack by Liz Dye. Better nothing than a MAGA mouthpiece. There are some beloved Sesame Street characters there, some traditional Muppets. On Monday, this is Monday of last week, the Corporation for, and we're in January 2026 for what it's worth. On Monday, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting shut itself down, defunded by Congress, and fearing the Trump administration might pervert the organization to further undermine free media, the board members agreed it was better to salt the earth than leave behind a place for Trump to plant his poisonous choking weeds. Quote, CPB's board determined that without the resources to fulfill its congressionally mandated responsibilities, maintaining the corporation as a non-functional entity would serve the public interest or advance the goals of public media, reads the statement on its website. A dormant and defunded CPB could have become vulnerable to future political manipulation or misuse, threatening the independence of public media and the trust audiences place in it, and potentially subjecting staff and board members to legal exposure from bad faith actors. So that PBS logo, while memorable and meaningful, may not be, it may be a thing of the past, I'm sorry to say. Things are changing over there, and not just that Corporation for Public Broadcasting, but just so everyone is perfectly clear what this means, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, CPB, was a private, not, and was being the correct term or correct tense, was a private nonprofit organization created by the U.S. Congress in 1967 to support public media, distributing federal funds to local public radio and television like PBS, NPR, for educational, cultural, and informational content. CPB acted as a fundraising steward, ensuring broad access to trusted content, and its recent closure marks a significant shift impacting services in rural areas and beyond. Make no mistake, the Trump administration is satisfied with this outcome. Either they get to broadcast their own propaganda and quote-unquote educational materials from the likes of PragerU, which we'll get into at a later time, or the thing they sought to manipulate just goes away and is not a problem at all. They put that money back in their pockets. Make a note. It will not be enough for us to stop this madness. We cannot be satisfied with a blue wave in the 2026 midterms or in the 2028 general elections unless somebody is determined to and dedicated to repairing the damage that has been done and also improving it. We should be investing in these public broadcasting resources, not defunding them to the point where they don't trust the people doing the defunding and they go away completely. We cannot live with this new normal. We cannot live with this as a new normal. We have to build back. We have to put things back, and we have to improve them. And I mean, but of course it gets worse. This is from this past Sunday, PBS NewsHour.
We go tonight, we want to note a change for us here at PBS News.
Due to federal budget cuts, we've had to make the difficult decision to rework our staffing and programming. And this Sunday, our PBS News Weekend team will sign off the air. PBS News Weekend anchor John Yang is here with us now. And John, we're going to miss you so much. Thank you doesn't even begin to cover it. You and the team have done incredible storytelling and covered major breaking news every weekend.
That's right. Weekend after weekend, you and the team brought such rigor and heart and care to the stories that you covered. You will be deeply missed, and we are deeply grateful for all of your work.
Jeff, thank you very much. And Jeff, you know what this is like. You sat in the chair I occupy now, the founding anchor of this program. This has been a lot of news on weekends. I can think back to the October 7th attacks in Israel, the first assassination attempt on President Trump, President Biden dropping out of the presidential race. And this is, as I like to call it, the small but mighty team that handled all these stories week in and week out. We're proud of the creativity, the dedication they brought to each and every segment week in and week out. I'll be leaving PBS News at the end of the month as I step back from full-time work, but I'm delighted to say that many members of this team will be sticking around. They'll be producing some exciting new programming that you'll be seeing in the coming days and coming weeks, and so we thank them and look forward to that.
Huge thank you to you and the team, John.
It's a remarkable crew.
Hey, just a minute before you move on, I want to say thank you for watching and for supporting us. It's you, all of our viewers, our readers, and our listeners who make everything that we do possible. So thank you from everyone here at PBS News.
Whether it's that newscaster on the verge of tears or that beautiful group of people working behind the scenes, or these beloved fucking Muppets. I'll say it again. If you grew up in America, if you're an adult in America, you benefited from this. And you see Herb Lubeline's legacy and all the artistic value that went into something as simple as public broadcasting. There is no argument for defunding it. There is no argument for letting it go away. There is no argument to be made here that the Trump regime is doing the right thing in this case. They are not. Things come and go, but some things endure and last forever simply by chance, while other things should intentionally be preserved. Whether value is in the eye of the beholder may be debatable. But what is undeniable are the results of educational, publicly funded TV and radio programming. What is undeniable is the generations of evidence we have that public broadcasting is a highly positive, foundational aspect of our society, or should I say, was a foundational aspect of our society. In its place, less of the good version of what we call the news. Oh, shit. Hey, you still there? Yeah. Huh? No, not homograph, monograph. Yeah. Anyway, what's that? Oh, yeah, I know that dude, Donald Trump, is a fucking prick.
Hey, funny book.
Yeah. No. I mean, look, you keep saying it, so I'll keep replying. I hear you. Oh, hold on. Wait 1 sec. Hold on. Just hold on. People keep saying things like AI moves so fast. Oh my God. It's all happening so fast. It's here to stay. And that's where I interject a correction. It's not moving fast. It's moving moderately fast or at an average speed, if anything. The mechanisms for delivering AI, however, were built like a locomotive without any braking system. It only goes full speed and can't stop. That's what they want. And that is reckless and destructive, and we should not view it as progress. It is doing damage that we do not yet see. Anyone saying it's progress is either too stupid to realize what's really going on, or they're acting in bad faith. It's not progress. Progress happens over time, thanks to measured strategies and by taking one step at a time until you can fully implement a thing. If the people already worshiping at the altar of AI have their way, we will live in a world where bridges are constructed overnight without any safety regulations, just so we can stand around and go, wow, did you see how fast they did that? Now that's progress. No, it's not. It's dangerous. Here's an example of when you move too quickly and then have to go backwards, but only after the damage is done. Let's go over to The Guardian here. This is an article by Andrew Gregory. Dangerous and alarming, Google removed some of its AI summaries after users' health put at risk. Okay. Now, Google, as we'll see, Google only did this as a result of The Guardian's investigation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it. Hooray for journalism. This is good. Google has removed some of its artificial intelligence health summaries after a Guardian investigation found people were being put at risk of harm by false and misleading information. The company has said its AI overviews, which use generative AI to provide snapshots of essential information about a topic or question, are helpful and reliable. Those are quotes from them. But some of the summaries which appear at the top of search results served up inaccurate health information, putting users at risk of harm. In one case, that experts described as dangerous and alarming, Google provided bogus information about crucial liver function tests that could leave people with serious liver disease wrongly thinking they were healthy. Typing, quote, what is the normal range for liver blood pressure, served up masses of numbers, little context, and no accounting for nationality, sex, ethnicity, or age of patients, The Guardian found. What Google's AI overview said was normal may vary drastically from what was actually considered normal, experts said. Okay, so what they're saying is normal isn't necessarily normal on a case-by-case basis, according to individuals. This is just like a blanket medical result. The summaries could lead to seriously ill patients wrongly thinking they had a normal test result and not bother to attend follow-up healthcare meetings. Think about how expensive it is to go to the doctor. Think about how expensive it is to go to the doctor and have something wrong. You may say, well, just let me look it up. Let me do my own research. Oh, looks like it's not that bad. I can skip the doctor. When you probably should have gone to the ER. But, hey, don't listen to me. Find an expert. Google, which has a 91% share of the global search engine market, said it was reviewing the new examples provided to it by The Guardian. And they do a lot of double talk, a lot of We don't have to nitpick. We don't have to listen to you. We don't have to justify why we do things. There's a lot of BS like corporate speak going on in this article. You can read the whole thing for yourself. It's a new article. This is a good result, but it is only the very first step in what is needed to maintain trust in Google's health-related search results. There are still too many examples out there of Google AI overviews giving people inaccurate health information. So look, this is a great article by The Guardian. I want to thank them for doing this investigation and investigations like this, particularly in AI, a thing that I'll just remind you is not moving quickly, but is built to be off the rails. That is a feature, not a glitch. And let's be real. The government is actively suppressing health resources and information in order to make the public less healthy. This is their intention. So, if we instead turn to the internet and search results, and those search results are anything can happen AI summaries, then we're not only less informed, we're not only less healthy, but we are also less knowledgeable at all. And that means less capable when it comes to things like, oh, I don't know, resisting an anti-civilian military force currently going door to door inside of our borders. They're withholding resources. They're withholding studies and information. Scientific studies and information that were available through government websites are gone. They've been wiped. You can thank Elon Musk. They keep saying they're putting some back, but the headline is they're gone. The putting some back is like page 6 stuff. That's not the headline. And so people are going without in a world where it's already far too expensive to even get the flu or the cold. Not only is it expensive to treat, but now you got to take off work. And how many jobs do you have? How many hours were you working? Are you going to be able to make rent, which only goes up? You can see how this would make you focus on the minutia and just getting by one step at a time versus, being capable overall. We cannot forego the human element. We cannot stop doing things we know work well, like implementing guardrails and safety regulations. And I don't mean paying humans to monitor AI so it's doing things at least as well as humans do it, because if it isn't obvious, that's a totally redundant waste of time. And why not just let humans do their thing and enrich people's lives and give people more ground to stand on in order to do their jobs correctly, give them more time to do it right instead of hastily getting through their day because, they've got another job to go to. But look, about the human element, don't just take it from me. Let's hear from this, believe it or not, pro-AI blog echoing some of the same things that I, an anti-AI guy, would say. And real quick, here on Hey Funny Book, we talk about what? That's right. Art, politics and art, comics, the politics of art, the art of politics. We talk about all that stuff. It all blends together. And so it may be no surprise that this article is about the beloved Mad magazine. This is Oriate AI blog, where you can read the latest news, guides, tips, and insights on smart AI writing and presentation generation. I say, don't read this shit. I say, let me find this article and present it to you so that you don't have to waste your time on this garbage. Mad Magazine, a cultural icon since its inception in 1952, has always thrived on subverting expectations. Not just a magazine, it's a satirical lens through which we view the absurdities of life and society. The pages are filled with irreverent humor, sharp wit, and parodies that poke fun at everything from politics to pop culture. I 99.9% guarantee that this is an AI generated article. I'm just going to say it. And there's one huge tell. There's one big giveaway, which we'll see by the end. What's fascinating is how Mad Magazine has adapted over the decades while maintaining its core essence, an unapologetic critique of mainstream media and societal norms. Maybe this is the way or the reason why I am the way I am. Because I grew up reading this shit. And I've never taken society serious, at least not in my critique of it. Anyway, I remember flipping through those glossy pages as a kid, laughing at the clever illustrations by artists like Mort Drucker and Al Jaffe. Each issue felt like an invitation to question authority and laugh at our own follies. That's an old word. Follies. In recent years, artificial intelligence, AI, has emerged as both an ally and adversary in creative fields. No, it's not an ally. I mean, if it helps you write this blog post so you can go back and make it first person, okay. But I wouldn't call it an ally. I wouldn't even call it an adversary. I'd call it a fucking cop-out. It skips the process and goes straight to the end result. And it does that when it comes to art by stealing. AI does not live in the present or the future. It takes from the past. Does not exist without the past. It's what makes me feel like the whole thing is just fake. So you might wonder, could AI ever capture the unique voice of Mad? While algorithms can generate jokes or mimic styles based on data analysis, they lack that human touch, the lived experience that informs true satire. Whoa, this is a pro AI blog. Imagine if Mad Magazine collaborated with AI for their content creation! ! No, we won't do that. Mad Magazine won't either, for that matter. I'll show you why. Or I'll give you an example of how they are coming out against it. Would we see new forms of parody born from machine learning? Perhaps AI could analyze trends in humor across cultures or eras, but would struggle to understand context deeply enough to craft something genuinely funny without human oversight? No, that's exactly what would happen. We don't have to suppose it. That is what would happen. The irony isn't lost here. While technology evolves rapidly around us, changing how we consume media, it also brings us back to what makes traditional formats special. As readers become more discerning about authenticity in storytelling, magazines like Mad remind us why laughter matters amidst chaos. With each turn of the page comes nostalgia mixed with curiosity about future possibilities, a blend perfectly encapsulated by their iconic mascot, Alfred E. Newman, grinning mischievously under his slogan, "What, me worry?" In this digital age, where information overload reigns supreme, it's refreshing to find spaces dedicated solely to humor, rooted firmly within humanity itself rather than pixels alone. All right. The one thing that I'm seeing here is they don't show any images. They're talking about Mad Magazine AI. Why? Who brought that up? That's random. Is this part of like a series of blog posts about machine learning or large language model humor results versus human? I don't know what this is. I don't know why they brought this up. I thought that was very weird. But it reminded me of this. This is a Mad Magazine cover. This is as old as I am. This is from 1974. That's the year I was born. This is Mad Magazine number 166. Now, I would love to own this. Put that shit on a t-shirt and I'll wear. No, wait, not this one. How about the updated version from early 2025 by Matt Cohen and Norman Mingo? giving AI the middle finger. Remember to always pay real artists. They hate drawing hands as much as AI does, but unlike AI, artists count. A great writing there. Put this on a t-shirt and I'll wear it. I'll take 2. But look, make no mistake, AI is running rampant, and the fakeness of it all is well out of hand and getting worse. I want to segue now to talk about deep fakes. And I want to go to the conversation. It's a website that I am increasingly falling out of favor with and falling out of love with. They used to be very right on. It's all write-ups by and articles and excerpts from essays and scientific studies by the experts themselves, professors, scientists, experts in the field. Do you want to read about guitars, for example, from a journalist who's looking for an angle, or from a person who makes and plays and composes with guitars? You see what I'm saying? It's that different. Now, I keep reading from these guys because and despite of finding a shift in tone where they're being very middle of the road about a lot of stuff. But part of what I do is call out the mainstream media. And the more mainstream these guys got, the more gray area they found themselves in. So I will keep pointing that out. Now, it comes to me via email in a newsletter, and there's always a write-up before the article. So here's that write-up now. It's usually by one of their editors. It's just an excerpt where they say, at Neural PS, a marquee international AI conference in San Diego in December 2025, the presentation that had the deepest impact on people was given by a sociologist from Princeton. Their talk, titled, Are We Having the Wrong Nightmares About AI?, drew lessons from history to point out that the world, including the many thousands of AI researchers in attendance at this conference, is not prepared for the huge changes the generative AI revolution is poised to unleash. Stop right there. What revolution? What are you revolting against? What's AI revolting against? If not human beings and the results of human labor and efforts. What's the revolution? Why are they calling it that? Why is it always a technological revolution? Why don't we see that as a negative phrasing? This sociologist was not referring to upheaval in the labor market, let alone sci-fi scenarios of scary AI superintelligences. She explained that technological revolutions, even those that history declares were ultimately major advances for humanity, often trigger traumatic transitions as old structures are overturned and eventually replaced. Now, they're not talking about this, but it always makes me think of that point in our history, which wasn't that long ago, when, for example, people were worried ATM machines would cancel out human bank tellers. This isn't the same. And I keep seeing references to AI being like any other new technology, when a better analogy would be like, for example, when COVID-19 came about and people were saying it's just another flu, which was wrong. And it was wrong because on the one hand, we don't need another flu, and that would be twice as bad at a minimum. So stop brushing it off when it's twice as bad. But COVID-19 was far more deadly than the flu. And I mean, could be even worse. No one's even really bothered to like take time to study the lasting effects. But, just on the basis that it was far more deadly alone, we shouldn't rely on the closest analogy we can imagine in favor of letting experts be experts, which is what the conversation is supposed to do. So anyway, back to this write-up real quick and then to the article. One cause of this turmoil is that people are incapable of seeing truly revolutionary technologies as the new things they are, and instead mistake them for new forms of old things. So they're saying the revolution in this case is technology, revolting or outdoing older forms of technology. That's the revolution. So what's the AI revolution? It's like the AI technological revolution. I'm not buying it because I don't make those comparisons. The comparison they make is the printing press was simply a better way to produce illuminated Bibles. The car was a horseless carriage. Today, we can see how fundamentally those inventions transformed civilizations. Look, let me show you something. I just want to pause and bring up something that I think about a lot. This is a scene from Coruscant, a planet in Star Wars. People always say we should have jetpacks or flying cars by now. You know, you'll hear people say it's 2026. Where's my flying car? Why has nothing progressed? Look, I don't personally know one single person I would trust to use a jetpack, much less pilot a flying car. See how these cars are flying around in perfect lines without lanes? That's not real. That's not how it's going to be. I don't want to see myself or anyone piloting a car when we can't barely walk. So, you know, I think skipping a step by letting literally everyone take the wheel with new technologies is a misstep. There's a lot that has to happen between inventing a flying car and just letting people do it. But if AI is any kind of an example, the automobile revolution will allow people to just get a flying car and start using it the same day. That's insane. It's why it hasn't happened, because there's no way it could happen. And just, I want to remind you, they've skipped over flying cars and gone straight to self-driving. So when there are flying cars, it'll be self-flying cars. You won't have anything to do with it. Just back to this write-up real quick, and then I promise we'll get to the article. Though people often perceive generative AI systems' behavior as human-like, its strengths and error patterns are not human-like. Generative AI, they said, is on track to break many of the load-bearing frictions that allow society to function, making things that were difficult easily break systems that rely on signals of what's difficult. For example, producing customized content like writing a school essay or a job application used to require effort and signaled knowledge and skill. And deep fakes undermine authenticity. For example, that the person on a video call is who they claim they are, which possesses a major threat to the financial system, the courts, the insurance industry, money lending, and a host of other social and economic systems. Real quick, AI is taking away signals of knowledge and skill. That means less capable. They're taking away resources. They're blocking you from information. Think about how much journalism is behind a paywall these days. Think about how many articles you get like a blurb and you're like, I can't tell where you are on this issue. I'll read the article. Oh, I'd have to pay for that. The billionaire that owns this newspaper wants me to pay. They can't make it free. When it is free, what do they call it? Gifted. It's a gift. Oh, thank you. 9 times out of 10, you're going to get to the end of that article and be like, this is garbage. But they want you less capable. This is another sign. They go on to say the 2 trends in AI that stand out as having accelerated in 2025 and that we should worry about going off the charts in 2026 are deep fakes and information quality. They exemplify the warnings of the person at the summit. Deepfakes have been a thing for several years, but 2025 saw a major increase in quality because of search engines like Google's AI Health. Information quality took a major hit in 2025. Search engines, but also thanks to people now turning to ChatGPT first for getting information. And that means the problem is only going to get worse. Deep fakes leveled up in 2025. This is from Siwei Liu. Here's what's coming next. We're just going to do some excerpts here. Over the course of 2025, deep fakes improved dramatically. AI, that's not good. AI generated faces, voices, and full body performances that mimic real people increased in quality far beyond what even many experts expected would be the case just a few years ago. They were also increasingly used to deceive people. Do you know, if you're just scrolling Instagram, you'll see advertisements for apps where you can take faces from any photograph. These could be coworkers, just somebody you found online, a celebrity, a random person on Facebook, and you could put their face on somebody doing porn. Why is that legal? Because there's no regulations. That's an invasion of privacy. It's disgusting. For many everyday scenarios, especially low-resolution video calls and media shared on social media platforms, their realism is now high enough to reliably fool non-expert viewers. Think about revenge porn with AI. In practical terms, synthetic media have become indistinguishable from authentic recordings for ordinary people and, in some cases, even for institutions. And this surge is not limited to quality. The volume of deep fakes has grown explosively. Cybersecurity firm DeepStrike estimates an increase from roughly 500,000 online deep fakes in 2023 to about 8 million in 2025, with annual growth nearing 900%. Several technical shifts underlie this dramatic escalation. First, video realism made a significant leap thanks to video generation models designed specifically to maintain temporal consistencies. Second, voice cloning has crossed what I would call the, quote, indistinguishable threshold. A few seconds of audio now suffice to generate a convincing clone, complete with natural intonation, rhythm, emphasis, emotion, pauses, and breathing noises. This capability is already fueling large-scale fraud. Excuse me for coughing. It's only proof that I am a human being, or am I? You can just build in a cough nowadays to your prompt. Third, consumer tools have pushed the technical barrier almost to zero. Upgrades from OpenAI's Sora 2 and Google's Veo 3 and a wave of startups mean that anyone can describe an idea, let a large language model such as OpenAI's or ChatGPT or Google's Gemini, draft a script and generate polished audio visual media in minutes. Feels like something you can do, like, oh, this is going to make life easier. I can double my content and triple my output. Meanwhile, everyone else is using it for fraud and scams. AI agents can automate the entire process. The capacity to generate coherent storyline-driven deepfakes at a large scale has effectively become democratized. It's only getting worse as the article goes on to elaborate. But hey, I know what you're saying. Matt, buddy, all you do is rail against AI. Of course you're against it. But you're not an expert on technology. So why should anyone listen to you? And I would say, okay, fine. Don't listen to me. Instead, You can listen to Jeffrey Hinton, the man often referred to as the godfather of AI. Here's an excerpt of his speech upon receiving the 2024 Nobel Peace Prize for his foundational work on neural networks, which included research that paved the way for today's so-called deep learning revolution.
Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, dear laureates, ladies and gentlemen. This year, the Nobel Committees in Physics and Chemistry have recognized the dramatic progress being made in a new form of artificial intelligence that uses artificial neural networks to learn how to solve difficult computational problems. This new form of AI excels at modeling human intuition rather than human reasoning, and it will enable us to create highly intelligent and knowledgeable assistants who will increase productivity in almost all industries. If the benefits of the increased productivity can be shared equally, it will be a wonderful advance for all humanity. Unfortunately, the rapid progress in AI comes with many short-term risks. It has already created divisive echo chambers by offering people content that makes them indignant. It is already being used by authoritarian governments for massive surveillance and by cybercriminals for phishing attacks. In the near future, AI may be used to create terrible new viruses and horrendous lethal weapons that decide by themselves who to kill or maim. All of these short-term risks require urgent and forceful attention from governments and international organizations. There is also a longer-term existential threat that will arise when we create digital beings that are more intelligent than ourselves. We have no idea whether we can stay in control. But we now have evidence that if they are created by companies motivated by short-term profits, our safety will not be the top priority. We urgently need research on how to prevent these new beings from wanting to take control. They are no longer science fiction. Thank you.
I just want to know, why would you give a guy a peace prize and then ignore all the warnings that he gives in his speech when accepting it? Let's go over some of what he said there. Artificial intelligence may already be advancing too fast to control, estimating a 10 to 20% chance that AI could surpass human intelligence and pose an existential threat. He pointed to risks like autonomous weapons, mass surveillance by authoritarian regimes. I mean, this was 2024. We're in January 2026. The future is now. And societal division fueled by powerful algorithms. I don't know if you have a YouTube show, but that's the thing. Hinton's recognition underlies how AI is no longer a speculative field. It's an industry-shaping force with real stakes in global security, equity, and the future of work. The human component, we will be the victims. Last week, a woman named Renee Nicole Good was murdered by ICE in Minnesota, and the protest and response were immediate. And along with those demonstrations came the unfortunate reminder that we cannot believe everything that we see. There's an Instagram account I follow. This is Jeremy Carrasco. And he is pointing out, look, we all have to be experts in detecting AI. And it's accounts like this that help you do it. But this is directly related to what happened in Minnesota, so I wanted to share it.
Detected in this video or this one or any of the angles from the incident that I've seen today that happened in Minneapolis. Now AI is...
So he's saying that in the footage of the murder by ICE, the murder of Renee Good, there's no AI detected. It was real. It really happened.
a new tool for media spin. And in order to figure out what is real from what is completely AI, you need to follow accredited news organizations or be very good at detecting AI yourself. But accredited news organizations does not mean you agree with every opinion that they have or every editorial decision they've made, just that they haven't been tricked by AI media in the past, because there's going to be a ton of it flying around. It's probably going to be too much for any one person to figure out what's real or not, including myself. Now that this is the new playbook, we've already seen it with the Maduro capture. Don't look at AI videos of ICE agent unmasked. That's a great idea of spin. We don't know what he looks like. More information will come out. Wait for that information from places that you trust, because there will be serious targeted manipulations that go beyond normal AI slop in this case. There's no AI detected in this video.
Okay, so if you I recommend everyone following him on Instagram and TikTok. There were fake AI generated images of candlelight vigils showing, look at all the people that turned out. Why fake it? This is what I was saying about, we want to read about, we want the news to come from experts, people who care, not people who have an angle. The Guardian did an investigation of bad health summaries from Google searches. And then Google was like, oops, we'll take that back. We'll undo that. That's good. The AI blog, the pro AI blog article or post about Mad Magazine, I don't know what's going on there. The stuff they were saying about the human element being valuable, I already felt that. I don't get it. But it did remind me of this very artful message. And so there you go. It's official. 2025 was the last year you could even hope to passively look at images and videos online. And now, I'm not saying be paranoid, but you need high levels of scrutiny. You need high levels of skepticism. You cannot believe everything you see at the outset. Now more than ever, you have to know what you're looking at. You have to know what you're talking about. You have to remain capable. Simply because they don't want you to be capable. So even if it looks real, you got to make sure it is. Oh, shoot. Hey, what's up? You still there? Yeah. What? No, not cheesecake. Deep fake. It's dip. Okay. I mean, why are you calling me when I'm doing a video anyway?
You went to school for 4 years to be an ICE agent? Is this what your parents should be proud of? Huh?
Biden, contact me,
Even ICE doesn't support ICE. ICE are slipping on ice, and it is making the people happy. So I got a couple of videos to share of different ICE agents slipping on ice in Minnesota. And then I'm also going to get to Kristi Noem doing the proverbial faceplant on CNN in just the obvious bullshit coming out of her mouth with the stuff that she's being shown and her inability to react to it. So here is the first clip of the ICE slipping on ice. This is so fantastic. Two guys walking along here. It appears there's a flash. Early reporting was claiming it was a muzzle flash. I think it's just a flashlight. So ridiculous. But this one is really getting the attention because of everything around it. The audio, the people there, it is so fantastic. Just enjoy this.
Biden, My tax money, please! Go home! Enough! Enough!
Everything about this is amazing. The running towards something, very urgent. The complete loss of the control of his legs. The fact that this lady in the back is jumping up in the air in joy. Everybody's laughing. This photographer here taking all the pictures. He's bowing his head in shame as he runs away. Oh my God. Could not be more incredible. What an amazing video. So here's a close-up of a different angle. As he's midair. I'm just gonna quote this without comment. Put those legs up, birthday boy. You know what time it is. It's like a 5-year-old reference to another tweet, but we can move on. Here's another example of people pushing back on just this invasion.
You guys are all broke. Look what you're doing for work. This is what you went to school for? You went to school for 4 years to be an ICE agent? Is this what your parents would be proud of? Huh? You guys are fucking bums. What are we doing? You guys are fucking bums. All of you fucking bums. What are we doing? Fucking bum. You're a bitch. And if your wife is not, probably fuck her too. You guys are all bitches.
I think that goes on for 2 minutes. I'll link to below the video in case you want to see the whole thing. Credit to Ford Fisher for taking these on the ground videos. That's of course Bavino, the chief leader there, leader of the dipshits, walking out of a Target again, terrorizing people for absolutely no reason. Now here is something to make you feel good. Somali aunties were giving out samosas to the anti-ICE protesters in Minneapolis. So the one effect this is having, I should say one positive effect it's having, is it's bringing people together. Neighbors coming out, supporting each other, while they all come together to protest this invasion of these Nazi clowns.
This is what we need. This is what we need. Thank you so much. Thank you.
People know their rights, and they are exercising them. Big crowds out, pushing back against this. Here is Corbin Trent on Fox News. Look at the attempt that Fox News does here and the incredible pushback from Trent.
So what's funny to me is, when is violence? When is protest? When is this all acceptable?
But isn't that the same though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody at Columbia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, but they talking about Iran at the ICE protests?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face. I mean, I think it's a very American idea to not want police forces to be able to shoot Americans indiscriminately. And the idea that J.D. Vance says is that they should have absolute immunity. You know, I thought this guy was a hillbilly. He had a book, Hillbilly Elegy. And I can tell you, hillbilly values, at least from where I'm from in Appalachia, are that the government ought not be able to have absolute immunity when they shoot you in the face. But maybe we came from a different Appalachia.
Okay.
So the Fox News elites are having a very hard time trying to propagandize their way around this. Bringing up Iran, people should be protesting Iran in the U.S. Why? When the U.S. government already does not support Iran. Do people understand the point of protest? Like, the reason why there were protests against Israel in whether it was the U.S., Canada, the U.K., were because their governments were in support or excusing the Israeli government and their actions in Gaza. That is why people were protesting in those other countries. What would be the purpose of protesting the Iranian government in a country that already is against Iran? I mean, some of these arguments are just not even trying. Like, at least try to make an argument. But of course, there is no argument to make against what is happening. Now, here is Joe Scarborough doing the similar sort of Iran comparison. And what would happen if the shoe was on the other foot?
If there was a 27-year-old Iranian mother that was
trying to drive out of an area of protest, and a member of Iran's security forces stuck a gun to the side of her car and shot at her head in point blank range? Oh my God. The world would be up in arms. And Donald Trump, as you will see when we play the clip, would use that as justification for invading Iran.
I think it's a fair point, and especially for Americans who may be stuck in their own bubble, stuck in their own world, don't have the ability to really look outside their own borders. All you have to do is imagine what happened to you happened in a different country and the reaction of the rest of the world. And by the way, the rest of the world is reacting properly to what happened to Renee Nicole Good. We can all see what happened with our own eyes. We don't have to be propagandized by the Trump regime to try and claim something different happened when it's very clear to all of us what happened, despite there being an attempt at a debate about that within the U.S. The rest of us are not confused about what happened. This gets to Kristi Noem on CNN with Jake Tapper, where Jake Tapper brings up a fairly obvious comparison about Jan 6 and how those people were pardoned. Yet here you have this woman getting shot in the face for a three-point turn, and Kristi Noem's complete inability to defend it because, of course, there is no defending it.
I want to ask a question about the rules of how law enforcement is allowed to engage when feeling threatened, per your assertions. Because I want to show some video to you right now and ask, what is the appropriate response for the police officers in this situation? Those are law enforcement officers being physically attacked. By this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. That they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president pardoned every single one of those people.
And make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground. And that's one thing that President Trump has been so focused on, is making sure that when we're out there, we don't pick and choose which situations are and which laws are enforced and which ones aren't. Every single one of them is being enforced under the Trump administration, and the clarity of the law stands. And if people don't like it, these members of Congress and elected officials should go change the law and make sure they have that debate and policy change.
I just showed you video of people attacking law enforcement officers. Undisputed proof, undisputed evidence. And I just said President Trump pardoned all of them. And you said that President Trump is enforcing all the laws equally. It's just not true. There's a different standard for law enforcement officials being attacked if they're being attacked by Trump supporters. We just saw that.
This individual and these instances and these investigations all have to be taken and done correctly in context of every situation that is happening on the ground.
She is just terrible. Has nothing to say. And look, I guess to be fair to her, what can she say? That yes, we are fascists. We treat our supporters differently when they attack police versus when there's a woman driving and she's trying to make a three-point turn and our ICE officers are slightly annoyed and they're allowed to murder her. Like there's no justification for what happened. So all she can do are just these rehearsed lines that mean nothing because there's no defense of what happened. Like these people that were pardoned, at least 33 of the January 6th insurrectionists pardoned by President Trump have been rearrested, charged, or sentenced for other crimes since January 6, 2021. And some of these crimes, I'm not even sure I can say on YouTube without getting this video pulled down because, yeah, the issues are not surprising considering when we're talking about Epstein's best friend and his supporters here, but just the level of depravity, the even attempt to try and defend these people when the standard is clearly very different depending on if you support Trump or not. Like this jackass, he served 75 days in prison for being a part of Jan 6, pardoned by Trump, is now running for political office, and he isn't even the only one. So, as the Guardian writes here, he's far from the first person implicated in the Jan 6 Capitol attack to run for office. At least 3 ran unsuccessfully for Congress in 2024 as Republicans. And there are signs that the Republican Party is welcoming back more people who were convicted of Jan 6 offenses after Trump pardoned them. Jake Lang, who was charged with assaulting an officer, civil disorder, and other crimes before he was pardoned, recently announced he is running for the Senate seat vacated by Marco Rubio in Florida. This is what the Republican Party is. I think it's important people understand this isn't just Trump. And if Trump, if there's a proper election and Trump loses it, it's over. No, this is the Republican Party. This is who they are. They are fascists. We were saying this before the election, and people were saying, "Oh, you're being so alarmist." Were we? Or it's just the fact that we are right before everybody else, and now you're just catching up. And like that is the life of people on the left, are being correct before everybody else, being told that you're being dumb for being correct, and then finally everyone else comes to your position when they realize you were actually right to begin with. This has happened again and again and again, whether it's issues of policy like healthcare, whether it's the threat of Donald Trump. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
See those deportation numbers ramp up as we get more and more people online, working for ICE, going door to door, and making sure that if you're an illegal alien, you've got to get out of this country, and if you want to come back, apply through the proper channel.
Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant? Where is it? Can you put the guns down, though? Can you put the guns down? There's kids in this house. He said he doesn't have to show a warrant. Get back. I'm not even touching nobody. Get your hands off of me. Where's the warrant? So you can't answer, but you can flash a light?
I honestly can't believe that this is already happening in America, but that's where we are. Trump's Gestapo is now going door to door in Minneapolis, just as Vice President J.D. Vance said they would, and they are snatching people from their homes without warrants. And as that's happening, the regime is Hitler posting from official government accounts declaring one homeland, one people, one heritage. And for those who don't know, that is a direct callback to Third Reich era Nazi propaganda like this, which read, one people, one Reich, one Führer. And it's just one of many times that they paid homage to their Nazi predecessors.
Here's a recent post from the Department of Homeland Security. It says, "We'll have our home again." And you see this image right here. Well, the lyric, "We'll have our home again," is a direct rip from this song that is associated with these white nationalist Nazi groups. This is an anthem that white nationalists sing. Oh, did you think I was done? Because there's more. There was this post from a few months ago from the Department of Homeland Security. A heritage to be proud of, a homeland worth defending, American progress, John Gast. Well, I'm telling you right now that there is no coincidence that this has exactly 14 words and that the letters H and H are capitalized. And so why do I highlight the fact that it's exactly 14 words? Well, 14 words refers to a white supremacist slogan coined that says we must secure the existence of our people and than a future for white children. So when they are putting 14 words, that is coded language to other white nationalists and Nazis. And the capital HH, that's a nod to this phrase right here.
So if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. And in this case, it's a Nazi. And we didn't really need to wait to confirm this until they literally started breaking down people's doors looking for immigrants, because the richest man in the world, a key ally to the regime, was Sig Heiling on day one at Trump's inauguration. And ever since, he's been crying about, quote, demographic replacement amounting to white genocide, and retweeting people calling for remigration, which is a Nazi term for ethnic cleansing. So much like their predecessors in the Third Reich, they believe that their cruelty is justified because in their demented brains, they're the real victims. So just in case you were still on the fence about whether or not it was appropriate to compare what's happening now to Nazi Germany because, you don't want to sound too hyperbolic, I'm here to tell you that you should indeed believe your lying eyes. We've reached the stage already where Trump's Gestapo is disappearing people. And once it gets to that point, the debate is over.
My neighbor is missing. There's a girl that lives in the apartment directly across the way from me. I have not seen her in 2 months. Nobody has. Her car is still in the parking lot. Her family, nobody can get in contact with them. I have no idea where my neighbor is. Do you know where your neighbor is?
You can check out my Facebook, Angel Castillo. You will see a video of my best friend, Lalo Rios, getting taken away for recording. Got taken away, tied up like a hog. And he's a fucking human being. U.S. citizen, by the way. Born and raised here in St. Paul, Minnesota, and gets treated like a fucking criminal for recording. He listened to your orders. You told him to step back, which he did.
Taken away by federal agents?
Yes, sir.
Disappeared.
We don't know where he is. We don't know where he is. We contacted here. They said he's not here. We're trying to contact the county. They just fucking kidnapped him. Where's Lalo? Where's Lalo? Where's Lalo?
When did this happen?
This literally a couple hours ago. 2-3 hours ago. If you go on Angel Castillo on my Facebook, you will see all my lives.
A couple hours ago, an American citizen disappeared into the Trump administration's opaque immigration prison system, these black sites that exist in public view.
And this is going to continue to happen because the rule of law has broken down in this country. So the First Amendment protections that we once had no longer protect us now that we've fallen into a dictatorship. Mahmoud Khalil spent months in ICE detention for peacefully protesting against Palestinian genocide. Larry Bushard spent 37 days in jail for posting a Charlie Kirk meme on Facebook. Remember the preschool teacher, Jessie Plichta, who was arrested after she protested the regime's invasion of Venezuela? Well, she ended up spending 7 days in jail. And even elites aren't safe. The regime is literally investigating the head of the Federal Reserve because he refuses to cave to Donald Trump's pressure. So the protections once afforded to us in our now defunct Constitution, like due process, habeas corpus, and even freedom of speech, have been taken away from us and replaced with a sort of soft martial law where what we can and can't do is dictated by a paramilitary-like secret police force. And having your due process rights violated almost feels merciful, given how they can apparently shoot you in the face with impunity now if they want to, because the regime says that that's okay, and they're protecting somebody that committed an execution in broad daylight. And after Renee Good was murdered last week, it wasn't long before other Gestapo threatened to do the same to other people.
They said, "Have you not learned? This is why we killed that lesbian bitch."
Shame on you.
Listen, have y'all not learned from the past couple of days? Have you not learned?
Learned what? What's our lesson here? What do you want us to learn?
Following federal agents.
Give me my phone.
We were following them from a safe distance.
Following ICE agents.
Yep, following ICE agents. They stopped in the middle of the road and reversed on 62. They tried to ram our car. They broke my window. They yanked me out by my neck. They threw me to the ground. They stomped on me. They pushed my face into the ground. They put the cuffs on as tight as possible to the point where it took 6 agents to try to get them off.
As they're doing this, are they saying anything?
Yeah, they were calling me a bunch of derogatory names, calling me it. They tried to break my ankle. When he turned my ankle all the way around, I screamed, and he said, "Yeah, I bet you like that, don't you?" They're Nazis. They're Gestapo. They think that they're above the law. They don't care.
They don't, and Renee wasn't their only victim in recent days, mind you. Aside from the 32 other people who died in ICE custody in 2025, 43-year-old Keith Porter, a father of two, was killed by an off-duty ICE agent on New Year's Eve. But in addition to Keith Porter, ICE in Portland, which is my city by the way, shot 2 additional individuals. This was after Renee Good was assassinated, and thankfully they were only wounded and not killed. But still, they're claiming again that the ICE agents feared for their lives because these individuals tried to run them over with their car, which again, they always fucking say. And the reason why they're so uniquely violent is because they are true believers in what the regime is doing. Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent that executed Renee Good, is described by his family as a hardcore conservative Christian and MAGA supporter who sports "Don't Tread on Me" flags and Trump Vance stickers. Which is ironic because he's the jackbooted thug doing the treading. But he also reportedly argued with his family about the Proud Boys on social media, either because he supports them or he's one of them. And somebody made a really good point on Twitter a couple of weeks ago. I wish that I saved their tweet so that way I can credit them. But they said basically the reason why we're probably no longer seeing U-Hauls drop off hordes of Nazis at anti-Trump protests and, drag queen events is because they're already there, albeit they're just in the streets as ICE agents these days. As Wendell Pierce put it, the Proud Boys are now ICE agents. Neo-Nazis from Charlottesville are now ICE agents. The 3%ers are now ICE agents. And this is something that you can't really prove because in the event you were to even survey ICE agents, I don't think that they would be honest about their core beliefs. Nonetheless, if you could quantify this, I think that it wouldn't be surprising to find out that former members of the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and other Nazi organizations are now ICE officers. So make no mistake about it, the ICE Gestapo, regardless of where they came from and if they were actually with these organizations before, either way, they are sociopathic neo-Nazis that are ideologically committed to Stephen Miller's vision of a white ethno-state. It's no longer just about whether or not you're an immigrant. Anyone who's not white, regardless of their citizenship status, is a potential target. This man in Minneapolis was being questioned at his work because of his accent. This ICE agent was filmed getting out of his car to go up to this black man, who is a citizen, by the way, to ask him about his immigration status. This black woman who was in a car wreck was abducted by a group of brown shirts, even though she was begging them to let her show them her ID. And this man was yanked out of his vehicle at a gas station and brutalized. And after minutes had passed, they carried away his limp body, and it wasn't even clear if he was unconscious or dead. None of them bothered to check for a pulse. But this is the thing that we are seeing more and more frequently. They always brutalize first, then ask questions later. Here's another example.
What's your name? Jonathan Aguilar Garcia. I'm literally a U.S. citizen. I'm literally a U.S. citizen. Get the fuck out of here, Race.
Greg Bovino and his thugs were at Target and they arrested these 2 young Latino boys who were saying they were U.S. citizens. They didn't give an F. And then when they figured it out, what did they do?
Car. This guy right here, they let him out of the vehicle. They tortured him. This guy right here, yeah. You okay, man? No, I'm not okay. Bro, shit's crazy. My man's bleeding. Bleeding. They slammed me on the ground. We gotta be able to call somebody. That's just ridiculous. You got family around? You got somebody here, man? Come on, we in here. Come on, man. You work here, don't you? No, I work at Target. You work, bro, come on, bro. It's okay. That is so crazy. Man, slam this man up in the park.
U.S. citizens working at Target, racially profiled. They did not believe them. They were saying they were U.S. citizens.
That also happened in Minnesota, by the way. And just to put things into perspective for you, PBS News reports that there's about 2,000 ICE agents in Minneapolis, and that might not seem like a very large number given how large this organization is. But according to numbers on Wikipedia, at least, the city only has about 600 police officers across their 5 precincts, which means that ICE agents now outnumber cops in Minneapolis by a more than 3-to-1 ratio. And the overwhelming presence of Trump's Gestapo is why we're seeing an influx of human rights abuses, specifically against black and brown people. And just in case there was ever a question about their mentality, listen to this firsthand account from a Minneapolis pastor, because I think that what he says really shows you who we're dealing with.
An ICE agent literally came over to me and said, "What did you say?" I said, "I am not afraid," and they pointed a gun in my face. ICE put handcuffs on my hands and put me in a black SUV. And then a few moments later, they came back and they said, "Are you afraid yet?" And I said, "No." And then they said it. "Well, you're white. You wouldn't be fun anyway." It was then that I knew that this staging, that these ICE raids are really about fear and intimidation.
And that's a really important point. The use of fear and intimidation by dictatorships are necessary in order to maintain order. Because if the masses fear for their safety and their lives, they're less likely to want to challenge the regime by protesting and striking or confronting human rights abuses of the Gestapo head on. It's why they make such a big show of their cruelty. Like, performative cruelty is a term that we've seen because they are going out of their way to demonstrate how inhumane they are. It's why they make such a big show out of their kidnappings and post music video style videos on their social media accounts. It's why Kristi Noem announced that ICE drones will soon be patrolling cities to, quote, keep Americans safe. She knows that the presence of ICE scares people and that the presence of drones by ICE will scare people as well. They all know that ICE's presence is making people nervous. And that's the point. It's the regime's attempt to rule with an iron fist. And this historian explains that the Gestapo of the Third Reich was used in the exact same way, hence why we're seeing so many parallels.
ICE
from here? Where's here?
Is the modern day Gestapo. In 1940s Germany, the Gestapo wasn't a battlefield force. It wasn't storming foreign borders. It was an internal police agency. Its job was to maintain order inside the country for ordinary Germans. The danger, they said, wasn't out there, but it was already among them. Today, in the United States, we see the same thing play out with immigration and custom enforcement. ICE doesn't operate at the border alone. It operates in our neighborhoods, in workplaces, at courthouses, and even at our front doors. Like the Gestapo, enforcement happens when people live their everyday lives. In Germany, the Gestapo targeted people that were labeled as threats to the nation. Communists, Romani people, queer people, political dissidents, and people of the Jewish faith. In America, ICE overwhelmingly targets immigrants and asylum seekers, but we're slowly seeing something else happen. They're starting to target Americans. This is in the hopes of instilling fear. The Gestapo didn't need to arrest everyone. They just need people to believe that they could be next. And ICE operates the same way. Public raids, unpredictable detentions, intentionally confusing rules. Fear does the work before enforcement arrives. Under the guise of, we're just enforcing the law, and we're just doing our job. And while the United States is not 1930s Germany, history doesn't require identical outcomes to offer a warning. The comparison is about structure, about logic, and about what happens when fear replaces due process. Every system of repression insists that it's protecting ordinary people. History asks the harder question, like who was allowed to count as ordinary and who never was. Because by the time society realizes the answer, the machinery has already been built and the damage has already been done.
It is genuinely chilling. And when Trump signed NSPM 7, that gave the regime the authority to treat any and all opponents to the regime as terrorists. It doesn't matter if you follow the law and keep your head down or just disagree respectfully and quietly. If you oppose the regime in any way, shape, or form, or if you exist outside of the parameters of acceptability for their eventual ethno-state, you are an enemy of the state, period, full stop. And as that historian pointed out, it's no longer just immigrants. Increasingly, it's people from all marginalized groups. In fact, genocide scholars from the Lemkin Institute are confirming what trans people have been saying for years now, that the U.S. is officially in the early stages of a trans genocide. And this is based on the legal moves that they've made to erase them out of existence. So make no mistake about it, we are witnessing a Nazi-like purge in this country because this regime, for all intents and purposes, is a Nazi regime. When you see the state try to legally erase human beings from existence, terrorize cities, and go door to door to hunt people down, not to mention execute civilians in broad daylight with impunity, it is no longer a question about whether or not history is repeating itself. In fact, it's more unreasonable to pretend as if that's not the case.
Protesting ain't gonna do shit.
I just want to know when the we light the torches and get the pitchforks.
We are the generation that has to do something.
Pretty soon, this right here, it's gonna be our only way up out of this shit.
I think I'm willing to die for this.
We can't wait till November. There's no waiting to the ballot box. We need to get to the bullet box.
I'll be brutally honest, I see an insurgency brewing.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Americans have finally reached their breaking point, as evidenced by the fact that so many of them are now talking openly about a literal revolution, either through peaceful means like a general strike and mass mobilization, or through an armed revolt. And this kind of revolutionary fervor only starts to take hold in societies when people start to feel like political change through traditional democratic means is no longer possible. And Americans are right to think that that's the case, seeing as how we effectively live in an oligarchy where billionaires and large multinational corporations dictate all of the public policy that gets passed. It's to the point where we don't even get crumbs anymore. Like, remember when they used to give us some incrementalism, sprinkle some crumbs on us just so we feel like we're fed? They're not even doing that anymore. And just to give you a recent example of how bad things are, look at this headline from the New York Times, which reads, EPA to stop considering lives saved when setting rules on air pollution. In a reversal, the agency plans to calculate only the cost to industry when setting pollution limits and not the monetary value of saving human lives, documents show. I mean, what is there to even say anymore? It's a little too on the nose even for America. So needless to say, the system has completely and utterly failed its people. Other governments throughout history have faced popular uprisings after they weren't able to adapt to the changing needs of its people fast enough. But I mean, in this late-stage capitalist hellscape that we're living in, they're not even trying to adapt. In fact, they're openly defying the masses by cutting our social safety nets even more to pay for more tax cuts for the rich. It's like they're spitting in the faces of a population that is already pissed off. And we've been on a downward trajectory for so long that Americans feel like they have nothing left to lose at this point by rising up. The cost of living is unsustainable, healthcare costs are skyrocketing, and to add insult to injury, the things that once distracted us from our misery are also becoming too unaffordable, like video games and streaming services. So when people no longer have an outlet, bread and circus, if you will, to keep them entertained, when they have no escape, no community, no hope, they begin to fixate on how bad things are, and eventually their anger begins to fester, and it reaches the point where they become consumed with rage and can only think about how much they hate the people in power who are responsible for all of their pain and suffering. And you really get a sense of that feeling of despair and hopelessness from these social media posters.
Fuck this goddamn country, this stupid fucking country that we live in, this dumb fucking world that we live in. In what fucking universe is any of this just gonna be taken fucking lightly?
All we do is work to barely get by. We pay our bills, we pay our rent, and we scrape up the pennies to try to put food on our table. We are not living a dream. We live in the worst nightmare we ever could imagine, and tomorrow's gonna be worse. If we all stand together and say, you know what? It isn't going to get any better. Stop every fucking thing. I don't give a fuck what it is. People are afraid, oh, I might lose my house. You're going to lose it any fucking way. But at least be a man or a woman and fight for this motherfucker while you got the opportunity to do it. But to try to end the shit that we live in, man, this is not living. I don't know what the fuck you call this anymore. Out of all the years I've been on this motherfucking earth, I never would have imagined it'd get to the point where I'm working myself to death.
That last rant was really cathartic to listen to. But this frustration is compounded by the fact that we all know that even as bad as things already are, they're only going to continue to get worse. Year after year, people are working longer hours for lower wages, and there's just no political will to alleviate our suffering even a little bit. Because again, the capitalist class demands that we all slave away in order to increase profits for shareholders. Amazon workers are forced to piss in bottles to increase productivity so Jeff Bezos can buy a third mega mansion to temporarily stay in while the other two mega mansions that he built get demolished and then rebuilt into one mega mansion. But as bad as things are, people are still forced to feel thankful for the shitty jobs that they have, because in the not so distant future, those jobs could very well be replaced by either automation or more likely AI. So this revolutionary fervor that we're seeing is the direct result of the system's failure. People know that our government doesn't serve us, it serves the rich. So it's no longer capable of producing results. It's no longer capable of producing political change. The question then becomes, though, how do we change or overthrow that system that's oppressing all of us? And the reason why people are forced to ask this question is because they know that the typical answers like protesting and voting no longer seem viable, as explained by these individuals.
I'm not sorry to say this, but protesting ain't gonna do shit. And to the people, call your representatives, get on the phone. For what? Their voicemails are full. They're not available. They're not answering the phones. Tried that already. Then there's those. Make sure you show up for the primaries. That's the only way we can do that. That's in November. This is January. What are we going to do in the meantime? Because ICE is ramping up their efforts. Until we start to associate our actions with what's actually happening, it's going to get worse.
The only reason the Democratic Party exists is so that the people don't revolt. Because the Democratic Party gives us a way to feel good, to feel like change is possible, to feel like change is coming. Have a little hope. And they speak really nicely and they say all the things we want to hear, but then they never really deliver on their promises. They never actually reverse the damage done by the Republican Party. And why is that? It's because the corporations and the elites donate equally between the two parties. And our politicians, Democrat and Republican, both answer to those corporate interests. And if we didn't have the Democrats saying exactly what we need to hear and saying nice words and making bills with nice titles, even though none of that delivers, if we didn't have that, we would revolt. There'd be no outlet. There'd be no convention, no signs, no cheering, no moments of joy, no amazing speech. But at the end of the day, after 250 years since the inception of the United States of America, we don't have affordable housing, we don't have a living wage, and we don't have national health care. In fact, those things keep getting more expensive every year. Oh, but Jeannie, these things take time. Shall we wait another 250 years and just keep doing the same thing over and over again, voting for the same people, expecting a different result? I promise you, if we do that in 250 years, we won't have anything.
And therein lies the problem. People are recognizing that we're trapped in this perpetual cycle where Republicans break the country and Democrats come along right after and promise to fix what Republicans broke, but they never actually do. So how can we even move forward and build upon what little progress we've made when we can't even fix what was broken the last time? It's like we take 5 steps backward and 1 step forward if we're lucky. Like we are truly circling the drain in this country. So how can we expect real change when we functionally don't even have an opposition party in this country that is willing to facilitate real change, let alone resist fascism? You've got most Democrats openly supporting Palestinian genocide in direct defiance of their base. They arguably lost the last election because of it. Some have even decided to defy the base on trans rights and immigration, which were issues that traditionally they were more humane on. Their thought leaders like Ezra Klein are encouraging them to run anti-abortion Democrats and are calling for even more neoliberalism. You've got Democrats like Angie Craig attending a crypto symposium with Eric Trump, and she also voted for the unconstitutional Laken Riley Act, which denied due process to undocumented immigrants, including Dreamers, along with Jared Moskowitz. But both of these individuals are pretending like they're against the Gestapo that they once emboldened. On top of that, the party's 2028 frontrunner Gavin Newsom spent the first month of Trump's term chumming it up with fascists like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, and he's now vowing to stop a proposed billionaire tax in his own state. And I also want to present you with a video of the leader of the Democratic Party with no comment because it speaks for itself.
Should ICE be abolished, Senator? Will you use... I have
lots of problems with ICE.
Should it be abolished?
Thank you.
Will you guys use the appropriate... Will this be a red line in this upcoming funding fight? A lot of people want to know how you guys plan to do this, and will it lead to a shutdown? Will it be a red line, ICE, restricting ICE funding in the funding fight?
The leader of the fucking opposition party won't even commit to try to use his leverage to reduce ICE's funding, even after they just committed an execution in broad daylight. Democratic appropriators like Rosa DeLauro also won't commit to doing that, and as Pablo Manriquez reports, she's not even willing to attach riders to the upcoming budget bill to try to force ICE agents to wear badges or take out their masks. So, suffice it to say, this is why so many Americans feel just hopeless. It's why so many of them feel as if the only way to meaningfully affect change is to revolt, because they simply no longer see voting and protesting as a viable way to change things. And I also came to the same conclusion myself after the George Floyd protests went absolutely nowhere. I mean, we saw an international civil rights movement, and it resulted in zero policy changes. In fact, police budgets in cities across the country are actually bigger now. So everything that we're seeing is forcing Americans to grapple with the reality that the system isn't built for them. It was built to exploit them and oppress them and control them. It was built to squeeze as much profit out of them as they possibly can before they die. Hence why people are beginning to yearn for a revolution, because anything short of that simply won't change things.
Bro, I'm just done. I just want to know when the fuck we light the torches and get the pitchforks, because we just need to burn this bitch down and start the fuck over. So, you with me?
I'm slowly coming to the realization that we are the generation that has to do something, and it's one of the most difficult realizations to accept. All throughout history, we've learned and watched some of the worst atrocities be handled by groups of people who had to stand up and do something about it. And I think we've been conditioned to be more comfortable observing from a distance than getting rid of our discomfort. Whether you are pro-life or pro-choice or pro-Second Amendment or anti-guns or religious or atheist, we are living in an era where we have to behave differently right now. We've grown up reading about all of these revolutions and all of these stories of these people fighting back against power. We've watched these movies and TV shows telling these great stories about these heroes that got together and fought the odds. And I think we are unfortunately living in the generation that has to be the people who do that.
Now, to state the obvious, disillusionment with the system is not a new phenomenon. We've gotten clues here and there that that's the case with the rise of anti-establishment sentiment, as well as populist figures like Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani, and also this fundamental distrust of the system itself among the public that we've been seeing. But this mentality has really proliferated in Trump's second term, and it's spreading even faster due to ISIS terrorism across the country. So we're witnessing the culmination of decades of anger towards the system and the ruling class, which has now resulted in a discussion that we're seeing about the efficacy of a non-peaceful response. Now, some people are talking about arming themselves just as a means of self-defense, while others are subtly suggesting that an armed resistance is actually necessary to stop fascism, seeing as how that's how it was defeated back in World War II. But before we get to that, I do want to say that the most common sentiment that I'm still seeing is a call for a peaceful revolution, mass mobilization, general strikes, things like that. And on that note, I want to show you this TikTok that went viral last year, because this woman put together a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation on how to peacefully overthrow the US government. And what she's saying, actually, it is important, because if Americans were able to pull something like this off, it would be effective, undoubtedly.
So there's plenty of companies and plenty of businesses or people that are a part of a union. This is where we need y'all, okay? Like, y'all are going to be the backbone. Y'all are going to be the ones who have to say, we're not working. We're not doing this. We're not coming to work. Again, that's going to have to be the unionized people. I don't have enough experience on that. But, hey, this is a team. This is just a rough outline. We need DEI. These are our demands, okay? In no particular order. But for the healthcare space, we need universal healthcare. I'm done with this affordable, universal healthcare, okay? We are a first world country, and the world's economy is based off the US dollar. There is no reason why every baby in this country shouldn't have health care. No reason at all.
That's just a small taste of her entire presentation. Mind you, I will link you to the full thing down below if you want to hear the rest of her plan. I think that she was cooking, for one. But for all intents and purposes, she's basically describing a general strike, where Americans across the country engage in work stoppages to grind the economy to a halt until a certain set of demands are met. One of them being a universal single-payer healthcare system, which is something that a lot of Americans want. Now, what she's advocating for is more of a political revolution where you keep the same regime as opposed to a real revolution where you get actual regime change. But what she's calling for is a political revolution where changes are made at the institutional level in order to meet the demands of the people. It's a sort of paradigm shift where power is given back to the people peacefully, which is something that can be accomplished if and only if the people come together to show the government that they have the power in the first place, which they do. Like, flexing our economic muscle is something that can accomplish a lot of things. Our labor is our leverage, but organizing something on that scale is very, very difficult, which is why we need unions, and she points that out. But this is why capitalists destroyed unions. It's not just because they're greedy and they don't want to pay their workers more and give them better benefits. They destroyed unions because destroying unionization was the fastest way to disempower the working class. And they did that to revolution-proof the dystopian system that they were building. So It was tactical and also useful to line their pockets. And what she's advocating for is theoretically possible, but it's hard to pull something like that off, especially after elites have invested so much money into dividing the American people. I mean, there are so many things that the ruling class, the capitalists, have done throughout the last couple of decades that insulated themselves from that very kind of popular uprising. But others are more openly talking about an actual armed resistance and not a political revolution, which is always a possibility in countries after government institutions begin to break down, which is exactly what we're seeing right now. It's not unique to the United States, of course, but the following people explain why arming themselves might be a necessity to protect their communities from repression, since the state has become openly hostile towards its own people.
Advocating only and solely for peaceful protest is a manifestation of white supremacy, right? Because why is it that people are expected to stay peaceful, but not the people with the guns, right? The people with the monopoly on violence don't ever have to stay peaceful, but we're always expected to be the bigger person to take the high road. The same politicians who demand that you stay peaceful will turn around and use their police force to spray you with pepper balls and to arrest you, right? It is very much a do what I say, not what I do type situation. And I come at this conversation as a Black American person because we've always been told, well, if you just act right, well, if you just do this, we'll treat you right. But they've never treated us right. It don't matter what we've done. Marching in suits or marching, we've never been treated right? So, like, I don't believe, I've never once believed that if we just contest in the way that they want us to, that they'll actually do what they're supposed to.
Hey guys, we gotta take some notes from the Black Panthers about what to do when there are armed men trying to kill you. Because they've been in this fight way longer than you and me. And they know a few things about resisting. And one of the things they were really into was armed militias to protect neighborhoods. And it's time to take some notes. I suggest this book, Black Against Empire.
The United States has gotten to the place that we are today by repeated underreactions to things that are very, very severe, while the people in power continue to escalate, knowing that they will not get the type of pushback from the populace that would make them stop what they're doing meaningfully. On a totally unrelated note, this is the country of the Second Amendment. It's time for you to buy a fucking gun.
Shit, pretty soon this right here, it's gonna be our only way up out of this shit. But ask yourself this, are you really ready for that? Matter of fact, are you even really ready to have that conversation with people?
I think I'm willing to die for this. I'm patient, I'm intentional, and I'm very slow to anger. And if I'm here, I believe that I'm not alone. I would be willing to wager that anybody else who's paying attention is right here with me. I think the people are ready. We're attending record-breaking rally after rally across the country, even the world, but we lack a clear plan beyond basically complaining in all its forms. Why in a country of 341.7 million people can we not find a single voice directing us towards liberty and justice for all? Our senators, our congressmen, our elected representatives represent the highest bidder, not us. The good people in this country aren't asking for another peaceful protest that fizzles out by Monday. We're not asking for catchy slogans or edgy t-shirts. We're asking for direction.
I can assure you that things don't get to this point for no reason. Regardless if you agree or disagree with what they're saying, it's important to understand that this doesn't happen in a vacuum. You can look to popular uprisings and revolutions all throughout the history of the world, and there's always a specific set of conditions in the lead up to revolutions. There's a collapse of social order, widespread fear and disillusionment, distrust in the system, failure or unwillingness of the state to adapt, a growing revolutionary fervor, to name a few. And just purely from a clinical political science perspective, it's obvious that the US has reached that point. We meet the criteria for revolutions. We're ones to be on the lookout for if you're a political scientist looking at countries that might see a popular uprising in the short term. It's obvious that the US has reached that point. It doesn't mean that Americans will definitely revolt, but the signs are there, and government officials need to take it seriously if they don't want that to happen. They need to meet the needs of the people if they don't want that to happen. And the thing to keep in mind is that, as wonderful as it sounds to be free from the clutches of the evil American empire, not all revolutions are successful. Sometimes it really depends on how the state responds to it. If they try to address the demands of the revolutionaries, that could quell the revolutionary zeal. If they try to crush the revolution through force with violence, that could also lead to revolutionary failure, or it could spiral into a civil war. But even successful revolutions where they overthrow their government sometimes creates power vacuums where bad actors rise and come to power, and sometimes that new regime ends up being even more repressive than the last one. And these are all obvious risks that are considered by societies before they choose to actually revolt, which is why there's always so much hesitation and wariness and deliberation beforehand. But I mean, for them to know all of these possibilities and for it to get to that point where they're willing to take that chance and roll the dice, they really have to feel like their current situation is untenable and they can't take it any longer, and that they have no other choice but to revolt. And you really get the sense from a lot of Americans that that's where they are. They're in that state of mind. Despite the risks, they feel like arming themselves is the only way to survive the threat that they're facing. And this was exemplified in this interview from Status Coup. And they were talking to a protester in Minneapolis. And this was directly after Rene Good was executed. And what he says speaks to what I'm talking about here.
And murdering people for trying to flee and for obeying a command to leave the area, and then shooting her in the face like that after she drops her kid off at school. We have to show up with guns. We have to. There's no other way around it. I don't care if I don't have a Minnesota carry permit. I'm unarmed right now, but this is the last time I show up to face these guys without a weapon. There's no way. I got shot with a pepper ball 5 minutes after walking in here. I never laid a finger on them. I never raised a hand to them. I've only been using my voice. The time for speaking is over. The time for niceties is over. The time for peace is over. They fired the first shot. It is time to end this shit by any means necessary.
You're talking about, potentially going to a dark place in this country. Do you foresee...
We're there. This is the dark place. This is the dark time. We have people being sent to Salvadorian concentration camps. We got other countries being raided for their oil. We're in the dark time. There's no way out of this. There's no voting our way out of this.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. Yeah, you are not wrong, we are in the dark times. Please remember that, folks. So, we got a lot to talk about today, very clearly. We're in the dark times, and it's only just the beginning of the dark times. But, at the very least, just to start off with, before we, most of this show is going to be about America, but before we touch on that, I do have, the tiniest amount of good news. In fact, kind of surprising good news. Although, I wouldn't put too much into it. It's just, it's nice to see every once in a while. Apparently, Europe is actually growing a pair, because Europe has begun sending troops from the following countries to defend Greenland: France, Germany, Norway, Sweden, the UK, Finland, and the Netherlands. And Canada already has troops on the ground. Genuinely, I am surprised, because, it's Europe. They're kind of cucked, but, they're mad. They're really, really mad. And so, they're taking it quite a bit more seriously than they otherwise would. Now, the worry that I have here is Germany is slated to fall to the AfD. The UK has already fallen to reform. They're just waiting until the election there. And France is not looking great either. But at the same time, this kind of connects into it, because a lot of why Europe is falling at the moment is because of the United States national security strategy, where we functionally have said that we're going to treat them as if they are the enemy, and we're going to interfere in their elections. Maybe on top of all of that, which they were dealing with, they were not happy with that, but they were coping. But Greenland, on top of it, may have just pushed them a little bit over the edge. Here is Gunther Fettlinger, an Austrian politician and chairman of Austria's NATO Enlargement Committee. And just like listen to what he has to say.
And now he wants to take it. Of course he cannot take it. And I say, if you take it, we take every single base of the Americans from Aviano to Ramstein, from Romania to all the other military bases will be confiscated and you will lose it. If you take Greenland, you have to leave. It's very simple, Mrs. Miller. This is the leverage we have. You need the spaces for global power protection. You won't have it. And we can defend ourselves very well, and we will do that without the US nuclear shield, without the US troops in Europe, without the American bases. We will simply run these bases ourselves, and we run your boys home into Chicago. Yeah, and
technically, the US would be forced to attack the US in order to defend Denmark and Greenland. However, we have just outright stated that we would leave NATO to prevent that, which has made Vladimir Putin incredibly happy, mind you, considering he's been pushing for the US annexation of Greenland since like 2016, specifically for this reason. But like, yeah, no, it's getting serious. German armed forces announced that they were sending a reconnaissance team to Greenland at Denmark's invitation. 13 personnel will deploy to Nuuk in January 15 to 17. Then we have, like, France, who made a statement yesterday. I mean, like, I haven't seen statements out of all of the countries listed, just because I didn't look them up, but yeah, all of these countries are sending troops. Macron announced that French troops are deploying to Greenland at Denmark's request as part of Operation Arctic Endurance. They gave it a literal operation name, so, you know, big deal, big deal, big deal. In fact, Danish troops in Greenland have been given orders to fire on sight if they see Americans that look like they are coming to take it. Like, you know, they haven't been invited. There's no planned meeting. If America just shows up, nope. It is, they've been instructed directly to fire on sight. And that's a big fucking deal. Allies become enemies fast? Well, you know, when one of your allies is, I don't know, trying to steal your land and threatening military action against you, that does tend to happen. So
we've got big news. Denmark's now preparing for war, and they've now begun sending troops to Greenland to prep logistics and fortification hubs that can support an even larger deployment of Danish and allied soldiers. Sweden's also now confirming that its army is arriving on the island today at the request of Denmark. Denmark's defense minister says that he wants a stronger and more permanent military presence on Greenland. All while Trump says that if the US doesn't take Greenland, Russia or China will, though of course
Russia and China have never, by the way, made threats to take Greenland. And also, it's very funny because Trump has also said that he wants Greenland because he doesn't want Russia to be that close to the US. You know, Russia's only 55 miles away from the US, right? Because of Alaska.
Trump's been eyeing the island's mineral wealth. Though we also might be attracted to the fact that if the US does obtain Greenland, that'll be the largest US land acquisition ever. For Trump's ego, it could be barreling us toward open war with Europe, and Denmark's now warning a US attack will end NATO. And so with that, now multiple European countries have pledged to defend Greenland.
Hence why it's gonna happen. Just by the way, that's why it's gonna happen. Because the threat of ending NATO has been put forward, that is why it will happen. Again, Donald Trump is not a Russian agent. He's tied to the Russian and Italian mob. He has been since the late 80s, early 90s. Literally anybody who was alive in New York City in the 90s can tell you this. Like, just straight up. Alright, moving off of geopolitics, I want to talk more about what's happening in the country at the moment. First things first, before we get into the Fourth Reich aspect of it, apparently there was an alleged attempt on the mayor of New York City's life. New York Zionists planned to kill Zohran Mamdani in a car bombing, allegedly. Now, this is just based on what they are saying in this video themselves, as well as, like, obviously, like, Israel-related, like, iconography on the walls. I hope that we get more information on this. I literally saw this 10 minutes before stream started, so I don't have more for it on you, but allegedly.
NYPD just launched a hate crimes investigation into allegations that a man threatened to blow up Zohran Mamdani. Told him, check your beat with Syrian terrorists, drop BP. I don't want to say that, I can't be. If they're saying now, I'm reading comments, it's likely to be made giant.
What?
Yeah, they're going to blame us.
They should.
They're gonna blame us. Well, they should. That's straight from them. So
They should. They didn't give you a fucking threat.
they should. It was a fucking threat from them themselves. So you know, every accusation is a confession, but
So it said check your fucking beef with BP. That's also you fucking didn't take Gutierrez.
You're very right. You think that's what
It is so different. What they're doing to John right now is so different what you did to Gutierrez.
לא יודע, אבל באמת, אתה חושב שהוא איתה, נכון?
check there, לא יודע. אני בעד שאתה ממך, I don't want to take it there.
this is incredibly sus.
What are we doing, boss? We're waiting for you.
Alright. We'll find out more about that, I'm sure. I'll talk about that next week when we have more information on it. Now, just a little bit of house cleaning, US news before like the full Reich part of it. But yeah, every confession is a confession too. That's also true. So, we're now at the point where they are trying to get Americans to ration. That's gonna go over well.
I think the question you're asking, and it's a really important one, is while we're asking Americans to reconsider what they're eating, are we actually asking Americans, especially those who are living on the margins, are we asking them to spend more on their diet? And the answer to that is no. We've run over 1,000 simulations. It can cost around $3 a meal for a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, corn tortilla, and one other thing. And so there is a way to do this that actually will save the average American consumer money.
You've done the
next step,
analysis
though,
on
is,
that
but what
because
about
that's
those?
one of
We
the
have.
one of the
We have.
criticisms I heard from some nutrition folks who said, like with the event you mentioned, all the protein, saying, all right, well, steak obviously it's expensive. So are you asking people to spend more money with these new dietary guidelines than in the past? You say no?
That's right. And the answer to that is absolutely no. Now, there are, as most things are coming down, there are a few outliers. Beef has been
Literally like nothing is coming down.
one of them, but ground beef is coming down. But here's the real
One piece of broccoli and one piece of chicken. Yep, this is America in like 6 months.
Beef prices are out of control. I mean, for the price of a top sirloin, I could afford human meat. Not that I would, because of the ethical quandary, but I'm just saying the price is the same. And for the price of a filet mignon, I could basically afford to eat a whole person. Obviously, I wouldn't do that, though, because I know that the ethical value of a whole person outweighs a piece of cow. I mean, of course, it depends on the person. Like if we're talking about a mean guy, like
Yeah, the ethical quandary goes away not that long after you think of
some
it.
kind of a leather jacket wearing meanie who's always pushing nerds in puddles and eyeing my girl's gams. Yeah, I could eat that guy. I don't know a single cow trying to make it with my lady is what I'm saying. But this guy, who does he think he is? Leather jacket,
It's
souped
getting
up.
Lord of the Flies up in here, y'all. It really is. This is not like obviously this is a video to show how quickly someone can go from, oh, I would never eat human meat to I will eat human meat when affording regular food is too expensive. But like, holy shit, like this isn't all that far off.
Hot rod. Hey, you trying to make it with Diane, you crud? I imagined I'd say that. And then I'd look at all his pals and that little gang of his, the Snake Boys. I'd say, any of you Snake Boys thinking of trying to make it with Diane is getting et. And another thing, stop making fun of little Cornelius. Yeah, sure, he's got asthma and he thinks space is neato, but that doesn't mean you get to push him in puddles. So if I catch any of you Snake Boys doing pranks on little Cornelius, I'm gonna cook you up and consume you flesh and bone.
You're so right, Groove Dragon, though, because corporate gouging is the source of these increases. Hell, I showed this video, which is satire, but also incredibly accurate. It's just in relation to Australia, just like the other day. This is the case in America as well. Those GD tunnel snakes I've been asking for since Fallout 3, hell yeah.
Has gone viral after posting a video urging Australians to eat the CEOs of Coles and Woolworths. The video features a man dressed as a news presenter telling viewers to eat those who have made all other food unaffordable. He mentions Australia's ranking as the world's most monopolised food industry and that it should be broken apart like the skulls of Woolworths and Coles executives. He claims this is in response to reports that almost 70% of the current inflation is a direct result of corporate price gouging during and after a global pandemic.
That number is true. That's the whole, that's why I brought this up again. A lot of you have seen this clip already, but it is 70% estimated of the increase in prices for food are directly correlated to corporate price gouging, not any real reason. And sure, this is for Coles and Woolworths in Australia, but functionally this is the same in America. We have two food companies that essentially monopolized the whole industry here. Y'all have one. It's Tyson. That's it.
The same percentage as that of the human body that can be safely eaten without killing someone as they watch. He stated, "We need solidarity of the public, specifically with those in grocery retailers, to not be class traders and look the other way when he shoplifts after half his groceries each week. Suck shit, you fresh food fucks. Ha 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 ha." In response, Australia's wealthy have claimed if people needed to eat, then they would have been left food in their inheritance.
And that really is how the wealthy like to think about things like that. So, moving on from the food. Shocking nobody. Donald Trump's spiritual leader, Robert Morris, was just sentenced to 6 months. And that's it, 6 months in prison after pleading guilty to 5 counts of raping a 12-year-old girl. We are genuinely surrounded by pedophiles. We are. Every single fucking person on the Republican side in government, and honestly probably some on the Democrat side in government, are just fucking pedophiles. It's insane. I've said this before. Every Nazi is a pedophile. Every single one of them. So if they're a Nazi, they're also a pedophile. It's just that simple. I suppose now we can talk about the Reich. Welcome, everybody, because the Reich
into the new year. The Trump administration has surged ICE agents to American cities, overthrown a foreign head of state, threatened a military takeover of Greenland, and rewritten the history of January 6th. As Liz Landers reports, the administration has rolled out a campaign across departments that draws on images and ideas borrowed from right-wing and white nationalist circles.
From the U.S. Department of Labor, a message. One homeland, one people.
We've seen that one a few times.
Remember who you are, American.
Look, all of the government Twitter accounts post white nationalist Nazi propaganda. And I'm pretty sure Stephen Miller runs quite a few of them.
That appears to be part of a campaign now ramping up to sell the administration's efforts to the American people. For example, calling on potential ICE recruits to, quote, defend the homeland from outsiders while featuring a bomber flying in the distance. That's a reference to the song
Home Again, etc. It's the whole "this is what they took from you" bullshit, which ironically fits way better with us. This is what they took from you fits far more. You know what they took from you? They took from you freedom, liberty. U.S. citizens should be prepared to show proof. We have never had to do this before. You now have to prove that you are a citizen. Not that it matters, considering citizens are consistently getting abused, assaulted, raped, kidnapped, disappeared. None of that shit makes a difference. But, they're gonna force you to carry your papers. And then they're probably gonna lie. Especially if you're someone that they just don't like to begin with. And they're gonna say that your papers are fake, because that's what they do. That is what they consistently do. Every time. Also, what the fuck is going on here? This lady sounds confused. This is a Trump administration official in 2026, Undersecretary of State something. Germany infamously, quote, Germany infamously retained very few Jews, yet imported barbarian rapist hordes. As an American, I'm allowed to call them that. I don't even know who he's talking about. She's talking about Muslims. Under Merkel, even today, Germany suppresses political opposition. Who points this out? That part is true. It's just, not the ones that I would prefer that they suppress. You guys will say this is because of Jewish NGO tentacles. I mean, I wasn't gonna say that, or whine that Hitler, who destroyed his country, is treated too harshly by history. Motherfucker, it's your people who say this! You will say this because you're dumb trash who would prefer to promote conspiracy theories rather than ascribe Germans or anyone else agents. So she is unironically pro-Nazi while calling the people who, like, idealize the old school Nazis as idiots. As in saying, we can do Nazism better than Hitler. That is what she is saying here. And to be clear, she's not wrong. We are going to be so much worse than Hitler's Nazis. Nazi Germany could not have imagined the power and surveillance infrastructure and the widespread scope of like control, mind control, and brainwashing that this government and this regime has and employs on a day-to-day basis. Like, Hitler would have died from having too much of an erection if he got to see that. So, like, yeah, we're gonna be far worse. On another note, here is the sweaty golem Tom Homan talking about how they're building databases of people who attack ICE, who protest, and they plan to dox all of the names and faces of these people. They'll contact employers, schools, and neighborhoods to expose who we are. They are getting ready to just remove you from the system entirely. Mind you, these lists are already active. They already have these lists. They've been building up these lists for a long time.
This job and these people who want to say follow ICE, and film ICE, you know what, you can protest, they have that right, but when you cross that line, and we've proven it, if you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing I'm pushing for right now,
yeah, let me point that out, Jet. As you said, any single human being, any person, any American, any immigrant, I don't give a fuck who they are, that is doxxed by ICE is now an American hero and should be treated as such. If that person loses their job, then find them a job. If that person loses their house, find them a place to live. Let them sleep on your couch. That is the price of sacrifice. And these people are the ones on the front lines who've made those sacrifices. Every last one of these people will be an American hero.
Oh, Laura, we're going to create a database where those people that are arrested for interference, impediment, assault, we're going to make them famous. We're going to put their face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods, in their schools, know who these people are. Because as you said, a lot of these people, they say they're taking time off work to protest. I bet you a lot of them are calling in sick. I bet you a lot of their employers don't know what they're doing. But we're going to make sure everybody knows who they are. We're going to
a lot of people do call out of work to be sick, but like, here's the thing, right? And I've talked about this before. Just because there's a war doesn't mean you don't still have to go to work. Look at people in Palestine. There's people in Palestine still have to pay rent, as they're getting the shit bombed out of them. Look at Ukraine. Those people also still have to work. You still have to pay the bills. Your job comes secondary to this. You know what I will say? If we all stopped going to work, that would fix this really fucking quickly. Considering like Italy has been run by Mussolini's party under Meloni for quite a while now, and the Italian public just kind of stopped going to work and buying shit, and the government's fucking panicking over there.
They want to broadcast the ICE officer that was nearly killed all over the internet. We're going to broadcast everyone.
Oh yes, the one that was nearly killed. Sure, The one that, like, perfectly fine walked off afterward. Then you guys claimed that he had internal bleeding, which was actually just a fucking hemorrhoid. Yeah. Now, here's another thing. I've talked about what we can do to get out of this situation in many ways. Like, not just, like, the protest. I mean, like, what we can do to build a better system. And you know who's doing that right now? You know who's doing exactly what I want all of you to engage in? The Nazis. That's who it is. A neo-Nazi group called Patriot Front is quietly building a self-contained business ecosystem in North Texas so its members can make money, employ each other, and avoid consequences when they're exposed as extremists. The Texas Observer identified 4 businesses tied to Patriot Front members or close allies: a roofing company, a construction firm, a real estate development shell, and a tree/junk removal business. This is why I've been telling you, instead of trying to break the system, the best way to go about destroying that system, to break the wheel, is to build the institutions, the functions, the services that the system has outside of the system locally, within your own community. That is what I want us doing, self-contained business ecosystems. Self-contained every kind of ecosystem. You can apply this for community policing. You can apply this for, even in some case, that's going to be a bit harder, but healthcare. Like, you can apply this in multiple different communities by just having all of the doctors and nurses in these communities have connection to each other. You know, if you live in town A and town B is 3 miles that way and town C is 3 miles the other way, all 3 of these towns can function together and create systems that work for all of them locally. And mind you, this isn't that hard. You can do this on your own. You can do this today. But the more that you see other people engaging in it, the more that people in the community see this working for the people engaging with it, they're going to jump in. They're going to want to take part, and they're going to want to expand this even more. We can expand this to food production. We can expand this to electrical infrastructure. Again, you can build solar panels. You don't need to, you can build them. They're hard, but surely there are engineers around this country that have the ability. Surely there are people with 3D printers who are willing to help make some of the parts. Surely there are people in industries who can get the raw materials. We need to work together and build these systems from the ground up, outside of the actual system, within the still legal scope of it. Now, will they have an issue with that? Absolutely they will. Will they come and try and break it? Sure, they will. What do? You build it again. It's that simple. Those companies look normal on the surface. No swastikas, no slogans. Behind the scenes, the owners and employees are showing up to Patriot Front events. They participate in disaster relief photo ops used for propaganda. They leave mutual 5-star reviews, boosting each other. Some helped organize events celebrating David Duke, the Klan leader. One business holds permits for private white nationalist fight gym tied to the Patriot Front's paramilitary active group. This is the way out. This is the only long-term way out and the only way to build a better system. Because regardless of what happens, we could have a revolution today, and if we don't do this, we'll end up right back here in either within our lifetime or a generation or 2 down the line. We'll just spin the wheel all over again, right from the start, and it will end up right back here. By the way, this is what Jesus advocated for, to an extent. You guys understand that. This is not a new idea. And that's kind of the only option you have. It's either that or submit to this.
Wheels up and guns drawn, Ring surveillance video shows more than a dozen armed federal agents descending on a Burnsville home on Saturday. A woman who lives there tells Fox 9 multiple Latino people who rent rooms there were
This just looks like Russia.
Arrested by ICE after being followed home from the store. A portion of the video shows one man being taken down in the driveway and another woman running inside to her child. We're told the 4 people taken into custody are now being held in immigration facilities out of state. That includes the parents of a 7-year-old boy.
You shouldn't be rolling around in unmarked vans. People have the right to...
Yeah, I'm sure they kidnapped that 7-year-old too. That only reinforces the feeling that real Canadians boycott the U.S. I think everyone who doesn't live in the United States should be boycotting the United States. I think that, I think the United States should be sanctioned as heavily as Russia is sanctioned, so. But, yeah. I mean, look at this. We look like we're Russia. Does this look like the America you know? I mean, it kind of does, but generally speaking, the America that we think of. long-haired hippie brown Jesus would frown on such behavior? On that behavior, yeah. Look, guys, it's really this simple.
All be avoided with compliance. If a federal ICE agent tells you to get out of your car, you get out of your car. If they tell you to jump, you jump. And if they tell you to get in the gas chamber, you get in the gas chamber. That's what you bootlickers sound like, you stupid motherfuckers. This can all...
True. Now, let me make you aware. ICE agents are going door to door now. They are going door to door in several states. As of right now, I do know that they're in Washington State, but I have seen reports now that they are going back to Portland, and they are also going to be showing up to Maine as of this week. Now, first off, let's listen to this because this one has the right idea to begin with, but...
I am not at home today because ICE is now going door to door in Washington State in Tacoma, Olympia, Everett, Linwood, and I think Seattle as well. So, super fun. We know they are not just going after immigrants now, they are also going after protesters and political activists. So, please remember...
So here's the thing. First and foremost, the lists are active. They know who we are. They are going after political activists as well. They are going into homes and taking everybody inside of them. They are taking your electronics, all of that. If you are an activist and ICE is going to be in your community, first off, I would highly recommend you stay on top of this so you know when they are going to show up. I would have a go bag packed and ready. If they are going to show up in your community, I would leave your house early in the morning and go spend some time somewhere out of the way. I don't know, go to the woods, go hang out in a fucking cave, go hang out in the mountains, go to a different city, go, I don't know, hide in your friend's basement. Whatever you can do, go and hide. They are coming for you. Beyond that, I would very, very, very highly recommend that Americans that are at risk of being terrorized or kidnapped in general, hide your valuables in storage lockers, under the floorboards, anywhere that you can make it more difficult for ICE to steal. These ICE terrorists have been known to steal the property of their victims and even sell them, like whether it's cars, whether it's phones, whether it's jewelry. I mean, like, this is, like, real back in the day shit. Take the paneling off of the wall for your air conditioner or something and hide some shit in there. They want people to be afraid the violent messages or a message, and it happened in India. Yeah, no, absolutely. They want you to be afraid. And you should be afraid, but you should still continue to show up. You should still act accordingly. We are on these lists. You should also arm yourself. Yes, we'll talk about that in a second because that gets a little bit more complicated. They will steal your guns, though. They will steal your shit. If you have valuables that you don't want lost, hide them. Put them in a storage locker. Send them to overseas to family members in different countries. Whatever you can, because they will steal it. Just like the Nazis stole people's wedding rings and shit. Again, right now, ICE is in Washington State and in Minnesota. They are going back to Portland, and they are going to Maine soon. Another thing I would like you to ask yourself, I want you to ask everyone that you see this every day from now on. Do you know where your neighbors are? It's a very simple question, but it has such a massive impact. Do you know where your neighbors are? Because if you don't, they're coming for you next, y'all. They're coming for you next. Now, let's continue on, because there's more that you can just do than that. See? Yes. Just like more confirmation of the door-to-door raids.
It is now coming out, videos, as a matter of fact, of ICE going door-to-door and performing raids based on either the race of the occupants inside or whether or not if they have been protesting. And these are not just, you know, knock on the door and then leave after you don't answer. No, they are going in armed with a full team, rifles, shields, everything like that, and they are busting the door down and they are taking...
Yeah, like legally you don't have to open the door. They break it down.
Getting away everyone inside. Folks, it's here. It has begun.
But speaking of your door, just to make it a little bit more difficult for them to break it down, there is a very simple thing you can do, and that is replace the screws on your door hinges with larger ones.
Thinking about my college criminology professor today, and he once did a lecture on home invasions, and he was telling us that most external doors, the like plate that holds the lock in the door is screwed in by like 1/2-inch screws or so. And that one way to make it really hard for someone to kick your door in is to replace those screws with longer screws. I think he recommended like 6 inches, but maybe like 3 inches would do. And so that's not legal advice or anything, but do with that info what you will. I was just thinking about my college criminology.
Longer ones, thicker ones, yeah, 6-inch screws sound like that's a good place to start. So just keep that in mind. It's very simple. It's very easy. You can do that at home yourself. Just go to like your local hardware store, buy some screws, and replace the ones on your door. They'll still break it down. They'll break your windows if they need to, but the goal here isn't make your house impenetrable. It's make it take as much time as possible for them to fuck with you and give you as much possible time that you can to escape to do anything. Now, in relation to arming yourself, this just came out today, and we're going to talk about this. So, according to Homeland Security, last night during a riot, a protest in Minneapolis, a U.S. citizen was arrested for assaulting officers while carrying a firearm. Obviously, no one was assaulting the officers. This person did not shoot the officers. That's why it's worded as while carrying a firearm, not with a firearm. Even they have to say it that way. Even the people that lie constantly aren't currently going to be able to get away with that outright, because there's no video of a shooting of an ICE agent. The individual showed up to the protest with a gun and a box of ammunition in a bag. The individual threatened violence against law enforcement. You have literally the Second Amendment specifically for this reason. Now, we're going to break that down because you will not legally get away with that. That is not going to protect you here. And I also do not advocate for firing on any officers, terrorists or not. I don't advocate for that. But, well, let me explain. So, first and foremost, I highly do support showing up to protests armed. You have the right to do so, especially in an open carry state. I think you should show up armed. However, when you show up armed, do not point your gun at anybody. Walk around with your AR-15 like hanging on your body. It is a deterrent by visibility, just being there with one. However, I need you to be aware that if you ever use it, you are going to prison. There is no law to protect you. You don't have the right to self-defense. You just don't, period. However, you will also be targeted far more severely if you are carrying a rifle at a protest, even in an open carry state where you're legally allowed to do so. If you're going to do so, dress appropriately. I highly recommend a thick helmet, a gas mask, Kevlar, long sleeves. Don't do this alone. I mean, if you're going to the protest, you're almost certainly not alone. But yes, please show up and please be safe. Also, if you don't have a firearm and you don't know how to use one, join the SRA. The SRA is a 501c4 nonprofit organization prioritizing self and community defense education. They also engage in community outreach and disaster relief. They are a non-political organization that will teach you how to use a weapon, how to hold a weapon, and how to be safe with a weapon legally. Again, do not shoot at anybody. That's not why I want you to bring these. It is just showing up as a deterrence. Groups like the Black Panthers gathered with weapons. Exactly. And to be clear, they still are to this day. But when you do show up with a weapon, they will target you more. Just like this person. Just like this individual. However, I argue that this is not a bad thing. Like, unfortunately for this individual, it's a very bad thing. But that's the point of a nonviolent protest. The point of a nonviolent protest is to get your ass beat, is to get arrested, is to show the brutality and the illegality of the state to the public by virtue of your own misfortune. That's the whole fucking point. And granted, like, this is going to continue to happen more and more and more and more and more. Another thing you could do, and another thing that I'm not gonna advocate for, but that you could do, and to be clear, this is not illegal, as far as I'm aware. Unfortunately, our resident lawyer in chat is not here right now, so I can't ask, but people are pouring buckets of water outside the driveway of, like, ICE facilities so that these agents slip and fall. Now, that not necessarily is what I'm talking about here, but you know what you could employ this on is your front door, your driveway. If you are, you know, aware of it, at the very least, you can leave and walk over that ice safely, but if you ice your driveway and ice your front door, it might make it a little bit more difficult for them to come and fuck with you. Home Alone that shit. Exactly. However, I'm not even sure that this is illegal, as Nick Sorter is complaining about rioters pouring buckets of water right outside the driveway of, like, ICE Minneapolis. But yeah, no, there's no crime here. It's not vandalism. It's not hurting any. It's water. You are pouring water on the ground. So that's an option. If the protesters ever think of water balloons, it's over for those guys. Well, I have talked about in the past, water balloons can be employed for a number of tactics. One that famously was used historically, again, not one that I am advocating for, because this one is a crime, it's property damage, but did you know that if you, for no reason I'm telling you this, by the way, don't do this, please, do not do this, but just so you know, if you were to fill a water balloon with sand and oil, like, you know, car oil, and you threw that on the windshield of a car, that would disable that car pretty much permanently. Again, don't do this. Very bad. This is a crime. This is property damage. But the reason that happens is because when the water balloon explodes and the sand and the oil cover the windshield, the first instinct of the driver is likely to turn their wipers on. And if they turn their wipers on, the wipers will then take the sand on the windshield and scrape it across the windshield, which leaves grooves in the windshield that are then filled in by the, like, oil that is sitting on top of it, and then that oil can't be removed. Like, they have to remove the entire front windshield. Again, do not do this. This is a crime. Don't do it. I'm telling you this as an example of historical methods that people have used to resist in the past. This is illegal. Water balloons and freezing the ground is not. That is not violence. That is not property damage. Oil and sand is illegal, it is violence, and it is property damage. So be aware of where the line is. Yeah, caution, never incite any illegal behavior. Incitement is a crime. Also, conspiracy is a crime as well. Talking about potentially engaging in an act that is criminal, even if you don't intend to engage in that act, is still a crime. And if one of the individuals that you're talking to engages in that act, both of you are held equally liable. But at the same time, like, there is getting to a point where a lot of Americans are not going to care. Yeah, do not do anything I say, totally discredit anything I say. Yeah, absolutely, don't listen to me. Just learn. It's educational purposes only here, you know, for this specifically. But, like, also, I need you to understand that eventually some Americans are very, very likely to engage in acts like this. I don't want them to. This would not benefit us. But looking at this kind of stuff day after day, it does make people angry. By the way, this is the individual that ICE permanently blinded yesterday.
Will you be blind in that eye for life?
From what I've heard the doctors say and everyone else, yes, I will be blind for life. They said my globe was ruptured. I had and my lower lid was like cut up, and they had to take skin from my temple to fix it. There's a lot to it. I don't remember all the things that they said. I have fractures in my skull that they can't fix, and I can't sneeze or cough because it's dangerous too. I remember also when I shot, there was pepper in it, and I had pepper down my throat. It made it hard to breathe for a long time. They pulled a piece of plastic the size of a nickel out of my eye. They said I had shards of metal, glass, and plastic all throughout my eye and behind my eye and in my skull. And they also said that I had a piece of shrapnel metal about a few millimeters away from my carotid artery. And they said it was...
As in, like, this person almost died because a millimeter from the carotid artery, that would have killed them.
It was a miracle I survived.
Will you be blind in that eye for...
Yeah, miracle that they survived. 21-year-old, by the way, shot point blank in the face. Full gas masks and bump caps. I agree, by the way. Please, like, get a gas mask. They're not that expensive. Just, I really wouldn't recommend... I would recommend getting the slightly more expensive ones, because if you get one off, like, Temu or something, it's very likely going to have asbestos that you're going to be breathing in, and, like, you don't want that. You don't want that at all. Also, like, they are holding children hostage to bait parents out of their homes. ICE is violence. The letter hack, ICE is definitionally a state-sponsored domestic terrorist group. Definitionally. In fact, you know how, like, Americans love to, like, especially Israelis, they like to talk about how Iran sponsors, like, groups like Hezbollah and Hamas? ICE is fundamentally one-to-one with something like Hezbollah or Hamas. It is specifically a group that is designed to create violence against a civilian population to incite fear and terror to further political aims. That is the definition of terrorism. That is the definition of a state-sponsored terrorist group. Like, that, it just is what it is. Come on down here, sir. And nobody who's not a terrorist group is holding children hostages to bait parents out of their homes, to kidnap them and throw them in a camp.
Don't touch it!
She boring here.
Don't touch her!
And also she have
If you touch her, you're gonna have problems.
More than welcome to come pick her up.
No! Look, that's where I am!
Come here so I can see those IDs.
Hey, I can give it to your door! No, I can give it to the door. You guys, you scare people. That's what you do. See how you have the kids over there? That's what you're doing with this country?
Yeah, terrorism. That's what that is. Now, here's another thing that's interesting. Remember, we've talked about the surveillance apparatus that's being employed against us by these people, by, Palantir, ICE, all of them working together. Well, here's a new visual of this. This I haven't seen yet before. I knew they've been doing this, but they've clearly moved up. The Border Patrol agent scans the face of a driver as they stop and question him in the street during an immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis. SRA, aka the Socialist Rifle Association, we keep us safe at home. Practical advice for staying safe at home in America. Abso-fucking-lutely. And again, the SRA is a non-political, politically active group. It is a non-profit organization. It teaches self-defense, community building, and they engage in disaster relief. Like, these are the groups that will actually go help people when a hurricane hits, especially now that FEMA's defunded. That is a Proud Boy if I ever seen one. True. Also, the fascists are working out. It's time to get in good shape and learn how to disarm assailants. Abso-fucking-lutely. By the way, like, this is Trump's America, y'all. This is not Venezuela or Iran. This is America. This looks almost Russian to me.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Look, guys, while we're on the topic of responsible gun ownership and all of that, by the way, I do want to make clear to you what the laws are and what you're allowed to do. So first off, if you live in an open carry state where it is legal to do so, you may show up to a protest open carrying. However, again, do not incite violence, do not point your firearm at anybody. You are there as a deterrent. If you are going to carry a firearm publicly in the context of a protest, your ass is going to get peppered. I'd suggest, like, showing up with a gas mask, a helmet, Kevlar, long sleeves, whatever you can, because they are going to target you first. They get real mad about that. Go all the way. Like, if you're in an open carry state and you bring an assault rifle or even a holstered pistol, make sure you bring the defensive gear with you as well. If you do ever use it, the law will not protect you. You have no right to use it against law enforcement. That's not why you bring it. You bring it against, like, just to have it there, just to show it there. It's like a nuclear weapon. It's far more worrying to shoot somebody with pepper balls repeatedly when they have an AR-15 around them. You know, you're less likely to get other people around you targeted because they'll be targeting you, and also they might fuck off after a little bit. It depends on them. But again, know the law in your state and be smart with it. Another thing, unrelated to that, by the way, like, every single ICE agent we ever find the identity of, I believe, needs to be reported to Child Protective Services and have their kids taken away from them because they are a danger to both themselves and their children. The gun, he handed it back to the guy because that was the way he practiced muscle memory. That's very funny. Oh, by the way, speaking of, for no reason whatsoever, just on an unrelated note while we're talking about guns.
Hobbyist reasons
again,
only.
no reason whatsoever, but I know some of you are collectors, so.
The ATF labels and this video is for educational and hobbyist reasons only. The ATF labels antique black powder revolver replicas made before the original model made before the year of 1898 as antiques and not firearms, meaning that in a lot of cases you can just have it delivered straight to your front door with no oversight, stipulation, signing, check, nothing like that. You don't have to tell me your business. You don't have to tell me if this is for a medical diagnosis purpose or a
do not do this if you're not allowed to own a gun.
conviction purpose. I don't need to know that. But I do know that in the state of Texas, it doesn't matter. Specifically Texas, it truly does not matter. You would be able to have a black powder revolver delivered to your door. So I highly implore looking into your local state law because I sure as shit don't know all of them. If you can get your hands on one, they're like $300, $350. You can get the ammo and black powder at any Cabela's, Academy, Gander Mountain, stuff like that. These things are not a...
Again, don't do this if you're not allowed to own a firearm. Check your state laws. But this is also, like, cheaper and easier and avoids you getting on, like, another list if you're not already owning a firearm, considering we have seen the government, including Pam Bondi and Trump, talk about lists of left-wing people who own firearms. They do want to come for your guns. Bannon was talking about that for years already. Like, that is overtly part of the plan. Just like the fact that, like, yeah, it's never been about immigrants. They're going for everybody now. ICE agents are using violence first and asking questions later. This isn't safe for anyone. There's a reason for that. It's because we are ramping up. We are gonna see martial law. Like, realistically, all of this was supposed to kick off tomorrow. They just started a little bit too early. I shot like 3 more individuals yesterday. From everything that I understand, especially from internal sources, the plan was to declare the Insurrection Act tomorrow, and then ICE was going to ramp up and be far more brutal. It seems like they're just doing the brutality now, and Trump is threatening the Insurrection Act. He really, really, really fucking wants to, and they will do it. I just don't know when now.
He's a citizen! He's a citizen! Why are you running? Because you saw you. He's a citizen! He's a citizen. That's my brother-in-law.
What's your name? Jonathan Aguilar Garcia. I'm literally a U.S. citizen.
We're citizens.
Okay, then show your ID.
Get your ID.
Let me show you what the fuck.
We're native. What are you doing? Why'd you hit him? No! Stop! What are you doing? No! Why? My nephew!
If you notice, they're showing up like and immediately engaging in violence. They're shooting first, asking questions later. Yeah, Poppy, exactly. I had to pick up my emotional support cat for that one because this shit is dark, guys. We're in the hot war. I mean, like, technically it's still cold, but I'm like, we're very, very, very close to this getting proper hot war.
I got kids in my car! I got kids in my car!
She's trying to go to work.
What the fuck?
Bro, what? Crazy shit. Y'all some crazy. Y'all got no heart, for real. No heart. No heart.
Mind you, they rape women regularly, and I've still yet to see any of the camps where they put the women that are being housed. I've seen the internals of, like, camps that have only dudes in them. Still seen 0 detention centers and camps for the women. And that's almost certainly because they are being raped and trafficked. Because, like, that's who's in charge of the government? The sex trafficking rapists.
She's a female!
Get off of her right now!
You guys hit her! How you guys gonna arrest her?
We're from the United States, bro. You better from the U.S., bro. To school, bro. I was going to school. I was going to school.
Beyond that, how do you even, like, drive in conditions like
I was
this?
responding to an ICE sighting. I watched a Ford Explorer filled with ICE agents blow through a stop sign, T-bone someone on accident, and then kidnap the driver that they T-boned. That was their way of cleaning up their mess. This was not someone they were pursuing. It was not someone, a suspect on their list. This was not even a protester. They just blew through a
Dragon, the
stop sign,
SRA will
accidentally
teach you how to
T-boned.
do all of that as well. Again, join the SRA, especially, like, your local chapter. It's $5 a month, $32 per year. You can get in for free. If you call them and you can't afford it, you will get in for free. Join the SRA and learn how to do that with people instead of trying to do it yourself. Although, like, if you have to, that's still better than nothing, but still.
Someone, and instead of calling police and waiting for an ambulance because they didn't want to stick around for the scene, instead they got out of their Ford Explorer, approached the driver's side broken window of the vehicle that they hit. They ripped that driver from his vehicle, threw him in the back of their Ford Explorer, driving off, kidnapping this man. That was their way of cleaning up their car accident today. We're not okay, you guys, and I know that I'm in close proximity because I'm responding to ICE sightings. I am putting myself on scene or minutes behind these sorts of scenes, so I'm seeing things like this every day. But it's also happening to people who are just driving through the neighborhood, who are getting T-boned and then kidnapped. Please keep an eye on Minneapolis, on St. Paul, on the surrounding area. Please keep checking in. Please comment and boost if you can. My page keeps getting hit with violations and bans as I go live and report these things. So please boost this. We're still looking for that man. His car was abandoned on the corner of 26th and Pleasant where it was hit in uptown Minneapolis. It's bad. You guys, it's bad.
Surprised ICE didn't steal that car and try and sell it. Probably hit it too hard. Being interviewed next Saturday? Cool, Nick's Glitchmaster. Who's interviewing you? I would love to see that. Beyond that, guys, like, we look like a goddamn third world country. Like, this is a war zone. They've created a war zone.
We have munitions fired. Flashbangs based on the sound. Whoa, they're rushing us. Oh.
I have a better video that has a bit more commotion to it. The org that you keep recommending to join? Holy shit, they're interviewing you? Hell yes! Based as hell, Glitchmaster. I'm very happy to hear. Look, here's them fucking carpet bombing, folks. By the way, this went on until like 4 in the morning. I know someone who was a block or 2 away from this, and it just didn't stop all fucking night. You know why? Because A, they're having fun, and B, not letting you sleep is a form of torture.
Oh, I got hit in the head really bad. Out of the blue, police are moving forward. Shooting, firing. Did you get some chemical on it?
A little bit when they're just shooting right.
Look, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. Go check out Status News. They're good. However, like, this hits far more. Why is it like 5 frames? I don't know, who cares? This hits far more. This is, I mean, just listen. This is the sound of a war zone in the background. That's what that sounds like. Blood-curdling whistles and screams, they're here reminiscent of when the Nazis began invading foreign cities. Under the pedophilic Führer, America is sliding into an unrecognizable Orwellian hellscape. And, like, just to make it explicitly clear, that is what they want.
What's my problem with Trump? My problem with Trump is not that he's Hitler. Okay, my problem with Trump is that he is not Hitler. All right? What's my problem?
Like, that's where we're at in this country, y'all. It really just is that simple. And, I don't know what the fuck he's complaining about, because we're doing this shit.
You are required to. Where are you safe? Look, sir, you're going to do this the easy way, or are we going to take you in?
You cannot take me.
Yes,
I'm
I
in my
can.
private.
Yes, I can.
Do
you have documentation?
I do have my documentation.
Can you present it to me,
Why
please?
are you asking me for my paperwork?
Because of your accent.
I still? You have an accent too.
Where were you born, sir?
Where were you born at?
Put your hands behind your back.
Because of your accent. That's it. Just, you have an accent, that's it. Global solidarity now. I know that you're, like, trying to cope with some, like, jokes and maybe some, like, more lighthearted shit, but we're in a war. They're coming to kill us, y'all. Like, right now.
ICE agent literally came over to me and said, "What did you say?" I said, "I am not afraid," and they pointed a gun in my face. ICE put handcuffs on my hands and put me in a black SUV. And then a few moments later, they came back and they said, "Are you afraid yet?" And I said, "No." And then they said it. "Well, you're white. You wouldn't be fun anyway." It was then that I knew that this staging, that these ICE raids are really about fear and intimidation.
Like, they are not trying to hide it, and they never were. And we're getting to the point where, I mean, like, it's about to go hot, like, proper. First off, here's Miller, just,
You only have to read their own words and hear their own words and judge their own conduct to understand that this is clearly an insurgency against the federal government. They are describing the federal government.
Now, let me rarely agree with Miller here. Yeah, no, it is an insurgency against the government. That's also not only your American right, it is your duty as an American. You guys understand why the Second Amendment exists. Now, like, the law is not going to protect you, but the spirit of the law is the reason it exists, and the spirit of that law is to defend yourself from the government should they ever decide to do tyranny amongst the citizenry. The law has, from its very, very beginning, since its inception, has been merely a threat of violence imposed by the ruling class of the state against the citizenry of the state And that's it. That's what law is. It is just a threat of violence against you by the ruling powers. When tyranny becomes law, revolution becomes duty. Yeah, that is correct. Now, again, the law ain't gonna help you, but it is your duty. And again, you can do so in a way that's smart. You can do so in a way that doesn't increase the risk for other individuals in your vicinity or bring unnecessary risk onto yourself. But yeah, no, the number one weapon that we have globally, by the way, against fascism is decentralized international rhetorical political insurgencies. And that is how they came to power, mind you. That's how the right wing came to power, is through this decentralized international political insurgency. In the UK, in France, in Germany, in Australia, in Italy, in America, all of these places have been doing this. We need to do the same. It's just that simple.
As an occupying force. Just think about that for a second. As an occupying force.
Sorry, hold on. I wanted to see who he was calling the occupying force. I missed that.
The federal government as an occupying force.
Oh, yeah, it objectively is. The federal government is an occupying force right now.
Just think about that for a second. The federal government is responsible for the administration of federal law, the administration of federal benefits, the administration of federal resources, the administration of federal immigration enforcement in all 50 states. Right, the federal government, whether it's providing the funding for our entitlement and our safety net programs, whether.
Hey, by the way, you pay taxes. When's the last time you got anything out of that? You know, because that's why you pay taxes, so the state can serve you. Like, we fought an entire war over no taxation without representation, mind you. Beyond that, this is consent manufacturing for the Insurrection Act, like, obviously and objectively here. I don't particularly care. They were going to do this anyway. They've been fucking dying to do this anyway. They are going to continue lying about shit. And honestly, I don't think it's working. Even the right isn't buying this anymore. What the fuck, what fucking resources are being administrated to us? Well, Mixed Glitchmaster, it's the bullets. The resources that are being administered to you is the funds for the CN and CS gas, the pepper balls, the 5.56 and 7.62 ammo that are getting shot with, the armored jeeps that they are driving over like people's legs with after making them kneel. Like, yeah, no, that's the resources being administrated to us.
It is providing security at our airports and our ports of entry, whether it is maintaining the safety and security of our roads, our transportation, our bridges. And of course, the federal government has sole jurisdiction and authority over immigration law because we have one national immigration law. We do not have, we have one.
Except ICE isn't doing immigration-related policing. They haven't been for a while. Like, openly so as well. They also say that. Tom Holman was saying it on TV today. They're not doing immigration-related shit. They're also technically, legally not allowed to do anything outside of immigration-related shit. However, that's what happens when you have a private paramilitary service that's funded better than, I don't know, it's in the top 10 in the world if it was a country's own military. Truth be told, we are reacting to the state, not acting in our advocacy of workers' rights. We're doing both because you know who is currently out there like engaging in striking? It's workers' unions. We need more unions to engage in this. We're doing this, reacting to the state in the process of advocacy for everyone's rights, not just workers' rights. There goes states' rights. Well, they never cared about states' rights. States' rights was always a bullshit argument, even back during the, initial Civil War. This is also the correct answer. We need, all of these unions up and about.
Resistance coming out of Minneapolis. An anonymous source out of the International Brotherhood of Electric Workers, Local 292, otherwise known as the Minneapolis Electric Workers Union, sent me a resolution that they just passed and are sending up to international. Basically, what the resolution says is that any electrical worker is able to walk off the job in protest of ICE or for their own safety with regards to ICE. This is the exact type of resistance that we need to be seeing from unions across the country, and so I'm going to read the resolution to you in full. The following statement was written by the Renew Committee and will be published in full as a statement of IBEW LU 292 by IBEW LU 292 through all avenues available. It will be sent to all members electronically or by mail. It will be sent to all affiliate and sister organizations. It will be published on the website and all social media available, and it will be sent to all major news media in the Twin Cities. The previously...
I fully support this. And if you are not a union member, you still gotta go to work while fighting a war. Like, that makes no difference. Again, people in Palestine still gotta pay rent, and same with Ukraine. This is helpful, though. When all of the unions start doing so, that makes it far easier for everyone else to do so. That is solidarity. It's fantastic. Sorry, if you want to watch this full thing, I will link it in the chat going through quick today, because there's a lot of stuff that we got to touch on, and we're already halfway through the show at this point in time. So let's continue going. My idea about wooden nickels being passed around to send a message, I don't understand what that would do and what message that would send. You know what did send a message? I'm sure all of you have seen this. The one of ours, all of yours plaque on Christy Nome, the bird-legged hose press conference. Now, we all know that this is a direct Nazi quote. However, I need you to understand that this is also a threat of violence against us. One of ours, all of yours means if one of ours gets hurt, we will take everyone in that town. We will, destroy the entire community. We will kill all of the people in that community, is what this sign says. That is objectively what it says. This is long-standing behavior of authoritarianism, of Nazis, of fascists, and unfortunately, that's the issue with this kind of a system. To properly resist it, to save the lives of everyone, you necessarily risk the lives of people close to you. There's no way around that. There's no way around it. And yes, it is a literal Nazi slogan. I worked at a manufacturing facility where our main trade partners in Switzerland and China are, and we work with federal contracts, and you guys are striking too. That's fantastic. The revolution is poor and free activity has to be organized. Well, absolutely. However, the revolution isn't free by any means. Occupy and XR waited for arrest to create a crowdsource for jail funds. How about we, I don't know, instead of crowdfunding jail funds, we crowd the jails so much that they can't arrest you? How about instead we report right-wingers and lie about them being Antifa? Again, not advocating for that, just wondering what tactics can be employed here. We need to brainstorm, because right now, what we are doing is not working. It just isn't working, because what we're doing is not protesting correctly. We're not protesting in a way that is actually trying to create change. We are protesting in a way that we think protests work. It's very liberal the way that we're going about it. For example, if you look at civil rights protests back in the day, there's a difference in how they functioned in comparison to how our protests function. And I think looking back at civil rights leaders and the way that protests in the civil rights era happened can teach us a lot. For example,
are going on right now are not working and will not work is because they're not disrupting the system. They're designed to inconvenience the system. I want to be very clear that I'm not advocating for violence in this video, particularly on apps that are very picky about taking down the wrong kinds of videos from the wrong kinds of creators. Something that I think our white-bodied friends on the left are not understanding about peaceful.
ICE agents are doxing children and their parents. They're also creating lists of people to dox.
Protests is that the civil rights movement protests were never peaceful. I mean that they were intended to do things that were going to disrupt the system in more than just an inconvenient way. Oh, we don't have the right to be in your schools? Well, we're going to go into your schools and we're going to face the army down because we're trying to press the issue. We don't have the right to sit in the front of your train? Well, we're going to sit in the front of your train in order to press the issue. It was illegal for Black people to sit at a lunch counter and ask to be served the same way that white-bodied Americans could be served. They were sitting at the counter with the training to endure everything that they did, specifically so that they could be arrested. Those laws needed to be challenged. That meant that someone had to get arrested for...
By the way, I've said this before, this is how the Nazis took power too. For a long time, especially in Europe, a lot of the stuff that they like to say was illegal for them to say. Do you know how they are able to say it now? They got arrested and went to court, and out of every 10 cases, they lost 9, but they won 1. And the case that they won then made it so the thing that they got arrested for now could be said by all of their other Nazi friends. And then they did it again and again and again. We are going to have to do that as they continue to criminalize our belief or ideology and our rhetoric.
Doing the thing that was illegal in order for the cases to make their way up to the Supreme Court. If all you're doing is holding up signs, chanting, taking pictures of ICE agents committing atrocities, documenting it, not only are you not helping the people that are being victimized in real time, you're just organizing a parade. You want to go through traffic this way? Well, we're blocking the intersection. So sorry, you have to go around or you have to wait for the parade to walk by. That's why famously there was a white-bodied woman that was like, well, we need to have bouncy houses at these things. Why wouldn't they be family friendly? Why wouldn't there be a bouncy house there if we're not disrupting the system? We're just out gathering together, holding hands, singing Kumbaya.
Here's the other thing, and this is very, very unfortunate, but we need people, specific types of people, to show up at these protests more often because they're gonna get hurt. And that's unfortunate. Like, not because we're gonna hurt them, not because we want them to get hurt. That is what peaceful protest is. That's the whole point. It is to put yourself in front of the brutal government and be brutalized by the government on camera. And the groups that we need to step up and to show up to these protests more often are students, or young students, and also the elderly. Because you know what hits? Like, messaging-wise, it's kids and old people getting shot with pepper balls, getting tear gassed, getting tackled to the ground by like grown dudes in fatigue. And again, obviously, like, ask your kids first and foremost. Make them, like, if you're considering bringing your kid with you, I don't care how old they are, talk to them. Obviously don't bring a fucking toddler, that's a little bit insane. But like, I don't know, if you have a 12-year-old and you're gonna go to a protest, sit them down, make them aware of the danger, and then ask them if they want to come. I promise you children can make rational decisions if you explain it to them and, I don't know, speak to them like they understand it.
Expressing your opinion in an acceptable way. It's about rage baiting a violent system to the point where it brutalizes you publicly. That is what makes nonviolent resistance impactful. Nonviolent actors show up in a place in such a way that they expose themselves to the violence of the state and then are subject to it, normally in front of cameras, if it's well planned. That violence, displayed to the general public, elicits a reaction out of them because it highlights a power dynamic that most people...
Yeah, Gen X is most of the right at the moment, unfortunately.
...ignore in their day-to-day lives. It takes that power dynamic and makes it impossible to ignore. It is courageously putting yourself in situations like the one that Renee Nicole Good was in, so that you will become publicly subject to the violence of this system. They love that you think that nonviolent resistance is about standing on a sidewalk with no mask on, holding a sign expressing your opinion. It lets them pick targets for later, and it makes sure you're not home when they raid your neighbor. Nonviolent resistance right now looks like...
By the way, ICE has been using tangles and weblock to track everyone who's shown up at a protest, And by using your phone data, they also then map out your neighborhood, where you go, where you show up to, who comes to your house, who you meet with, and your general routines. They've been doing this in general. They're creating digital maps of entire neighborhoods, and specifically like pointing out the daily behavior and habits of political dissidents and or like immigrants. I need you guys to start not acting like you normally do. Change shit up, especially if you're in a place where an ICE raid's gonna happen. Like if you're currently in Minnesota, if you're currently in Chicago, if you're in Portland, if you're in Maine, then start acting slightly differently than you otherwise would. Take different routes, walk differently. Put a rock at the bottom of your shoe and fuck with your gait a little bit. Like, there are many little things that you can do to help with that. But also, don't carry your phone around if you're doing important things. Maybe give your phone to a friend one day and have them go an entirely different route. And if you need to carry your phone on you, have 2 Faraday bags. Have it in one and then have that Faraday bag in another Faraday bag. Also, stop wearing a smartwatch. Stop using like Bluetooth headphones. Go manual. Go like analog. Download music and burn it onto CDs. Whatever the fuck you can do, because all of the tech is spying on you. Everything.
Like showing up to where they're kidnapping people and standing in the way. There is no peace. There is no peaceful movement in a system of violence. We're being subject to violence by people who want to be violent towards us, no matter what we do. Nonviolence only works juxtaposed against the brutality of the state and as a carrot to the stick of the public's reaction to finding out that their whole lives are lived at gunpoint. The stick of other factions of a liberation movement talking about guillotines instead of equality. These
No one's coming to save us. On another note, protest tactics. Now, I'm not saying don't stand in front of processing facilities. You should do that too. But stop gathering in front of them en masse. Have a group in front of these facilities. But if you have a large group of protesters, somebody, one person, take initiative. It doesn't matter who that person is, by the way. If nobody has taken the initiative, take it yourself. Go split people up into groups, 10 people, 15, 20. Buy some fucking cheap walkie-talkies, hand them out. You're gonna occupy 10th Street to 15th. I want you down there. You guys are gonna walk up and down these roads. This group, down that way. Occupy the city. You are far more effective. They are far less likely to kettle and corral you. They're going to have a much harder time actually doing their operations when every single block has people who have whistles, who can shout and warn people, and you can also run much quicker. It is a significantly more effective strategy than one large group gathering in one place where that they can, I don't know, hit you with gas on top of gas on top of gas on top of gas, and until you're too exhausted to go home. And then you have to go home, rather. And by the way, they are now using a new different gas. We haven't seen this one yet so far as I'm aware. So far, they've been using CS and CN gas, which both, by the way, are very, very toxic. CN being more toxic to you specifically. However, that is not as bad as this. But I first off do want to remind you that using tear gas in a war setting is a war crime. It's just for some reason okay in domestic policing, but they are now using hexachloroethane. It's not particularly toxic when taken orally, but it is considered to be quite toxic by skin absorption. The primary effect is depression of the central nervous system, so breathing troubles. If you have asthma or something, that's going to fuck you. The concentration that is immediately dangerous to life or health is 300 parts per million. I have no idea how, concentrated they're using it, but it could be. And the permissible exposure limit according to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration is 1 part per million on the skin. 1 part per million, you're almost certainly getting far more than that. Also, it's also reasonably anticipated to be a carcinogen. Whistle crowdsourcing is trending. It's to hand out to people. That's good. That's good. Hell yeah. So again, chemical weapons being deployed by the state against protesters. Very Assad coded.
They use irritants to advance because they're cowards!
This is why I highly recommend that you wear gas masks and long sleeves. Long sleeves are important because this is skin exposure. Cover your skin as much as possible. January 20th is predicted to be the largest protest in U.S. history. Global solidarity now. I will care when people don't go home, and January 21st is the same protest. And then January 22nd is the same protest again. That's when I will care about the protests. Because as of right now, the protests are still important, they still do a lot, but I'm not really all that interested in paying attention to them because they're not doing enough. Not until people stop going home afterward. Or at least some of them. Some people need to stay out there. Looks like the reveal of the Green Goblin. Oh, kinda, yeah. It's poisoning you, though. Cancer. That's what they're gonna give you with it. Now, just for a little bit of an icebreaker, this one's fun. From The Onion, mind you, this could have just been from CNN, and I would have believed it just the same. It is technically satire, but is it?
Homeland Security issuing a stark warning to all Americans today, officially declaring that any action whatsoever will now be treated as an act of domestic terrorism. Following the deadly shooting of a Minneapolis resident by a federal ICE agent, DHS officials announced the updated terrorism classifications to include threats such as driving to work, dropping a child off at daycare, buying groceries, sneezing, or just sitting quietly in your home, calling any such actions dangerous and unacceptable acts of terror that will be dealt with accordingly. The Department of Homeland...
Global solidarity now, what are you talking about? Who's dividing generations here? Like, who's doing that? What did I say that, like, indicated that even remotely? I said, I don't care about the protest personally. That's not my job. You should still go to the protest. I'm more concerned with everything around that. Now, if the protests start ramping up into a proper movement and not a, I don't know, one side, like show up one day and then go home thing, then I will start paying more attention to it. I don't discount how important it is. It's just not my focus because I see things that are more important from my perspective to work with right now. Like that's the only real difference. Organize the normies. That's exactly. Like, my job is to make people afraid and angry and understand, and then get organized. That's my job. Now, I said this earlier, but some people have come in late, so let me remind you. Maine officials warn ICE is preparing to surge into Lewiston and Portland. Again, if you live in an area where ICE is a risk to you, if you are one of us, if you are a activist, if you watch left-wing streamers, it doesn't matter whether you engage, it doesn't matter if you organize, it doesn't matter if you've shown up to a protest. Have you ever watched a left-wing streamer? Then I highly recommend you get up, go out in the morning, spend the day in the woods, spend the day in a cave, in the mountains, go hiking, go do something fun out of town, because they're coming for you. They're going door to door looking for everybody, not just immigrants, but about dissidents. If you need to have help, if you need help creating like a go bag, check out my YouTube. I have a video on there of how to prepare like a very basic bug out bag. You don't need all of that stuff, but generally just put some shit in there that you might need. Have a first aid kit video as well if you need that. Showing up to protests with a first aid kit is going to be far, far more important. In fact, I might have to go over that again this next week just to like really refresh everyone on that. Beyond that, I would suggest going and buying like water purification tablets, for example, if you need to spend a little extra time out there. Go and get your gas mask. Go and get N95 or like shittier COVID masks just to like use as not having your face easily identifiable by every fucking camera in the country. The labeling of different generations is vocabulary for our oppressors. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, thank you, Groove Dragon. Mainstream media is not on our side anymore. If it ever was, it never was. It literally never was, Skull. Its job has always been to, is functionally, mainstream media at the best of times was kind of like FDR. FDR, for example, like Franklin Delano Roosevelt, good US president, man existed specifically to avoid socialism in this country. Because socialism was a growing movement, people wanted socialism in this country, and so we got liberalism, and we got the New Deal, which shut the people up about socialism for a long time. To be fair, even that was too far, because they still tried to coup FDR, and they failed with that one anyway. But, like, yeah, mainstream media at its best was good in a way that gets you to not think too much and ask too many questions. The other thing that I want to say, again, if you are in an area where ICE is likely to show up to your house, they have been known to steal your shit. For example, ICE choked and arrested a year 10 student walking home, stole his phone, and then sold it. Arnaldo had filmed much of the incident, but agents had taken his phone. He used Find My to locate the phone at a vending machine for use electronics miles away, close to an ICE detention center. By the way, new reports are coming out that ICE is putting people's phones in airplane mode so that they can't be tracked. And not just for like phones that they've stolen, but also for people that they have disappeared. They're just taking their phone and putting it on airplane mode so you can't track them where they're going. So again, I highly recommend Americans at risk of being terrorized and kidnapped by ICE hide your valuables in storage lockers, under the floorboards, in a panel in your wall where your air conditioning is, or something. Someone else's house that like isn't at risk. Anywhere you can, because they will come for you and they will steal your shit. And they're gonna steal your shit anyway. Might as well make it difficult for them if they're gonna look around your house and deny them the joy of it. Deny them the funds from it. And also, please, please, please keep asking each other, where are your neighbors? Do you know where your neighbors are? Because if you don't, find out. Please keep asking people that. Here's a US veteran clashing with a right-wing agitator.
Thank you. You guys are heroes to me. No, you guys are why are you defending them? You're a hero to me. Then leave. I went to this building, motherfucker, and took an oath to defend this country. To defend the Constitution.
Oh, thanks, Jet. I didn't even realize you linked it.
Stop talking to me and leave. This is disrespectful.
This building means something.
Because you're a fucking Nazi, and I don't fuck with Nazis. I don't fuck with people that fuck with people I don't fuck with.
And don't you dare say you're a veteran.
I'm being respectful.
He's not. He already admitted it. He told you
I'm a veteran.
I believe in our founding fathers and the Constitution. I'm not a Nazi.
Then fucking get out of here. You're a disgrace to the founding fathers.
Patriots everywhere.
You are a disgrace.
I hope for a good turnout in 2026 midterms. I think you should still vote, but I don't think that you should expect that to change things. Like, you're still likely going to have some kind of an election. It won't be fair, but it should still be free. It's very likely that they'll lose the House, but they won't lose the Senate. Be aware, you're probably not registered to vote anymore. They have been purging the voter rolls in pretty much every state. Check to see if you're registered to vote. And also be aware that, like, they have people in all of the election committees, and they're going to try and cheat anyway. Don't expect to vote your way out of this. And still do your part to vote, but don't expect it to help. Try. Try. Hope. Expect? No. Hope? Yes.
Don't be told you're not you don't matter to be
They're putting their riot gear on. They're putting their riot gear on.
Oh, geez, this one again. There are a lot of agitators out in force. I mean, like, here's another one. Jesus Christ, that was loud. Here's that fuckwit Jaden Scott again. trying to incite violence and incite the insurrection.
That's right, back the fuck up, commies. Back the fuck up.
And ICE is protecting him as usual.
Your daddy hates you. Hey, incel. Move, 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 move. Back up, commies. Back the fuck up, commies. Back up.
So, you know, there's that. But also, I want you to be aware that even when they're not overt like this, there are agitators and operatives out in the streets. We saw this quite a lot in 2020 during the George Floyd protests. I've shown this video a couple times this week as well. When you are at a protest and you see someone do something that you would consider, oh, that's going to look really bad optically, follow them. Follow them and ask them questions, because this was the guy who was burning the American flag after Renee Good got shot, and it turned out that he is a right-wing operative.
It's just things that happened yesterday in Minnesota, in my opinion, is this guy. The guy who burned the American flag in front of everyone. Now, after he did this, he immediately left like it was nobody's business. Now, why would someone burn up a flag, rile them up, make them protest, and just sneak away? A girl followed him, recorded him, asked him a bunch of questions, and just check this out.
You wouldn't have ran off. That's weird. Because we need people to see that that's happening. Well, why would you run off? Why would you run off? That's weird, to burn a flag and run off. That doesn't make sense. That's not a protest.
Pretty weird, huh?
Why are you not back there at the protest where we got everybody riled up? You came here to do what? You a boogaloo boy? An accelerationist? What are you doing here?
Usually these people are proud to protest and tell them where they're from.
Where you from? Why are you here?
Yeah, we know. We remember George Floyd, so we know you guys are around.
They did this a lot back in the day. It was the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers last time. What's up, Donald James? I'm doing all right. I'm righteously angry at the moment, as most people should be, I would imagine. But honestly, I feel more alive than I have in a long-ass time. War is bad, but fuck do I feel alive. Alright, let's continue on. I want to talk about something that's a little bit touchy for a second. After this video, so you're going to need to give me a second while I pull up some more links. But they have killed one person last week in broad daylight. They shot 3 more people yesterday. And turns out they also flashbanged and gassed a car with 6 children. And those 6 children are in the hospital now because of them. This is why I mean we need more kids and old people showing up to these protests. I wonder how much he got paid to instigate. Probably not that much, considering, well, we're poor as a country. We're too poor for that, because we keep stealing the money and giving it to the uber rich. Depends on if it's coming out of the government or like a personal fund, I suppose.
Chemical irritants, they are using flashbangs. We also talked to an individual who was not involved with the protest, and he was just trying to get his kids out of the neighborhood. He had 6 kids loaded into his car, including a 6-month-old, when law enforcement threw a flashbang at his car, and now he has told us all 6 of his kids were transported to the hospital. We saw EMS come in. We expect that they are going to be okay, but obviously that...
Yeah, def not like the $7,000 proposed to Israel pays to their propagandists.
Father tonight is very worried about his kids. When he says he wanted nothing to do with this protest, he was just trying to get out of here when he got caught up in all of this. So it's a good reminder that this is a neighborhood. People live here. And right now there's a little bit of chaos in this neighborhood. Are using chemical irritants, they are using flashbang.
Sorry, I was talking to the cat there, but I keep thinking if we want a real resistance force against ICE and the DJT administration in general, that we need to do it at a state level. It needs to be from the ground up on every level, Donald James. It's not just one level, it's all of them. But I need you all to understand, and before we do this segment, I am not advocating for any kind of violence. I am going to show you that the American public seems like they are fed up, and it is at risk. It is a risk of violence right now. Do not do any violence. Do not. I do not advocate for it. I'm going to show you what Americans are thinking, how they feel right now. Think of the children. If this is how they think of them, I wish they'd stop. I mean, yeah. So first off, here is a Minneapolis resident. Much chiller start.
Nuts. This is fucking, yeah, and you're right in the middle of this shit. What the fuck is going on, dude? This is insane.
Have you ever gone out to these sort of things before?
Never. I've never protested in my life. My brother's here. He does it all the time. I've never. Like I said, I'm far enough away, but close enough, and I sit in my cushy house and look at shit and get mad, and they're just trying to fucking scare people, and but why shoot people? You know what really pisses me off is the fact.
It's because they enjoy death, cruelty, and suffering. Like, I hope you guys don't think that I am exaggerating when I say this. They do enjoy cruelty, death, and suffering. It is what brings them the most pleasure in the world. The people who are in ICE, the demons in the government, they actually do enjoy your suffering. They find it pleasurable. It is their number one goal. It goes above even money for them in a lot of cases. Cruelty is their fetish.
That they detain people, cuff them, and then still beat the shit out of them. They tell you it's immigrants, only immigrants. It's fucking anybody. I have friends that got detained and all they were doing was fucking driving home from work. What the fuck?
Sounds like you don't fit the definition of the...
No, and I'm not fucking paid to be here like everybody fucking says. What the fuck?
Well, every accusation is a confession. The people who pay for people to show up is the right, just like how they were paying people to show up and fill seats at their rally.
What is that? I gotta work in the goddamn morning, just like everybody else. I'm just here trying to stand up for community, dude. We're all human beings here. I don't give a shit who you are, where you came from, what color you are. It doesn't fucking matter. This is wrong.
Okay, so this was an example of someone with righteous anger, but not in the violent way. And again, I do not advocate for violence. I'm trying to show you how the American public is feeling. Because it's gotten to the point where there are individuals just straight up openly Fed posting now. And again, don't do this. Don't advocate for it. But people are pissed, and I need you to see it at the very least. However, this dude being part of the Black Panthers is pretty based. Again, I don't advocate for what the fucking guy is saying, but I understand where his anger comes from.
Won't no ICE agent ever run up on me. I guarantee you they won't. I'll put a hole in their chest the size of a window. Safe line repair, safe line replace. That's what's gonna happen. They touch me. Oh no.
Do not do that. But like I said, people are mad. They are just straight up Fed posting and they don't care
Some
anymore.
woman was killed by ICE. If you think you're about to come and brutalize the people while we're standing here, fuck around and find out. Our interactions with the police and ICE, and we hold them accountable. We hold them accountable. We patrol the community and we hold them accountable. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, we're the same Panther Party from back in the day, but we're a little more aggressive now, you dig? Carry bigger guns and we don't take no shit. Places where there are a lot of immigrants at, I think that the community around them needs to take special care to them and needs to start escorting them to and from everywhere to make sure that
That is a fantastic use of armed resistance. Not only should you show up armed as a deterrent, obviously not violently, not pointing it at anybody, not using that weapon, just showing up with it, but I also think that one of the institutions that I've asked them, begging you to start building locally, is an armed force of people who will escort children to school and home, who will escort people to law hearings that are at risk of like just getting picked up by ICE at their fucking hearings. Escort people to the hospital and guard them there. Did you know that ICE is going into hospitals now and picking up people from there and just shipping them off whether they die or not? This is like 100% something I do advocate for. The for self-defense is very important. He mentioned that if they lay their hands on me, that does not give you the legal right to defend yourself with a firearm against a federal officer, unfortunately, Groove Dragon. The law will not be on your side, whether it's self-defense or not. However, like, better to say it than not. Understand, though, like, by far, all of the, like, right, MAGA, currently, like, the ones that haven't left already, anyone who's still MAGA, anyone who's in ICE, are all violent, pedophilic terrorists and a danger to everyone around them, especially children. Genuinely, if you know the name of an ICE agent, start calling CPS on them. Have their kids taken away from them.
They're safe because them ICE agents ain't gonna act like that if it's a bunch of people standing outside with assault rifles and shotguns. It's a semi-automatic shotgun. That means them shotgun shells that shoot out of a pump, they shoot them rapidly. If you are gonna legally arm yourself with something bigger than what they got. Those who serve in the public, they should be fearful of the public. They should be.
That cannot be true, Latino Mufune. Genuinely. I can't be the only one. Does Castle Doctrine apply if ICE is breaking in without a warrant? No, it doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't still apply. Now, like, it's a gray area. You'll go to court for it. I don't think you'll win because the law in this country is dead. It doesn't matter anymore. But like, let's say 10 years ago, again, maybe, but you likely would have lost anyway. The only, like, you guys have heard how the state has a monopoly on violence, right? That's what that means. Trump will initiate the Insurrection Act if he hasn't already. Well, yeah, he's planning to. See, the original plan was to initiate the Insurrection Act on Friday, but the ICE agents yesterday started shooting folks a bit too early. It kind of fucked with their plan, so who knows whether it'll be tomorrow or whether it'll be next week at this point. Even if the federal government is on your side, I don't know what ICE agent would be so willing to become a martyr. Well, you know, they're not exactly smart, but again, you have no right to use a weapon against them anyway. So do with that information what you will. I didn't mean like you're the only one doing it to say you're documenting this rather than advocating violent action. Oh yeah, thank you. Well, I mean, if I was advocating, I would be putting myself and everyone at this space at risk anyway. I'm not advocating, even if like I wanted to, I wouldn't be. I don't, but it's important for people to understand the emotional state, the mental conditioning of the average person right now and where people are. People feel fucking done.
Be fearful that the public's going to be dissatisfied with their job that they're doing, not feeling like they're tyrants.
Saying in Minecraft also doesn't help, sorry.
Not feeling like they're bullies because they got guns and body armor and walkie-talkies. That makes them immune to whatever the people will do. I think you want to correct the ideology of the pig and the mentality of the slave catcher. You meet them with equal force. All power to the motherfucking people.
Yeah, like, no Fed posting. We are looking at how the American public is Fed posting, but we are not Fed posting. We are learning where the public is, why they feel this way, how they got here. We are not Fed posting, but they are, and we need to understand why. Buy nothing, don't go to work January 23rd. How about buy nothing and don't go to work from today onward? Everybody, until they stop. How about buy nothing, don't go to work, and then build the systems that you need in your community locally? Go talk to your neighbors. Just waiting for a reason. When they see armed black people, they'll call for DJT to do it. They're already consent manufacturing for it. They're doing it, Donald James. I showed Stephen Miller talking about it at length today. I haven't seen a speedographer, but the Founding Fathers made it clear why they engaged in armed resistance against the British Crown. Yeah. Even my Canadian friends are pissed? Oh, yeah, no, they absolutely are. They absolutely are.
For ICE agents.
Again, this is how the public is feeling. This is concerning. This is not normal. The fact that the people feel this way and are willing to say this openly, knowing that they are being monitored 24/7 and being put on lists is, it's a lot. It's a big deal.
We don't need a new Nuremberg trial for ICE agents, and we need to stop saying we do, because saying like we need a new Nuremberg implies that Nuremberg was a success and a good model that we should follow. It wasn't, like not at all. Do you know how many Nazis were executed after the Nuremberg trials? 10. Only 10 out of like the thousands, tens of that, however many.
He is right about that. Only 10 Nazis were executed during Nuremberg. A lot of the ones that got longer prison sentences had them commuted, and we brought them over to America and gave them jobs. Not just America, Canada as well, Argentina, like, yeah.
There were. Only 10 were executed. And of the ones that actually got like long prison sentences, a lot of them had their sentences commuted and they fled to the United States, where they were adopted into American universities or into American nuclear programs or like, what's the other one? NASA. Nuremberg failed. Nuremberg did not work. It's not a good model we should follow. Nuremberg's a large part of why we're where we are today. We don't need a new Nuremberg. We need people to be executed en masse, which is not what Nuremberg was. Nuremberg should not be the standard.
Again, not advocating for that kind of language. I'm showing you this because it's wild to see Americans openly Fed posting like this. It's not normal, and I want to show you why it's like this. Like, the people saying these things are at their limit. They've reached their limit. Nuremberg worked as well as Reconstruction. Yeah, true. Sorry, I'm in full chatter mode tonight. Probably going to be talking a lot for now. That's fine. This is why.
Federal enforcement of immigration law. And if you're not, you're actually committing insurrection against the Constitution and the federal government. That's the bottom line. Look, if Minnesota wants to secede from the Union, have it on their own, that's fine. But you're getting all the public benefits, and God knows some of them are illegally obtained. In return, you have to allow the federal government to enforce immigration law.
And specifically, as far as I'm aware, the people who currently are supporting ICE is about 36% of the country. Pretty much lines up almost exactly with the death cult, the Christian nationalist, Christian Zionist death cult, right? Those are generally the people who are lining up with this. But again, the lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you in to save themselves. If you think you're safe, that comfort is a delusion. Join the SRA, 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing self and community defense education. $5 a month, $36 a year, or just contact them about, like, financial aid. If you have hardship, they'll just fucking let you in. It is a non-political organization. You can't talk politics there, but they will teach you how to arm yourself, how to safely use a weapon, how to defend yourself, whether either with a weapon or hand-to-hand. They also engage in community outreach, community support, and disaster relief. So go join the SRA. That is your best bet. Every single person in the SRA is far better off than anyone who's not in any organization. Also, just join any fucking organization, but specifically, I think you should join the SRA. Here's a U.S. veteran in Minneapolis, continuing on with the theme of why Americans are so mad they're willing to openly Fed post.
Take a fucking oath to defend the country from foreign domestic terrorism and to fight for the Constitution. And these guys are coming here and disgracing this fucking building. I'm a veteran of 7 years. I've bled for this country. I've fought for this country, for these people here of Minnesota to come and fight these motherfuckers. They're disgracing this fucking country and what it fucking means. They hide behind their fucking masks like fucking pussies. We're out here in the middle of everything, showing ourselves, showing our Minnesota and our freedom.
Righteous fucking rage. Looking at this, can you not see, like, why people are getting to that point? It's a very dangerous place to be. And the regime is pushing it further. They're not de-escalating. They're continuing to escalate, imagining that we'll de-escalate. But if we de-escalate, then we lose. It's over. Veterans are key to effective protests. Yeah, a lot of our strongest fucking fighters are veterans.
And they're here! Bullshit! So take that! I'm sorry.
They sprayed your...
Yes.
If we back down, we lose. This is it. You got one chance left. That's it. This is your final shot. There is no redos. You don't have a respawn. It's do or die. We're here, y'all.
They were following ISIS down the highway, and they sprayed my daughter and my wife, and they almost ran them off the fucking road. So that...
Also, I think he called ISIS, which just chef's kiss. They are functional. I can't really even see a distinction between them in their actions. So 2026 is probably our last chance. I agree. Yeah, and I don't mean the election.
Another thing. Fuck them. Get them out of here. Our state representatives need to step up and fight for their fucking people like we are fighting. But they're too coward. They stay in their mansions and don't give a shit about us. And all they want is these fuckers just come in here and destroy this fucking state. So
I mean the election too, but that's also not what I meant, like, right off the bat.
Bro, just fuck ICE!
Based. Dude's correct.
People just because they're brown, you guys are pieces of shit. You guys are pieces of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. I have rights, motherfucker. Leave them the fuck alone. Leave them the fuck alone.
We don't take orders from you, man. Back up.
Yeah, you only take fucking orders from a pedophile rapist, you piece of shit.
Relax.
You want your fucking bonus so fucking bad, you broke bitch? You broke bitch? Give me your Venmo, I'll fucking PayPal you some shit, you stupid bitch, you broke motherfucker. Yeah, this is our fucking community. I went to school in this community. I grew up in this community. I'm not gonna let you fucking...
Give me your PayPal, I'll give you some money, you broke motherfucker. Yeah, that's so funny. Also, like, I would never have given them the money, but I would have asked for their PayPal for
ICE pigs terrorize those motherfuckers. Fuck you. Man, fuck you. Or what? Or what? You're gonna fucking shoot me? I'll die for this shit. You fucking pigs, get the fuck out of here.
That's also a sentiment I've seen repeated quite a lot lately. People are ready to die for this shit, which is good. I've been ready to die for this shit, and unfortunately, as much as I'd like to avoid it, a lot of us are gonna die for this shit before it's over.
You don't fuck... What the fuck you gonna do, motherfucker? This is my fucking village, motherfucker. I went to school here. You fucking pigs. Valen mierda todos.
Well, people are dying already. There's been more ICE deaths reported today, as well as, like, they shot several more people this week already. Like, here, I'll pull up some links for that.
Valen mierda. Valen mierda, hijo de su perra madre. You fucking pigs. You fucking rats. Get the fuck out of our fucking town, motherfucker. I'll die for this shit. I'll die for this shit, motherfucker. Yeah, motherfucker. Look at these fucking pigs. Show your face, pussy. Show your face, pussy. Show your face, pussy. Show your face, pussy. Show your face, pussy.
Man, I could relate quite a bit to how that dude is feeling. Alright, so, just so you know, these are only the deaths that we know are confirmed. We know that there is, likely more than just these, but 23 people have died in ICE custody, as of, like, so far that we have been, told. Ones that have been reported. A Chinese immigrant found hanged with his arms and legs tied behind his back that ICE called a suicide. Yeah, yep, that's very clearly how you hang yourself, with your arms and your legs tied behind your back. Randall Esquivel was deported in a vegetative state and died soon after. Like, they are just fucking killing people. Yeah. Also, like, as I've talked about in my video on why I think that illegal human experimentation, like medical experiments, are being conducted against ICE detainees in specifically Florida, Arizona, and Hawaii, also shows that there are deaths in these facilities. Also, El Paso Medical Examiner says it will rule the death of 55-year-old Cuban man at ICE's Camp East Montana tent camp as a homicide. So, like, that came out today, according to the Washington Post. Examiner said that it is likely to classify the death of Geraldo Lunas Campos at an ICE detention center as a homicide because he was choked to death by the guards. Surprising nobody. So, you know, there do be that. Also, there is recent reports indicating that ICE is looking around Kansas City to build another camp there.
Where's your badges?
Interesting video. This is far more of an interesting video.
Flashbangs and tear gas in my car, and made my I got 6 kids in the car. But my 6-month-old can't even breathe. My 2-year-old then flipped out the damn car. This was flipped over. My car filled with tear gas. I'm trying to pull my kid out the car. I'm telling the officer I need ambulance. It took him 5 fucking minutes. He's going back and forth with me, telling me to...
Oh, I forgot. This is important. I was going to show you this earlier today. UPenn faculty condemn Trump administration for demanding a list of Jews. That's concerning. It's interesting. Now, they're claiming that this is going to be to protect them from the Antifa blah, 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 blah. I don't think that that's the case here. Also, here is the recording of a 911 call from last night when ICE terrorists, also stop calling them ICE agents, call them ICE terrorists, shot 3 more people. List of Jews, that's strange. Well, we already have lists of trans people, we have lists of political dissidents, we have lists of Muslims. What do you think is next?
Do you know how who shot? Do you know how who shot?
Good question.
En la pierna, en la pierna. En la pierna, en la pierna. Por favor, ayúdenme, tenemos hijos. Asómalo por la ventana.
We have a small child in the house.
Y si disparan. Asómalo así, nada más por fuera. Los de LAI, son los de LAI.
I'm very curious what they say after they got told it was ICE. Does she know who shot him? Yeah, they already answered.
La verdad, y venían persiguiendo a mi marido hace como media hora, lo estaban tratando de chocar. Y llegó a la casa y como le cerramos la puerta, le dispararon.
Yeah, this is the one that got shot through his front door.
They were following my husband and they hit his vehicle and we closed the door on them and they shot.
Marica, me da miedo asomarme la ventana.
Te voy a decir algo. Si no hubiese visto ni él, nunca me hubiese agarrado. Ni que quiera. No hubiese pasado nada.
Y el carro...
Where the people shot him.
Están aquí abajo afuera tratando de entrar a la casa. Por favor, necesitamos ayuda.
This is just terrorism.
Outside trying to enter the house when
Ay, Diosito. Sí, en este momento están
If
afuera de
this
la casa
isn't
tratando de
heartbreaking to you, I
entrar.
don't know what to say.
yes, I know they are outside the house.
Absolutely terrifying reality? Yeah. And I promise you this is only the beginning. Like, genuinely. Like, it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets better. Please, talk to your neighbors. Find out if you know where your neighbors are. Build community. Join the SRA. Defend yourself. Go check out my YouTube videos on creating a first aid kit specifically for protests. Like, I have a video on how to make a protest kit, like a first aid kit for massive blood loss. Like, if you get shot with a proper gun by ICE, how to have a kit for that. Make a bug out bag, especially if you're someone who is an activist who engages with like channels like ours, like this space. They will come for you if they're in your town. You'll want to leave. And remember, they giggle and golf at these videos. Yes, they do. Abso-fucking-lutely they do. Stay safe. don't stop, guys. Do not stop, because this is our only chance. I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.